Hey Joel, how you doing? Glad you came through. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where we have fun. Grab your friends and dance along. Join the party all night long. Love you for a ride. Buckle up, hold tight. We're gonna ignite. Shake your body to the rhythm. Let the music take control. When the beat drops, you better lose control. We're gonna make memories, create an unforgettable night. Forget about your worries. Let's spread the love and shine so bright. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where the energy is high. We're gonna dance the morning light. Feel the music. Hey Joel, how you doing? Glad you came through. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where we have fun. Grab your friends and dance along. Join the party all night long. Love you for a ride. Buckle up, hold tight. We're gonna ignite. Shake your body to the rhythm. Let the music take control. When the beat drops, you better lose control. We're gonna make memories, create an unforgettable night. Forget about your worries. Let's spread the love and shine so bright. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where the energy is high. We're gonna dance the morning light. Feel the music.
Hey y'all, welcome to Sunday Blessings, right? Today is Sunday. No weapon formed against us shall prosper, right? And I want all you women and men to stand strong. So I have a song for you and a couple. I just did these songs. Yes, I did. So here we go. Just a little Sunday, get you in a little Sunday spirit before we start the show. Uh-huh.
I stand on love, principles, integrity, positivity flowing through my veins. Can't you see? I don't match your energy, don't measure up to me. I rise above, shining bright for all to see. I may bend, but I won't fall, I won't break. Through the storms, I'll stand strong, no mistake. I keep my head held high, I won't let it shake. I'll fight the battles, never let my spirit break.
Thank you. What's up, sis?
Determination in my stride. I'll walk my path with the flow and flow the tide. Keep my focus, never let my dreams subside. With every challenge faced, I grow stronger inside. Feeling all alone, I can't find
I did them songs myself.
There's someone who
They're
cares.
beautiful, sugar.
Sometimes the weight of the world feels too much to bear. But I know that with faith, I can go anywhere. I won't let these troubles bring me down. I'll rise above and turn my life around. No weapon formed against me will prosper. Overcome every obstacle, every hurdle with God by my side. I cannot be defeated. I'll wipe away my tears and face my fears undefeated. Sitting in
Hope you guys enjoyed it. Well, since this Diddy case been going on, hey Verse, hey baby, glad to see you. Well, I just want to see that Cassie is who we are every single day, right? That's who we are every single day. We gotta support women every single day. Teach them how to protect themselves every single day. She is just one of many and is publicized the most because it came from Diddy. And now we'll still say, oh, this is alleged, besides what we saw, right? But this is our lives every single day. This is what we go through. We go through a series of violence. This is fair use, and the credit goes to intellectual media. Let's check her out.
My first up close and personal experience with intimate partner violence was in the 10th grade when a middle school friend's mother and brother were murdered by her mom's ex-boyfriend. The 15-year-old was even shot while escaping through a window while carrying her infant sister to safety because the gunman intended to kill them all that night. When police arrived on the scene, the murderer, Scott Davis, screamed, "I shot them, I did it, and I'll do it again." Only when he faced death penalty charges did he apologize while accepting a plea deal. My friend, a bubbly and vivacious girl with her whole life in front of her, then had to face that life without her family. At 18, when speaking at the life sentencing of her mother's murderer, she said, "I don't understand how someone could destroy somebody's life like this. It's something that will haunt me for the rest of my life." Her mother had attempted to get the boyfriend drug treatment and domestic violence counseling to no avail. When she asked him to move out, he agreed. But instead of leaving, he made a deadly decision. Years later, when an ex-boyfriend woke me from my sleep with his hands around my neck, attempting to crush my windpipe in a rage, I thought of my friend and her mother. Before diving into this video, I want to make something clear before anyone attempts to lead a deflective argument in the comments. Intimate partner violence is not limited to any race, country, gender, or sexual orientation. It has been a long-running feature of patriarchal society in numerous civilizations and cultures, not just during the 244 years of official American existence. At least 4 million American women a year of all races are abused.
4 million women a year. That's ridiculous.
Damn it, I'm on mute. Right?
I was
take,
just gonna say,
take,
sugar, you on
take,
mute.
take your apologies and shove it up your ass. Why, even for the mammies fair, they couldn't even, they are so whopped. What's that word you say? Whopful? Whipsaw? They so whipsaw by these men and carrying these agendas that they still couldn't just see the video for the way it was. Well, that because a lot of women be lying. But when it really happens, like, no, that is an underhanded compliment, right? Instead of just saying this is what's happening to women, they say, oh, that's terrible. You need to get out. I don't play about that. But on the other hand, if women stop lying so much, then we will. I told you guys, they are setting it up to where we have no protection. They even put a statute of limitations on abuse. A statute of limitations. So if you don't run yourself down, even though your mind is messed up, you ain't thinking straight, you ran for your life, you're trying to start your life over, you still have to see your abuser because you didn't even know how much time has ticked.
Right.
And sometimes years or whatever go by, or sometimes you blank it out your mind that you forget to go press charges. Because and a lot of people don't press charges. But the point is they're making it so much harder on women, especially black women. Yeah, I can't until I nail it in the hole. Stop selling yourself out for a pocketbook. Stop selling yourself out to want to go to a party. Stop selling yourself out just to say, I have a man. Stop selling yourself to get these things because you know a lot of these men are violent. They was violent before you. What made you think you're going to be the exception? They're angry and aggressive before you. Just because when they got to speaking to you, all of a sudden they're not angry creatures no more. They're not violent creatures no more.
A leopard don't change his spots.
Oh, you think you're prettier than the last one, right? You think you're going to throw it down better than the last one. Then they sign up to be with these men who have history of violence. A man whisperer, have history of violence. Hey,
I don't even think
Christine,
the man whisperer could do it.
right? So it's going to be to the point that it's really going to be us. It's no men stepping up. They did not set that manosphere up. Without thinking, oh, it's just on Instagram. No, when them people cut it off, if they don't like women, they don't like women. So it doesn't matter if it's on the internet or off the internet. The same way they used to say when the Ku Klux Klan, remember they used to wear the white robes? The robes are off now. Does that mean they still now they like black people? No, they still feel the way they feel about you. And these would be your lawyers, your judges, your police, your doctors. Just because you don't see the white hoodie on, the white sheet on them, that the same rule apply. Why we have to get to the point that, I mean, of course you need to show proof. I'm not saying a lot of women don't lie, but it is how many men, I gotta do a statistic because they making it sound like it's more women that lie than don't lie. No, it's a very few percentage of women because they may be narcissistic themselves, they may be sociopathic themselves. They're not normal women who do that. They're not regular old women who sit up
No, they're
there.
not.
Right. Something is wrong with them. You cannot include them with us. Right. But it's still very little of them that they would be the reason a man is in jail because she lied. They're not listening to none of our abuse because if I'm not mistaken, up until the 1970s, I don't know 71, 2, 3, 4, but it's what is the early 70s, it was acceptable to beat your wife. It was acceptable. They had nowhere to go, nowhere to turn to. They couldn't move out. They had no money. They had no bank account. Some of them had kids. How you going to leave with nothing with your kids? Where you going? He done alienated you from your family that you're now scared to even call your family. So then you got what's that Dallas rapper name? Slim Thug. Oh, I'll take it. Now everybody want to take it back. But she's one of freaking millions of women who go through this every day. I don't like what happened to her, but we've been fighting this way before this happened to her, and we're going to continue to fight this after she happened to her. But the only difference is she done made some good money out of this. She's getting paid for her pain. Look at all the women who ain't getting nothing but dogged out. Well, maybe she shouldn't have did that. Well, maybe she should have kept her mouth shut. Maybe she shouldn't be so aggressive. Maybe she should learn how to talk to the man. It's all everything. Well, this is what women need to do. How about tell the men stop it? Go talk to your men. How about that? Right? I just wanted to say that part too. Take your, oh, now I believe her. Now it's 50 million videos. Now all of a sudden men want to speak out. All of a sudden they could take that videos that they make and my middle finger is all the way up. All the way up. And it's not
Both
even
of my
about
middle
see,
fingers are all the way up.
right? And take that. I don't want to hear nothing. Cause so now with the angry man and them, they are forced. You ain't forced to say nothing. Y'all know this crap is going on. I don't care about near none of y'all videos. Not near one. Now all of a sudden, oh wow, now I see it. The girl been saying she's been abused for forever, just like other women. I'm telling you, women, if you're single, I understand a lot of you already have cameras in your house because of intruders, but the intruder may be in your house. You may need to put them in other places.
You may be sleeping with the enemies, ladies.
Mm-hmm. You may have to put them cameras in other places. Stop worrying about all the intruders. The intruder is in your house. The person who's going to hurt you is in the house. The person who's going to attack you is in your house. The person who's going to gaslight you is in your house. You made the baby. Hello. Fu had a good show too. I really enjoyed that show you did the other day, Fu. And it was sort of kind of similar, but I always got to catch. When I catch it at the end, I have to rewind it. So I'm far back, but I still end up seeing the whole thing, or I catch it on replay. But we have to start again. I can't tell you enough, sisters. Stop fighting one another. Stop fighting over these men. Let whomever have them. Let whomever had them. Stop getting your girls ready to go. We're gonna F this B up. Stop. Y'all two fighting, he got the other one down, and you're gonna be fighting every day, every single day. Ain't nobody scared of you because that man got that game. He's not protecting none of y'all. But I'm going to bring it back to this because you know we got to do commentary, right? But if you want to say something before I bring it back, Queen.
That man will play both women like fiddles.
See, it says not just during the 244 years, but let's go.
Of official American existence. At least 4 million American women a year of all races are abused by their partners, and this includes homosexual relationships. In fact, women in these relationships grapple with their own unique experiences of psychological aggression, gender role posturing, and mutual violence that must be addressed on a wide scale by someone in that community. Additionally, it was reported that 1 in 5 men experienced intimate partner violence in America in 2016, and a global look at intimate partner violence shows that the problem is widespread and not based in America. In South Korea, where gender inequality didn't begin being addressed until the late 80s, and the legal status of patrilineal succession was not struck down until 2005, domestic violence is rampant. 1 out of 6 couples has experienced more than one episode of physical abuse, which is culturally seen as a private matter that most do not want police intervention on. In fact, the country is seeing a rise in anti-feminism and misogynistic incel culture. If you want content discussing the intimate partner abuse of anybody but Black American women, there is information out there to explore. And they are important because, as we will learn, intimate partner violence is different among groups. Those issues are valid, but they are not the subject at hand. This video is dedicated to my friend and her mother, the Black women I've known growing up who were beaten or nearly killed, impregnated without their consent, the Black women who dared to fight back and were imprisoned, and the Black women dragged and maligned today by their own community for daring to speak up. This video is about Black women, intimate partner violence, and heterosexual relationships, and the celebrity culture that simultaneously encourages and ignores it.
Do you know what today is?
Today is the 3rd day of our 3-day road trip across the country.
Or our 5-year anniversary.
In America, approximately 3 women are killed by a spouse, lover, or partner every day. In recent years, 53% of these women are Black. In fact, Black women are 4 times more likely than their white peers to be murdered by a lover and 7 times more likely to be killed when pregnant than white women. To make matters worse, 9 out of 10 murdered Black women were killed by a man they knew. When we broaden the scope of intimate partner violence to include reported rapes and physical abuse by a woman's partner, at least 40% of Black women have had these experiences, making them the group most likely to be abused by a partner. But now it's time for an in-depth, updated version inspired by the disgusting yet unsurprising support of Tory Lanez, the man who shot Meg Thee Stallion, by DaBaby, a man from my hometown rumored to be physically abusive, as well as being caught on camera assaulting women, as well as allegedly smirking at the family of the man he killed in court. In this episode of Celebrity, we'll be discussing how and why straight Black women are so often conditioned to ride or die, and why hip-hop and the culture must be at the forefront of obliterating systemic abuse. But before we talk about misogynistic celebrities, we need to take it back a few centuries. Why? Because the hatred of Black women does not start or end with insecure rappers, actors, and athletes.
You know, you gotta.
A popular 1962 Motown song, "He Hit Me and It Felt Like a Kiss," exemplifies the long-reaching pervasiveness of domestic violence in Black culture. The song was written by Carole King and Jerry Goffin after finding out their babysitter was routinely beaten by her boyfriend, and that the woman, singer Little Eva, justified the violence as his love for her. Little Eva sang this song you've probably heard of, "Locomotion." Then there was was David Ruffin, lead
Oh
singer
yeah.
of The Temptations, who abused singer Tammy Terrell and even
Mhm.
hit her with a motorcycle helmet.
Mhm.
Perhaps most notoriously, there was Ike and Tina Turner, whose tumultuous
James
relationship
Brown
has been
also beat
parodied
Tammy
and joked
Terrell.
about in numerous songs and TV shows. Ike said in 1999, "Sure, I slapped Tina. We had fights, and there have been times when I punched her to the ground without thinking. But I never beat her." But of course, the violence and our tolerance of it reaches back further than that. Nothing set the tone for the treatment of Black women in this country quite like the treatment of Black women during slavery. They were raped and beaten by masters while prized and praised for their abilities to cook, clean, work, and push out children. It was common for Black men, also beaten and dehumanized while being barred from traditional notions of masculinity, land ownership, legal marriage, freedom, etc., to take on the values of their oppressors and attempt to exhibit control over what they could in their lives, like Black women. While there was a core of Black men committed to the love and safety of their counterparts, the portion that coveted white women while disparaging Black women didn't go away after slavery. The late 19th century is lightly peppered with court cases or instances of rape or attempted rape of Black women by Black men, usually dismissed or with no resulting punishment for the accused. States had rewritten their rape laws after the Civil War to be race neutral, but this wasn't beneficial to Black women. As detailed by Diane Miller Somerville in Rape and Race in the 19th Century South, white men on juries and as judges sympathized with Black men accused of rape of Black women because they were being unfairly held accountable under alien rules of sexual and moral conduct. This worked doubly. Black men were stereotyped as too beastly to adhere to sexual morality, and Black women were stereotyped as too lascivious to be victims. The officiated experiences of
Do y'all hear that?
We
I'm gonna
heard this
rewind.
bull crap. We hear this bull crap.
So we wasn't, a lot of our assaults wasn't even documented. So we have no idea of a lot of the behind whoopings that our foremothers have received. Hey Fox,
No,
welcome.
but trauma knows the body knows trauma, and if we have our
Peace. How you
grandmothers and
doing?
great grandmothers cells,
We
then
good.
that we know that trauma,
Yeah. No, we
even
can
if we
feel it,
don't
but
understand it.
no, well, I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is that you could say 50 for something. Like we don't like we don't have the receipts, is what I'm saying. Because it's not even documented.
I get you. I get you.
You understand what I'm saying? We can't say no. When after
Yes.
y'all left
Yes.
the slave master and we got beat by them, you came home and beat us too.
I remember telling my last ex about a story, a conversation that Nikki Giovanni and Alex Baldwin, I think that's his name,
Mhm.
um was having. Is it Alex Baldwin? No, what's his last name is Baldwin. He's the Black author. Anyway, they were having a conversation and she was saying, lie to me. In this conversation,
Oh
she
yeah,
was
yeah,
saying,
yeah.
you
I,
go
I
out and you suck and jive for the white man, but then when you come home, you
James
dump on
Bowen.
me. James
yeah.
Bowen, thank you.
I
And
I
so
showed the whole video though, but go
yeah,
ahead.
so once we were separating and breaking up, to mentally manipulate me and basically torture me in front of a barbershop full of people, he began to play this on the radio. So I left out and called my homegirl because at that point I was about to wreck shop. Because how dare you take something so intimate that we're talking about and try to flip it because you know what you're doing to me. You're doing the exact same thing that she's saying that he, in this conversation. And I was just like, wow, it's amazing how someone will damage you mentally and psychologically, and no one will be paying attention.
Mm.
Sugar, you on mute.
Okay, I thought it was just my device.
She might have stepped away for a second, but the trauma is real, and on both sides too, especially back in slavery days, because the men, got treated inhumane. But
Right. And no. We as a people got
right,
treated inhumane.
right. But that's what I was getting ready to follow up with. So did the women, so and the children. So it's like there's just trauma everywhere.
Right. That's why I don't have piss contests with men. Right. That's why I will not. Because this happened to us as a people. So we gotta get past, we gotta get through this as a people. But we
Yes,
were
I
treated
agree.
a little bit more inhumane because anytime they can just, with no anesthesia, no medicine, no nothing. Everybody talking about C-sections now. Imagine getting your stomach cut with nothing for
Lord have
pain.
mercy. I
They
can't even
cut
imagine.
the baby and then took your child and used it as alligator bait.
Mm, man.
Can you imagine working in them fields
No.
with your menstrual?
Mm,
Can you imagine even being
mm,
pregnant, working on them fields?
When my mother talks about working in
mm.
the cotton fields, it just gives me like a shiver up my spine. And having to do this while she was abused by my father.
Can you imagine? I don't want y'all to imagine, but can you imagine you pregnant and forget about the fact that you had to feed their baby the milk? Uh, to them, your child was the monkey. Your child was the play toy. So you had to watch your child. Remember, the man is they done moved him to another plantation. You as a mother had to suck all that in and treat their child the best while you seeing your child crawl on the floor like a fucking monkey. They used to put little ropes around the damn black baby's neck, and the mother had to endure all of that. Fathers ain't had to see it. So a lot of things black women had to endure. That's why I don't do piss contests with men. This is what happened to us. Neither do I take away the inhumane treatment that happened to them, but it happened to us. It's not a piss what did they do to the black man, what they did to the black man. So y'all think we supposed to fix it? Do we think y'all supposed to fix it? No, we gotta fix it. But it's to the point. Like this guy thought it was cute to say, "Well, I don't know if it's real or not," but now it's videos popping up that women are have to give men their numbers because they're not making it out with their life. We have to because there's so much aggression built up and pinned up and some of these black men, like one lady going to the store, and because she didn't want to speak, she ain't alive no more, right? And the other lady, only reason why she's still alive because her son came out of nowhere and popped his ass, right? But it's incident after incident after incident for what women do, and the women do something to y'all, man. Believe me, be that's not regular women. Them are just like you got narcissistic men, you got narcissistic women. You got sociopathic. That's not regular women.
Right.
That's not regular, right? And just like we can't say all men, but the thing is, we just like Muhammad Ali said. He said it could be a room of snakes. Only some of them is poisonous. I'm not trying. I'm not trying to find out which one it
Which
is.
one it is. Right.
I'm just gonna see it as y'all all snakes there. And with, like I said, nobody's going at these man affair people, these men affair. We all trying to women. If all the things that was legal against y'all, if it was on flip it, if everything was legal, that we could just beat you up, tear you up, take you up, but you have no bank account, no money, no nothing, and it's legal. Imagine if we was able to do all that to y'all. Y'all could just jet at any point in time y'all want. Leave. We couldn't. Y'all could go someplace else. Y'all can work. Y'all can create new families. We're stuck in the house with them kids, no income. And then we got to still go back to the massa and say, oh, can we fold your sheets? Can we iron your clothes? Because we're still left with the damn kids. Same way I did a whole entire show and I had to debunk that, oh, but it took the men out the house. No, they did not. And why is it only the black man who says that? When that was already, now repeat, the welfare system was already there 35 years before the black woman was ever able to receive public assistance. The same rules applied. I don't know what made them think that they were different. Right.
Created for the white lady.
I don't know what made them different from the Caucasian man when he had the same exact rules 35 years longer than the black man. But that's what they did to separate. And then we chose this. No, baby. No, we hear you, but you're going to have to bring some receipts with that. I bought my receipts.
And can I say how? Can I say, as a man, how pathetic that sounds to say that a man took you out of your house, that you that weak, that somebody can actually take you out of your own house. That sounds pathetic.
Thank
I don't
you.
know if it,
Thank you.
I'm
Beyond
crazy.
pathetic.
It
First of
does.
all, you took him out of the house because you wasn't head of the household, right? That's how you got taken out the house. You wasn't head of the house. So if your name is on that lease, then he cannot remove you from your house.
Exactly.
You
And that's the thing.
you were
House.
right. You were house. You were shacking up, and then being that you shacking up, you're not bringing in no money home. You left us a hell of a choice to make. But at the end of the day, that was still 35 years after the Caucasian people set the rules up for it anyway. So y'all didn't get the memo, right? Y'all didn't get the
Right.
memo. No men couldn't be in the house. It had 35 years to figure it out. You didn't get the memo. The men couldn't stay in that. That was already in existence since 1930 something. I believe 1933 or 1935. We wasn't able to get it to the end of the 60s, 70s. Stop it. That's why
That's
when
just
I
a quick,
see,
convenient talking point.
yeah, that people keep listening to.
Yeah, it's just a quick. Just like when people say, when white people say to black people, well, y'all people sold y'all people into slavery. They don't mention no time period. They don't mention no tribe or no nation. It's just a quick talking point. Well, they kicked us out
Right.
of the home. It's just one of those talking points. Just it's automatic.
But what sense is it making? It's not. I'm like, it's
Because I
not
have
going.
family members that have built on their land, their homes on their land. So ain't nobody kicking nobody off of nothing. This is what I own, land and home.
Exactly. When people
Rather,
just say they moved the black man out of the home, they don't. It ain't even home. They talking about those projects and those rules. That they just say
no,
the home. They kicked
no.
the black man out of the home, and it's
You're right. You never noticed they didn't say out of his home. They said the home. You are absolutely
Right.
correct. You said
Mm-hmm.
the home. They never said his home because he was never on a lease, right? He was never on a lease. He was never head of the household. In that case, all of us, every black woman said, you know what, we don't want you. We choose welfare. But that's what they run with, right? So I'm gonna let this finish a little bit more, right? When we wind it back a tad. My Wi-Fi is all messed up. I think Texas and shot us some of their terrible stuff and got everybody Wi-Fi all messed up. But my peace and blessings go to anybody that live in Texas and whose house got rearranged and they're going through whatever because of that tornado. My hearts and my prayers go out to you and the family. I know how it is to have nothing. I done lived through
Yes.
Hurricane Katrina. Boy, do I know. I feel your everything. So our prayers go out to y'all who's at the aftermath. Woo, Lordy. Okay, now let's go.
And rape and race in the 19th century South, white men on juries and as judges sympathized with black men accused of rape of black women because they were being unfairly held accountable under alien rules of sexual and moral conduct. This worked doubly. Black men were stereotyped as too beastly to adhere to sexual morality, and black women were stereotyped as too lascivious to be victims. The officiated experiences of 19th century black women who went to court against their rapists were the exceptions, not the rule. Historically, black women were expected to be strong and resilient in their communities, to put race first, and to protect black men, as they were already stereotyped to be violent. Instead of getting police involved or running away with money they didn't have, black women often faced abusers themselves, explaining why black women murdered male partners in the first half of the century at comparable rates to black men murdering their partners. Think of all those hot grits and middle of the night knife at the throat stories about battered women who finally had enough.
Bring him into the kitchen and get you a big old pot of hot grits. And when it start to boil like lava after he done got good and comfortable, you say, good morning. Throw it right on him.
As one black woman noted in 1904, on one hand, we are assailed by white men, and on the other hand, we are assailed by black men
You hear
who
that?
should be our natural protectors.
You
A
hear
study
that?
of murder data from Italian, German, and black Chicagoans between 1875 and 1920 demonstrates this historical reality. During this period, the proportion of domestic homicides among all groups doubled. The family was changing. More white women entered the workforce, and new trends and ideas about dating, marriage, and gender roles in the rapidly urbanizing country caused tension. Basically, more men were employing domestic abuse as a strategy of patriarchal power. But this abuse varied among racial groups. Among German Chicagoans who had been in the area for a long period of time and had established roots and wealth, most of the domestic homicide involved men in their 30s murdering their entire families and themselves, usually a reaction to a falling social or economic status, or women's threats to leave or divorce them. This group was the most likely to kill their own children. Italian Chicagoans, who were poorer, younger, and more recently settled than Germans, had a homicide rate 4 times the level of Chicago overall, and 10 times the German homicide rate. But Italians were the least likely group to kill women, instead disproportionately murdering brothers, fathers, brothers-in-law, and fathers-in-law. Among Italians, the important concept of family honor, along with expectations of manliness and silence, or omerta, to protect women, converged. While financial issues contributed, many murders were the result of a woman's male relative ending the life of someone who had beaten her, cheated on her, or otherwise affronted her, and therefore the family. Last but not least, black Chicagoans. They were the poorest and most recently settled, and their homicide rate was 5 times larger than the city of Chicago overall, the only group higher than the Italians. While they were critiqued in newspapers for street violence and brawls, most black-on-black violence actually occurred within the home. Black people had the highest family homicide rate, double the rate of Italians, and 6 times the rate of Chicago
You hear
overall.
that?
Black people were the least likely to kill their own children, with instead spouses and lovers making up more than 4/5 of the family homicide victims. Black men, especially those who had witnessed violence growing up, often took their daily frustrations out on their women, sometimes culminating in death. Among
I
all
know. They should have vetted better, right? They should have vetted better. They should have chose better.
I was told that when I told my great uncle about the babe that happened to me, he told me that, and I never spoke to him ever again.
Well, that's how
You live
you
down the
picked
street from
up.
me.
And,
You
and,
live
and,
down the street from me, and you tell me something like that, I will never ever respect you as a man in my family or as a man, period.
and
There's
they're
no
trying to bring that back. That's what the his piece means.
it never left. It never left. It's just been whispers, whispers, whispers. It never left though.
No, I know it never left, but I mean, like, far as um, it took for them to see a video, right? It's always we the liars,
They
we
always gotta
jealous,
have
we won't
proof.
we won't
They
let
always gotta
go.
have proof before they
And,
believe anything. Even with
right,
the proof, they still don't believe.
but they use that as an excuse. Well, some we women be lying, these women be mad. Let me tell you something. I seen some women crying over some ping ping. I haven't seen a video of it lately. It may make her fight women, but she ain't gonna go fight the man, right? In a lot of cases, in a lot of cases of that, right? But we'll let her go. She's doing a phenomenal job.
Groups. For most of the cases in which a woman killed a man, it was after unsuccessful attempts to secure legal protection. Described one Belle Benson in 1918, "Don't look for Jim, I just killed him because he started to beat me again and I shot him." Another woman, 23-year-old Minnie Smith, went on record after killing her husband of 2 years that she originally filed a complaint with police about his abuse and had him arrested. The court dismissed the case, leading to Minnie finding him when he was released and shooting him 3 times. She explained, "He had always said if I ever had him arrested, he would kill
Hey,
me, and I know
bro.
he would do it. So I shot him, and then I shot him some more." This pattern of abuse, followed by a self-defense killing, continued well into the 20th century, but began to taper off in the 80s. In 1980, 13% of Black male murder victims were killed by a partner, and has since dropped to 5%. But the treatment of modern Black women who decide to take on their abusers is something we'll return to later.
If you could imagine your ideal way of working, what would it look like? Monday.com?
Black women in abusive relationships are more likely to remain in abusive relationships longer than white women. Why? The awful statistics about violence against Black women doesn't prove that Black men, who Black women are most likely to date, are more violent than white ones, but instead speak to the unique race, class, and gender-based disadvantages Black women face.
Like I said, I understand what happened with Cassie, but this been happening forever. You know, do we have to have a Diddy, right? To make our voice be heard? Do we? None of we ain't got no damn Diddy.
Right.
Oh shucks, I thought I muted it. Hold up. I mean, not muted. I thought I stopped it. Hold on, guys. I gotta go get my get me something to snap on really quick. So, oh Lord, let's do a little music break. Let's go.
There's no one like
And I
me.
made this song
Look in the
too.
mirror, I'm all I see. Can't be nobody else, just gotta be me. I don't pretend, I can't pretend. What you get is what you see. I love all me, that's all I can be. Just me. No imitations, no faking, just my own creation. Originality in all my steps, no need for complication. I shine bright, no need for any embellishment. I love all of me, that's my only sentiment. I'm just me, can't be nobody else but me. The world can try to change me, but I'll always be free. I love all of me, my uniqueness is the key. No one else can be there's no one like me. Look in the mirror, I'm all I see. Can't be nobody else, just gotta be me. I don't pretend, I can't pretend. What you get is what you see. I love all me, that's all I can be. Just me. No imitations, no faking, just my own creation. Originality in all my steps, no need for complication. I shine bright, no need for any embellishment. I love all of me, that's my only sentiment. I'm just me, can't be nobody else but me. The world can try to change me, but I'll always be free. I love.
I hope y'all liking these songs. I be taking me some real time, baby. I be writing.
Beautiful, inspirational.
Thank you, darling. All right, let's get back to this young lady.
Class and gender-based disadvantages Black women face, especially their lack of economic resources. This problem is multi-layered, and ignoring these layers will hinder the fight to end domestic violence more than help it. Anyone claiming it's purely a leftover of slavery is as lost as anyone claiming that Black men are simply more violent than white men. The first layer is structural. Black people have been exposed to racial and gender oppression on an intergenerational level. And as mentioned before, these are things that have existed before violent hip hoppers and modern Black people. Women have traditionally been mistreated and subjugated throughout world history, making it one of the biggest structural barriers to ending intimate partner violence, because it taints literally everything. Because women have often been seen as property or the status symbol of a man, it's not surprising that these ideas apply more loosely in modern dating. Think, if I can't have her, nobody will. On the racial front, there have been educational, employment, and economic inequalities at a systemic level that also taints everything, like having enough money to leave an abuser, having access to quality homeless shelters and jobs, to brazen corruption in law enforcement. Speaking of law enforcement, from a historical perspective, most Black women have been reluctant to call the police on abusers, as police are corrupt, violent, and often ineffective in deterring intimate partner violence, with many being abusers in their own families as well. Data suggests that cops commit acts of domestic violence against spouses and children at up to 15 times that of the general population. The criminal justice system by racism and misogyny up against an abuser dangerable. In the case of Minnie Smith, even when she got her abuser arrested, he was not kept from harming her and was even let out. This still happens. And what about violence, a structural issue throughout humanity's existence? From public beatings of enslaved people at the whipping post to church-sanctioned child beatings, the structural violence of those who are molded to be subservient has been a recurring theme in our community. Black boys and girls often face unfathomable levels of physical and sexual violence, and often don't have anyone to turn to for healing. For boys, the inequalities and violence converge with expectations of manhood in a patriarchal society. Another structural issue, to often make men with a lack of resources and a lack of success in a white man's world more susceptible to the generic stereotypes Black men are socialized to embrace. And this is where we enter the cultural layer. Numerous scholars have discussed the commonality of poor, neglected, and/or dehumanized Black boys falling into a certain persona for self-esteem and protection. This persona involves toughness, not showing emotions, wielding an exploitative attitude towards women, and/or resorting to violence to settle disputes. Per a University of Maryland paper on Black intimate partner violence, as a result of their idleness and frustration, these men are often prone to seek status and to organize their lives around involvement in chronic drinking, drug use, drug selling, other illegal activities, chasing women, and partying. These are coincidentally the primary themes of modern hip hop. Let's not play coy here. Structural issues like patriarchy, poverty, and racism exacerbate the gangster and pimp personas, but these personas are also baked into into Black culture at this point.
You tell her what you want her to do. If she say no, hit the bitch. Simple.
But I couldn't hit Sarah. I couldn't hit any woman.
Has not hitting the bitch been working? I mean, scientifically speaking, has not hitting the bitch achieved the desired result?
From blues lyrics to modern hip hop, domestic violence has been satirized, downplayed, joked about, or ignored. The dehumanization of Black men in media as violent creatures incapable of reason, thought, or self-control with insatiable sexual lust has endured since slavery. The dehumanization of Black women in media as creatures who are either good, obedient mommy figures or whores undeserving of respect has been recurring from the days of Jim Crow to modern piss-poor observations made by everyone from rappers to teenage TikTokers to struggling podcasters looking for a viral moment.
Today the question is, which do y'all prefer, Black or white females?
Oh, bro. I gotta rock with them Caucasians. I'm not gonna lie. They get it done for me.
For sure.
Both y'all?
Yeah.
In and outside of the Black community, Black women are stereotyped as angry and or lascivious, making them less credible victims in the eyes of law enforcement and others. The structural stigma against single unmarried women and the cultural stigma against hoes, body counts, and soul ties can make the thought of being alone especially troubling for Black women raised to measure their value by their relationship to men. Have you been picked? Do you have a man?
Can I go a vacation without seeming crazy and desperate?
You have plans with your boyfriend?
Easily compare and book tickets for your European train travel. Trainline. Your ticket.
Plans with your boyfriend?
I have a boyfriend.
Okay, so when you get one, no, but when you get one.
So with dating as hard as it is out here, dealing with unsavory behavior for relationship status or marital security is a tale as old as time. Additionally, there's a cultural expectation for Black women to stand 10 toes down for her community and not send another Black man to jail. A Black woman who decides enough can run the risk of being accused of betraying her partner and her race. The structural issue of mass incarceration therefore makes the issue of race loyalty culturally relevant. This is especially true in the hood, where police brutality, mass incarceration, and domestic violence are most prevalent. Intimate partner violence happens to Black people of all class statuses, but it's a unique situation for the impoverished. The hood, a result of racist redlining, has no snitching attitude, bolstered by hip-hop culture that makes victims of domestic violence socially isolated, along with having less access to domestic violence resources. Another cultural component is the higher tendency of egalitarian relationships in the Black community, again a result of structural racism and sexism. Black women have usually worked outside the home, and Black men historically have been lynched, kidnapped for chain gangs, required to migrate for seasonal jobs, and arrested for petty or survival crimes that have led to mass incarceration, meaning Black women have usually been more independent in heads of households than white women. Sometimes Black men, harder pressed to find employment than their white and female counterparts, have had to rely on their woman's money, which some scholars.
I've been saying this for the longest.
Yep.
I've been saying this way before you came along, baby. But I've been saying, when they kept saying no, I kept saying no, the Black woman was the head of the household before the Black man. No. Yeah, because when they brought us here and separated us, you wasn't in the same house with us, right? So we were head of the household. Far as with us, we was the head of the household before you were. We came here being the head of the household. Women, stop arguing with these men. If anytime they got PowerPoints, then you are to lead the conversation. Anytime they have an open ear, then you conversate. And don't worry, I'm going to get to stuff that was done to men too. But being that we're talking about uh what's been going down with Diddy and Cassie, I had to let you know that's nothing new. Why we be pouring our hearts out? Like, what about all the other young women that got the black eyes and all we can say is, oh well, everything that we say to people on regular basis, nobody ain't said that about Cassie. We haven't seen women thrown on the floor and kicked before. We haven't seen women dragged before. We haven't seen women scared before. And we turn a blind eye. But being that Diddy is a popular figure, now all of a sudden, oh my goodness. But you still have people that's still in denial and now want to say, oh,
Most people have somebody that they know, a friend of a friend, or a family member. People at church, people at church be experiencing this. I've seen
matter of
people at
fact,
my church go through this.
Matter of fact, I might play that video. I forgot the title that Food did the other day. Oh my God. I might play that one too. She did a phenomenal job. If she doesn't mind, if my sister doesn't mind, I'm going to play my sister video also. It was a great, she always does her when, baby, when my sister, when she in her bag, baby, she in that bag. She gonna give it to you. But I'm oh, thank you, sis. Bow down to you, sis. But I would definitely be playing that also. Right? On definitely. I got my snack on the stove, right? But the only thing is I just can't run because I don't know when the commercial gonna come up. So uh feel free to say what you gotta say to Keisha for about a couple of minutes. But
It's just it's too many lives being taken, and for me it hits so close to home. My bonus mom is not with us. My siblings have to deal with that. There's a YouTuber that I used to follow. She's not here because of that. I had to flee from my life and move and relocate and get pew pews and stuff because of this type of thing. So I definitely advocate for women protecting themselves and getting away and going no contact, but also making sure that you have everything you need to protect yourself and your peace. If you're not getting help, then do what you need to do to protect yourself. Because sometimes the authorities won't, get in it. They won't get involved. And if they do get involved, they won't do due diligence. We also have to start teaching our little girls at an early age how and what to look for. And it's sad that we always have to teach the little girls, um, you know, to protect themselves without teaching the boys to not act in this behavior. We need to equip both the male child and the female child with the same values, same morals, so that they can know how to coexist with each other on this earth. Sugar, you back? So,
All right. Let me see. Women, that's one of the main topics of this. Women, learn to protect yourselves. Stop selling yourself for a pocketbook. Stop selling yourself for a Birkin. Stop selling yourself to want to get into these parties. Stop selling yourself, and then you got to be, because it's terrible what happened to Cassie. But Cassie got everything handed to her, not the behind whoopings. I mean, the clothes, the vacations, the pocketbooks, the shoes, the money, the gold, right? And then she also got a big, us regular folks are not going to get a payout for our ass whoopings, our behind whoopings.
no, I couldn't even get the recomp back on my stuff for my vehicle and everything.
We ain't getting no 30, 40, $50 million check for our problems, okay? We're not going to get it. We ain't getting it. It's a shame you got to give men your number that you don't even know. And you taking two chances. You're taking a chance of giving them your number, and you're also taking a chance of, if you don't give them your number, they can hurt you, fight you, stab you, beat you up, or give them your number and they take that number and see if they can find out anything about you through your phone number.
Right, exactly.
You can't win, right? You cannot win. And most of the black on black crowd for men is coming from other men, right? That's coming from other men. We ain't going around stomping you, beating you up, gaslighting you. All y'all can say is that they take our money. Then keep your money in your pocket. Y'all can say no at any point in time. All that gold diggers, all that stuff go out the window. I'm not trying to hear none of that. You got control over your pockets. Now, if you're dealing with a psychopathic woman, that's something totally different. They just like the regular old narcissistic psychopath men.
Referred to as a sense of subordinated masculinity. A Black independent woman is at odds with the gender expectations many Black men have for themselves in a white male patriarchal dominated society, explaining why some, particularly those who have witnessed intimate partner violence themselves as children, are violent towards the women they date. Another class-based reality for Black women in domestic violence situations: the possibility of calling the police on an abuser, violating a nuisance law, and getting kicked out by landlords. These laws exist in various towns, especially in areas where there's a lot of low-income housing. When you add in the other economic disadvantages like the overall white-Black wealth gap, the fact that Black women are 2 times more likely to be poor than white women, and severe lack of community resources in the impoverished areas so frequently inhabited by Black women. These factors lead to a lack of income and opportunities that makes it harder for Black women to escape abusive situations, especially when they are poor or have kids. Speaking of kids, reproductive coercion is a major concern for abused women of all races. This is when a partner manipulates the relationship by pressuring pregnancy or sabotaging birth control. One study found that 66% of teen mothers on public assistance who went through intimate partner violence had their birth control sabotaged. All of this leads to women being more dependent on fathers and informal faith-based support. Speaking of support, yet another cultural component is the Black church, which has directly and indirectly sanctioned the subservience of Black women in multiple ways. Old heads and fundamentalists point to Ephesians 5:22 to 5:28 and other interpretations of the Bible that make women subservient. Also, the church's long history has been traditionally dominated by men, meaning women's issues and concerns were often deprioritized. That's tragic because Black women are the most religious group in the country, and years of internalized sermons and advice that a good woman uplifts her man, the one bestowed upon her by God, and sticks by him is all too common. Out of all abused women, Black women are the most likely to turn to their faith, religion, and faith community for support. Hopefully, the continued rise and fight for Black women in leadership roles in the Black church will change some things. The last layer is situational. The who's, what's, where's, when's, and why's of domestic violence incidents that make each case different. Alcohol and drugs are often a part of these incidents, or somebody accused of cheating, or somebody actually cheating. Time and place also plays a role, with women most likely to be attacked between 6 p.m. and midnight, and 3 out of 4 at or near their own homes. I can already hear the fingers going at the keyboards right now, but none of the things I've mentioned are a call to coddle abusive Black men or demonize the good ones. Can we rewind that and say it again? None of the things I've mentioned are a call to coddle abusive Black men or demonize the good ones. Intimate partner violence can be broadly categorized, with most data showing that economically disenfranchised Black men are the most likely to hurt Black women, showing the need for poverty, racism, and misogyny to be eradicated. These structural, cultural, and situational layers often go ignored or pushed to the wayside in divisive arguments that ultimately help nobody. It's part of the reason why Black women committed to divesting think violence against Black women would disappear if they simply date white men. I don't need to list out the number of white terrorists, serial killers, and family annihilators to make my point that divestor women have been structurally indoctrinated into believing white men are superior to and less violent than Black men, because it should be obvious. But that's not my only complaint. I've got smoke for everyone. Pro-Black men invested in positive representations of the Black community would rather sweep the brutal treatment of Black women under the rug, because instead of demanding individual accountability, they would rather use the structural and cultural issues as a crutch. And sometimes when these structural, cultural, and situational layers are addressed, they seem to obscure the personal trauma and situations of Black women as blips on the screen in a systemic issue, not holding them up as individual experiences. Take prison abolitionists who don't believe in incarcerating or executing abusers and murderers of women. They acknowledge the changes that need to happen to make the system more equitable and intimate partner violence obsolete. But sometimes their casual write-off as women who challenge abolitionist ideology simply don't understand, or who are committed to harm rather than being committed to their own fucking survival, is tone deaf. This is something I've experienced, and partly why I don't consider myself a prison abolitionist. They are not reaching, and perhaps will never reach, mainstream support because of a reluctance to validate the concerns of Black women who challenge prison abolition as much as Black women who champion it. Aaron Glee Jr. was arrested in May 2020 for flying into a rage and kicking a woman in the stomach when she refused his sexual advances. He bonded out of jail on June 1st, just 5 days before he kidnapped and raped a homeless Oluwatoyin Salau for days before murdering her in August 2020. He had a history of assaulting women for 3 decades. Also that month, the Massachusetts Bail Fund posted $15,000 to bail out a twice convicted rapist named Sean McClinton. 3 weeks after walking free, he allegedly kidnapped, beat, and raped the woman. He in no way represents the masses of people in prison for nonviolent and or survival crimes who don't have enough money for bail, but he is a lightning rod for ongoing arguments about how to deal with the violent and sexually depraved. Let me be clear. Prisons should not dehumanize people and exacerbate violence. Decarceration, or reducing the amount of people sent to prisons, especially for crimes that should not actually be crimes, is crucial. But convicted sexual offenders should not be in the general public. And this falls on our legal system as well as the public. When abolition by any means necessary means that bail funds should be used on men jailed for stalking, abuse, rape, or murder, or that restorative justice is the solution for, say, a man who murdered his ex and set his children on fire. It's not rocket science to see why intimate partner violence, law enforcement reform, and discourse about abolition will continue to divide Black Americans in the years to come. In recent
recordings, just
the leading cause of death among Black girls aged 1 through 19 after unintentional injuries is homicide, with 15.5% of deaths being a murder. For Black women ages 20 through 44, homicide is the fourth leading cause, comprising 7% of deaths. To put domestic homicide of Black women further into perspective, think of it like this. Police killed 1,165 people in 2018. 26.7%, or 215, of those people were Black. That's fucking despicable and rightfully a key concern of the Black community. Now, in 2016, 517 Black women were murdered by a man, with 91%, or 470, murdered by someone they knew. Of those women, 272 were murdered by a husband, boyfriend, or ex. In the wake of a global pandemic that is keeping abused women trapped at home with economically downtrodden partners, future statistics from this era will be just as heartbreaking. These problems demand equal attention. Neither can be swept under the rug by white racists who claim America is a free and just place for all, or by Black nationalists who demand women to put race over gender first. The average Black female homicide victim is 34 years old, but intimate violence against Black girls begins much earlier. A great source for nuanced information on intimate partner violence among teens is Jody Miller's Getting Played. It's quite common for Black teen girls to experience hair pulling, slapping, grabbing, public acts of embarrassment like being thrown into pools or having hair snatched off, along with other more violent forms of harassment and sexual assault, like groping. Think of all the viral videos you've seen of Black girls being humiliated or assaulted by their peers for laughs. So what has been done to combat intimate partner violence, and has any of it been helpful? In 1994, Congress passed the Violence Against Women Act as part of the infamous Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act. It established a federal office on violence against women in the Department of Justice, created the National Domestic Violence Hotline, and increased money for shelters and services designed to protect battered women. This was after a couple of decades of organizing, but it wasn't a true solution. The battered women's movement rose to prominence in the 70s after years of federal and local negligence that allowed the abuse of women who were often punished for defending themselves. The battered women's movement, often led by white feminists, perpetuated the belief that all domestic violence victims experienced it the same way, ignoring race, class, and gender differences. Secondly, this movement believed that domestic violence needed to be brought out of the private space of the home, where it had grown unchecked for centuries, into the public space of state jurisdiction and law enforcement. In doing so, it failed to account for the fact that the state is a perpetuator of violence in many women's lives, like the state-sanctioned sterilization and police brutality historically inflicted on Black women. As the battered women's movement professionalized and became more mainstream with support from federal dollars, the pressure to separate ideal female victims from undeserving, problematic, and untrustworthy women grew. There also needed to be a financial incentive. The key to getting funding to fight domestic violence in the 80s with the conservative, family values obsessed anti-divorce Reagan administration was by emphasizing the criminalization of domestic violence. More money was spent on research and policy efforts that treated domestic violence as a crime, not as a component of the structural issues we discussed earlier. Whether you believe domestic violence should be rewarded with punishment or resources and understanding, you can agree that the racist, sexist, and greedy government absolving itself of its role in perpetuating the inequalities and circumstances that make domestic violence widespread is preposterous. Additionally, the emphasis on criminalizing domestic violence marginalizes battered women who themselves participate in illegal activity. You know, undocumented women, drug users or sellers, sex workers, and those fighting back against their abusers, things that shouldn't be crimes. So the fact that the Violence Against Women Act was embedded into legislation that did nothing to address the systemic poverty and racism that exacerbates domestic violence and other survival crimes is just the sick fucking world we live in. So in addition to the criminalization of domestic violence in the 90s, domestic violence was increasingly linked to welfare, something conservatives already wanted to dismantle. This is important because it instead should have been linked to poverty, something that conservatives and liberals alike had no desire to dismantle. But nope, Moving women from welfare to work became the priority, especially with the addition of the family violence option to the disastrous Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act, which amended New Deal welfare legislation to be less functional and more discriminatory in the allocation of funds, something I discussed in this video. The family violence option was an amendment that would put victims into a special category, making aid somewhat more accessible. Victims advocates argued that women wanted to survive and work, and that welfare was a special last resort that needed to always be available. After a near unanimous vote in Congress, the amendment was added as a state option, but not federal law. By 2004, 41 states and DC had adopted the family violence option. The rub is that abused women seeking aid under this option aren't always seen as deserving or even as victims. There's been racial discrimination in the granting of FBO waivers, with information about the FBO more likely to be withheld from Black women. Because the option is state adopted, the flexible interpretation of the law means localities with higher concentrations of women of color have higher evidentiary standards for abuse. And again, those structural and cultural layers rear their ugly heads, regulating unrespectable, loud, proud, or otherwise unworthy poor Black women to standards based on budgets and bias. By the early 2000s, there was a rise in literature and scholars demanding an intersectional analysis of domestic violence to challenge previous assumptions. Amid findings that abuse in Black communities is most common among young and unemployed urban residents, poverty became a central issue. Other research has delved into victims themselves, revealing, for instance, that Black and white girls who are sexually abused or molested are at a higher vulnerability to being in a violent, intimate partner relationship as adults. And more frequently, research has asserted
Okay, that's her music.
that domestic violence against children, aka child beatings and whoopings, is linked to intimate partner violence in adulthood. Another interesting facet of intimate partner homicides is the prevalence of handguns, a fixture of American culture. Most Black female victims are killed with handguns, and one study found that victims of all races are 5 times more likely to be killed by an armed abuser than an unarmed one. It's no surprise that in 2019, when Congress tried to add an amendment to the Violence Against Women Act, barring domestic abusers from owning guns, the NRA lobbied against it. Under the law at the time, those convicted of domestic abuse can lose their guns if they are or were formerly married to their victim, live with their victim, have a child with their victim, or are a parent or guardian of their victim. But the new provision would extend those who can be convicted of domestic abuse to include stalkers and current or former boyfriends or dating partners. And this passed in spring of 2021. The addition of stalkers to the legislation shows the changing attitudes towards how femicide happens. Think about how restraining orders taken out by women of all races routinely go enforced by police or ignored by violent abusers hell-bent on causing harm. While this is a national problem, it also varies across regions, with local customs and attitudes like the Black cultural issues discussed earlier serving as barriers. For example, in 2017, Mississippi State Representative Andy Gibson blocked legislation that would establish domestic violence as grounds for a divorce, saying we need to have policies that strengthen the marriage. If a person is abusive, they need to have a change in behavior and a change of heart. People were outraged, so he backtracked and pushed a bill that would give women the ability to cite domestic violence as a reason to end a marriage, but did not establish domestic violence as a grounds for divorce. Ultimately, Mississippi passed a version of the law that allowed domestic abuse to be a grounds for divorce, and just 1 year later, over 600 divorces were filed on that basis. The fact that this wasn't possible until 2017 is insane, especially considering with the facts that poverty is high in Mississippi and that there is one abortion clinic, showing the difficulties abused Black women face in that state. But what happens when a woman is in imminent danger or a divorce does not bring safety? There's the infamous case of Centoya Brown, a woman who was sentenced to 51 years in prison after shooting the man who kidnapped her at 16. But there are even more stories that get less attention. Sometimes Black women don't even have to actually kill their partners to be jailed, like in the case of Marissa Alexander. In 2010, just 9 days after giving birth, Her abusive husband attacked her. She fired a warning shot with a gun she was registered to own and ended up being found guilty of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon in Florida, a state known for its notorious stand your ground self-defense law. Her husband even testified in court that he had been abusive towards her and most of the women in his life to no avail. Marissa was sentenced to 20 years because the judge and jury said she didn't appear afraid for her life. The sentence was later overturned after 5 years of incarceration and house arrest, demonstrating that stereotypes about Black women continue to haunt us today. So at federal and state levels, Black victims of intimate partner violence are often failed. And what of the culture? Early reactions to mainstream attempts to discuss violence in the Black community are the kinds of attitudes I'm familiar with as a child of the 90s. Alice Walker's The Color Purple and the eventual movie debuted in the 80s to hella controversy, even more than what was given to 1977's For Colored Girls.
What I'm gonna do about Sophia?
Beat her.
And in February 1986, Ebony magazine published a skeptical piece on the film and book, hinting that it may be a bad look for the community. Ironically enough, in the same issue with the not yet exposed rapist Bill Cosby on the cover. According to author Jacqueline Bobo, who interviewed various Black women in the late 80s about their thoughts on the film, some found it to be unrealistic, saying the depictions of intimate partner violence were too soft. One said, they'll beat you up, black both your eyes, and then go get right in the bed and go to sleep. Another one chimed in about the backlash to the film. Where was all this hue and cry when the blaxploitation films came out? These attitudes were reflected in letters to Ebony about their coverage of the film, though not all saw the merit of it. Wrote one man to Ebony after viewing the movie, I am less saddened by the film The Color Purple than I am by the distorted perceptions that so many will walk away with after the credits roll. As an African-American male, I know that I am not the insatiable, vapid, and senselessly cruel creature whose every move is predicated upon fulfilling chronic sexual desires. But white viewers make no such distinction. This sentiment was echoed by others who felt that the piece of historical fiction put all Black men into a bad light by painting them all as abusive. Writer and TV host Tony Brown wrote that the film was the most racist depiction of Black men since the birth of the nation and the most anti-Black family film of the modern film era. Did he have a point in targeting the film? Was Alice Walker's imagining of a not-so-distant past where Black women faced abuse at the hands of Black men a complete fantasy? And at the very least, if it wasn't a fantasy, was it a relevant reality to the Black community in the 80s and beyond? Well, seeing how most acts of domestic violence go unreported, we have to look at the rates of the intimate violence cases that are so extreme that they are officially documented. I'm of course talking about domestic homicide. Between 1980 and 1995, the number of domestic homicides that were Black female victims dropped from 40 to 33%. Decrease or increase, the numbers reveal Black women, especially lower income ones, face danger at home. The proof that we didn't address it properly? By 2008, that percentage was again up to 43%. And by 2019, that number was the ugly aforementioned 53%. These are things we must address honestly as a community without accusations of trying to bring down Black men or legitimize voyeuristic white fears. As the Celebrity series continues to demonstrate, celebrities are only growing in importance. They shape society and they reflect society. When rap lyrics or comedians joke about killing lovers or wives in the face of the long history and daunting statistics, what is the end game? When rappers, athletes, and entertainers are allowed to succeed despite clear evidence of domestic abuse, instead of bringing up violent white entertainers or dragging critics as enemies of the Black community, why can't we talk about it? Amid the rise of Black women and children caught in gun crossfire, like in places like Philadelphia, at what point do we question violence of all kinds? When DaBaby brought out Tory Lanez, the man who shot Megan Thee Stallion at Rolling Loud, the same festival that allowed alleged abuser Lil Uzi Vert, alleged sex trafficker Blueface, and convicted rapist and woman beater Kodak Black to perform, I'm sure he never thought in a million years that he would be canceled and kicked off the roster of several festivals. Not because he brought out the man who shot his estranged collaborator moments after she performed, throwing a restraining order into possible violation and serving as a metaphorical slap in the face, but instead because he made homophobic remarks and doubled down on them. While I'm glad that DaBaby is facing consequences for his maliciousness, the incident showed that violence against women, particularly Black ones, is not enough to render a celebrity undesirable. In the mainstream, Black celebrities are canceled sooner for anti-Semitism and homophobia or transphobia against white people than for violence against women. In the culture, Black celebrities are canceled sooner for snitching or allegedly showing feet in racial chat rooms than for cold-blooded murder or violence against women. Clearly, this is as much an American problem as it is a Black community problem. In recent years, intimate partner violence has become more taboo, but we still have a long way to go. A community that treats the art of an abuser as more important than the abused is doomed.
If y'all got something to say, now's the time.
I missed a lot of it because I was getting kicked on and off because my device was overheating and I was just having all kind of connection problems. I'm just now getting where I can sit. I just wanted to say from the top of the broadcast, I heard some of what the video was saying. I just wanted to say from the top of the broadcast that in the atmosphere of this Diddy and Cassie and the reaction to it is, the things I've been hearing whenever Diddy's name is brought up is outrageous, right? I just want to apologize to the women for this atmosphere where abuse is so accepted, and so normalized. I want to apologize. And then, like I said in my video that I did, I said, where are the men who atoned in 1995? Did they disappear and go into thin air? Because all of these Diddy apologists, Diddy got all these boyfriends, lovers, and admirers apologizing and caping for him. Where are the men who atoned in 1995? Are they all dead? Did they disappear into thin air? And surely those 2.5 million men, anybody who was amongst that group is not one of these dudes out here defending Diddy. I got more to say than that, but that's what I wanted to say a long time ago.
The fact that it's more of people saying, women, you need to vet better, and women, you need to do this, women, you need to do that, instead of men, keep your effing hands off these women. Go get some counseling. There needs to be some type of support groups where they can get their anger and frustrations out. And it might even need to be mandated. If they don't, then they suffer some kind of consequences. I don't know what the consequences would be, but you cannot keep damaging, because you're not just damaging that woman, you're damaging her entire family, her circle. You understand? And if she's working, you're messing up her money. You're messing with every single thing that has to do with that woman and her entire existence. And then you just go on and rinse and repeat and do the same thing. It has to be stopped.
And men are embracing pimp culture. Men, like a lot of us ain't growing up, we be talking, using the word simp and all of that, embracing pimp culture. Yo, it's ridiculous. I've been called simp for saying this. That's for men who are still idolizing pimp culture. And the sister, I mean, in the video they brought up hip hop. I contend that the golden age of hip hop is the late 80s, early 90s. It is that one short period when we were wrapping ourselves up out of oppression. We were telling each other to read. We were wearing the African medallions around our neck. Women could call themselves Queen Latifah. They could have names like Isis, Nefertiti. You could name yourself after gods and goddesses. That's the golden age of hip hop. After the nuclear bomb of after Straight Outta Compton dropped and they latched on to the negativity, the industry decided to do away with the conscious period. And we haven't been back since. The industry wants you to forget that ever happened. And the only reference to old school hip hop they want you to make, they don't want you to go back no further than the 90s. They want you to start off with Snoop Dogg and, you know, Thuggin and Bad Boy and all everything after that. They want you to forget that there was actually a period where we were speaking and rapping civilization. Read, KRS-One, the teacher. Take the pillow from your head, put a book in it. Stetson Sonic had a song called Africa, Africa, Angola, Soweto, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Zambia, Mozambique, Botswana. So let us speak about the motherland. I learned the countries of South Africa from a song by Stetson Sonic. All of this in the late 80s to early 90s, the true golden age of hip hop. All that other stuff, all that stuff that came after it, the thug, the we don't love these hoes, and all that crap that followed in the 90s is not the golden age of nothing. That's the age of the bull crap. And we've been in the abyss ever since.
It's really not even about the old school because the old school people was doing stuff too. African about it and got charges put up on him. So it's a character issue.
Yeah, it's true. But the music we were putting out, I'm not even saying that I'm not even holding up the artists of that time as gems of virtue. I'm saying the product they put out was the best for us. I'm not saying that the person doing the stuff was, I don't know their lifestyle, but what was being put out there when we were calling ourselves kings and queens, gods and goddesses, and telling ourselves to read, is that not the best product? I'm just saying.
There's always an agenda for the music industry to push, and it has been laden and coded in music lyrics all the way into the 1940s, 30s, 50s, and all of that stuff. It's the same energy, it's just wrapped up in a different package.
A different face, same thing, right? Exactly. Exactly. And like I said, it takes for somebody to be rich, but this is what happened to our mothers, our grandmothers, our great grandmothers. And then in the midst of this, being that we allowed the man to stay in the household, our children now got traumatized, and now our young sons now have became their fathers.
Music wise, I agree with y'all. The plan has always been effect, but for a brief period, I think we got it right for a very brief period. And the reason I know that they got it
Yeah,
right because
that's when the
because the
middle
end of
class got established. You're right. For a little brief time. I mean, that's the time frame. I say you make a city, but I agree with you on that part.
and the industry wants us. The reason I know it's significant because the industry wants you to forget that it ever happened. Whenever you hear these
I think
50
proper time was
these
in the 80s.
check it out. Whenever you hear hip hop 50-year celebration, they won't even mention that self-destruction project. They won't mention KRS-One, the teacher. They want to always talk about Snoop Dogg, and they gonna talk about the
Wow.
beef between Tupac and Biggie to the end of time. But they will never. They want you to forget that there was actually a period when we used to wear African medallions around our neck, and we were
Wasn't
saying
that the best
"Read."
time?
But
Wasn't
hold
that the
on.
best time?
But
Music wise, that was the best
music
message.
wise,
I get.
but that doesn't remember. That don't take
No, it's
away
not
women.
perfect.
That's not
Why?
taking away women getting the ish beat out of them. I remember in the
Oh no, no,
90s
no!
too.
Absolutely not.
I see a lot of black eyes and stuff around.
Nah, nah, I'm not saying that abuse and all of that stuff wasn't going on, but I'm just speaking. There was a
Mhm.
brief period in music where we were rapping ourselves out of that, where we could at least even address those problems. Now we
Okay.
don't address those problems.
Mhm.
Now we glorify
Mhm.
those problems. In fact, I mean, I think it's absolutely outrageous that we
Mhm.
out rap music is the only music that makes killing, that talks about killing people, killing each other.
Well,
No
murking
other
each
music
other and
art
stuff.
form does it. Yeah. Just where we can just casually talking about murking somebody, doing something to that person. In fact, if you take the word nigga out and insert any other racial group, you'll see what I'm talking about. I can say I'll kill a nigga, smoke a nigga, fuck a nigga. Now,
You just
oh
gotta.
well, I'm sorry. Well,
You have to
okay,
watch. You have to.
got
That's
you,
YouTube
got you.
policies, not mine.
Okay, my bad, my bad. I will kill a ninja, smoke a ninja.
He still say the
Bump.
word ill.
I said ninja,
You
F a
say
ninja.
if I say
Oh, that's
murk
right.
a
I
ninja.
forgot. Yeah, yeah. I'll murk. You know what I'm saying. Insert
Uh-huh.
the word. Insert another racial slur in there. A crack. A C word. Insert another group, a racial group in there, and see what happens to that music. How fast it'll get off the radio. It's acceptable for us to talk about murking each other. You can say the ninja word all day. You
All right.
know, and you
That
can.
is true. Well, hold on
I
now,
mean,
because
it's unacceptable.
we gotta still talk
So
about it. But okay, I'm gonna go into this one because I want to get into foods after this one. Foodie fee after this one. It's a short one.
I took that beating the week before.
The credit goes to US SA9, Channel 9 something. Let's go. Fair use.
There is very little here at this Chevrolet apartment complex to remind you of the tragic intersection of 3 lives. Calls for help that came too late. Children scarred for life. Tarika Jones, Jaleesa Harris, and Kevin Reynolds left here in the most violent of ways. Their families and communities are still suffering.
These people could be your family or friends. Prince George's County, where nearly 1 million people live, leads the state of Maryland in these kinds of tragedies. You're about to meet a mom who found out in the most painful way possible that it is not someone else's problem.
I met with LaShawn Harris back in the spring, and we were going to sit down and talk about her daughter. It was pretty tough. And at that time, an interview was not part of the equation. Until about 2 months later, when she reached back to me, it was right around the time of her daughter Jaleesa's birthday.
Breaking overnight in Prince George's County.
You can see several patrol cars at these apartment complexes.
Trying to get some information on the people involved here.
I just looked at the TV and I said, God, just don't let that be my baby.
Everyone listened when 22-year-old Jaleesa Walls Harris lifted her voice to sing. She unleashed her range in church, in contests, and in verse. She wanted to be a star and use her talents to help others, particularly her half-sister Tarika Jones. Jaleesa's mom can't seem to shake one of her last conversations with her daughter Jaleesa and Tarika. There was a problem, and Jaleesa's mom was trying to help.
No woman deserves to be hit on. I don't care what. I said, you should never let yourself be beat up. Never. So Jaleesa said, see, I told you, Tarika, my mother wouldn't be going for that. And I was like, is it you? And she's like, no. And she was just quiet.
What do you wish you had said to Tarika in that moment?
would have just hugged her. And I keep looking at the chair because that's where she was sitting. And I would have kissed her and told her that I love you. You don't deserve this.
You see, Jaleesa's mom had no idea that Tarika, her daughter's half-sister, was in trouble. 26-year-old Tarika Jones was a devoted mother of 3 young girls. By all accounts, she loved cooking meals and telling the world about her sweet babies on social media. A place that did not showcase this man, 30-year-old Kevin Reynolds, the father of her youngest daughter and former boyfriend.
From my understanding, they just had a strange relationship, a on and off relationship.
And according to police documents, it was volatile at times. Tarika told Kevin she wanted to move on. Police think that sent Kevin into a jealous rage.
Let me take you back to a night in February. Tarika called police for help 2 times that night. Kevin was supposed to drop their daughter off, but that handoff quickly turned violent. Here's what Tarika wrote in her witness statement to police. At like 6 p.m., Kevin's supposed to drop our daughter off to me, and when he got here, I went on the opposite side of the car to get my daughter. He rushed at me and grabbed me and threw me to the ground. He continued to pick me up and toss me. After I finally could get to my feet, I ran to my neighbor's house, and he took my phone and threw it because I said I was calling the police. More than an hour later, this happened, and we want to warn you, what you're about to hear is graphic, and some of the language is raw.
Hello? This is Prince George's County 911. What's the address of your location? Ma'am. Ma'am.
5527. I'm trying to pull out a gun for somebody.
This is an outdoor apartment.
Everything is chaos out here in this parking lot. Tarika is here, Kevin is here, Kevin's mother is here, even the father of Tarika's other 2 daughters is here. And remember that police statement? Well, Tarika speculates this is why things got out of hand. She wrote, he must have thought that I called my other baby father, so he went to a truck and got a gun. As I seen him running towards me, I run towards my car to call the police. His mother came in the car to grab my phone saying, that's her son, don't call
You see that? You see? That's the same thing. That mother sat up there because I went on her page. That is the same exact thing. That mother tried to tell us, oh, that girl, she murked her son. Well, you put the incriminating videos up there of him torturing the girl. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You put that on. Same thing. The mother, and she's going around want to talk about justice for her son. I'm like, lady, did you not see your own Facebook page? Did you not see? What is the point of saying she's this way when all we see is your son being abusive? And I got the charges of this, of the lady's son, and I told y'all SA was involved. But we'll carry on.
A dust bucket in Prince George County.
That you Tarika refers to is Kevin's mother.
Kevin is arrested and charged with assaulting Tarika, but she's at a crossroads. She has 3 small girls to raise, and the man who helps her do that is in jail.
Kevin Reynolds, 2E570.
He's scary. He can stay right there.
3 weeks later, Tarika and Kevin are together again for a bond hearing. You're going to hear the actual audio of the courtroom proceedings. It didn't take long. Listen to how Judge Joseph Wright wrestles with and ultimately makes a decision that would change lives forever.
Mr. Reynolds is currently being held in no bond. We are asking that you set a bond, Your Honor, to a $5,000 bond with the 10% option and pretrial release.
I have had occasion to speak to Ms. Jones. She indicates that she is not in fear of him and that she, in fact, wants him home.
Jesus.
Facts read as a fairly violent episode.
And then if I look at his record, destruction, conviction for assault, which is what this case is actually charged as, first-degree assault, another conviction for assault, a weapons conviction as well. He believes he got off on probation 2 days ago.
I thought that was after the black man.
Dispute some of the allegations in this case.
I thought that was after the black man. I'm so sick of hearing they're after the black man. Okay, all right.
Charges, Your Honor. I believe that a $5,000 bond is appropriate in this matter.
I disagree. For all the reasons I've said, for public safety, for the record, for the way the facts read, if I'll set a bond, it'll be $20,000.
So that's it. Kevin is out of jail. And Tarika, a young mother of 3, had no idea what had been set in motion. So that brings us back to Jaleesa. She and her half-sister Tarika would sometimes go weeks or months without seeing each other. But Tarika reached out to Jaleesa after that parking lot incident with Kevin.
Jaleesa came downstairs one day, all excited, and said, Mom, guess what? Guess who hit me up on Facebook? And I was like, who? And she said, it was Tarika. She said she misses me. And I miss her too, Mom. I was like, okay.
This to hang out on a Monday night, just 5 days after Kevin got out of jail. Jaleesa's mom was concerned about Tarika's influence on her daughter.
And I just said, just be careful. Just be careful. Guard your heart.
And I just came home and heard gunshots.
The ladies there that live in the apartment, they are on the ground. Blood stains all over the place.
It was the shots I heard that woke me up. Bam, bam, bam.
Just after 10 p.m. on March 7th, police say Kevin knocked on the door of Tarika's Chevrolet apartment. He had a gun. He walked in and fired the shots, hitting Tarika and Jaleesa. They died under a kitchen table on the floor. Then Kevin fled, leaving Tarika's 3 girls, one of them his own daughter, in the next room. It could have been worse. Tarika's grandmother lived there too.
She wasn't prepared for what she was getting ready to see.
No, not at all. She was coming back, from my understanding, from work, and this is what she came home to. And she was saying, Reed, what have you done to yourself? And Reed was underneath the table, the other girls were on the other side of the table, and they're both slumped and like in a knot.
The next day, Kevin's body was found 100 miles away in Hanover County, Virginia, slumped in his getaway car, shoes off, with a gunshot to the head. In just a matter of hours,
Why didn't
3
he do
people
that
are
to
dead.
start with?
Tarika, Kevin, and Jaleesa, who was caught in the middle.
I raised my kids to steer clear of that, but that in itself wasn't enough.
The Domestic Violence Fatality Review Team in Prince George's County points out all the signs that appear to be on the horizon between Tarika and Kevin. You've got this relationship with escalating tension and violence that Tarika was trying to end, lengthy contact with the justice system, family members who witnessed and knew about the abuse, and that recanted statement from the incident in February. Tarika needed Kevin to help pay the bills.
And we do our level best every day to keep people safe. This is what we are here to do. And in a case like this one where we fail to do that, it is our worst nightmare.
An unforeseen turn of events because Tarika changed her story.
What we knew is what she said. I'm not fearful. I'm okay with him coming home. If this didn't happen the way that the charging document says it happens, and I'm the person to know.
This may be a turning point for the way Prince George's County handles these kinds of cases going forward. State's Attorney Angela Also Brooks admits her office made a mistake.
If there are certain convictions, a certain history, it doesn't matter what the victim says. His or her desire is, we have to make an objective decision that doesn't always include the victim.
What the state's attorney is saying here is important. She's saying we can't always listen to what the victims are saying because sometimes they don't realize how much danger they're in.
Nope.
She's saying we simply can't afford to do that anymore.
It would have saved my daughter's life, who had nothing to do with it. I'm definitely mad, because had he been in jail, my daughter would be here.
We weren't allowed to talk to Judge Joseph Wright about what happened in his courtroom. Dr. Tricia Bent-Goodley is in charge of the team that reviews these cases in Prince George's County.
In many of these cases, that perpetrator has made a decision that this is what's going to happen. And it's just a matter of when they execute.
free to
It really
three.
does
Free to
require
three.
us very early on talking about what does it mean to love someone? What does it mean to respect someone? When you don't see that, you need to pay attention to it.
My baby father.
These women have all been caught in the spin cycle of domestic violence.
He just got out on me and ordered it.
They say healing starts with knowing what's broken in the first place.
And I just came home and heard gunshots, and my neighbors are calling too.
If I knew how to love, if I knew how to give love, I could have recognized what I was lacking in the relationship.
I just wish that more people will speak up.
I thought he just adored me, where it was actually an obsession with me.
Don't put yourself in that situation, because not only will it affect you and that person, families get destroyed behind this. Look at us.
Remember, guys, free to three. Free to three. Free Nature Boy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He didn't do nothing.
I live in Prince George's County. Dusty beta male scumbag.
Now, are you in Georgia?
No, I mean this is Maryland, Prince George's. That's in Prince George's County. That's Maryland.
Oh.
Yeah, right here. I'm right where I'm right on the scene of where that, not in the direct scene of where that happened, but I'm right here. I know where that is. I'm in Prince George's.
Now I want to get into, do women take accountability, fact or fiction? That's by my sister, my internet sister, Fundi Fee. We're going to check that out now, right? Because, again, it shouldn't have to take for a behind whipping to be profiled for us to go, oh my goodness. Like, one of y'all men going to step to, like, I even seen, I don't know, the Indian Pakistanis or whatever, right? But he became a comedian. They even calling they women itches and holes. I mean, at the thing, not even together. When are they going to start? None. A lot of men do not check their friends. A lot of men. I taught children to handle 200-pound men. I could teach a woman to stand up to a lumberjack. Never ever fought a 400-pound dude. Wonder if my training, the tech I learned, would work on something that big. Baby, you ain't even got to fight him. Just keep running. Just keep running. Tire his ass out. Just move really quick.
Yeah,
And then when you tire his ass out, you do what you got to do.
Stick and move, stick and move, stick and move.
He gonna get tired way before you. You don't fight him. You don't fight him. You just gotta run really quick. Keep running around him. Keep running around him. Keep running around him. You should know if he's in shape or not. You should have studied that man's body by now, right? A lot of them, why would they fail to do therapy if they feel what they're if they feel what they're doing is correct? If it's my friends go, yeah, I'm glad they seen you. A lot of them see, a lot of men see that man beating his wife. beating his girlfriend, just beating women, period. Right? They're all in the league just together. Like F that B. That's right. You get what you got. Or, all right, now come on. It's enough. Let's go. And she said, feed him and move, right? Oh, man.
Better go old school and have some damn grits. Get you some
I ain't
grits and
trying.
honey.
I know that he would have to be in the house or something. He not in the house, right? That's why if you ever see him outside, you just keep running around him. Let him keep grabbing you. So you hear that,
Stick and move. Stick and move.
when you hear them famous, girl, then you know. Then you know. But you gotta make sure not the first time he does it. You gotta make sure he's real tight. Shit. Throw a
Fundi,
biscuit
some
at his
woman got
ass.
tired of my bio father whipping on her and threw acid on him. He had scars all on the front of his chest. I told him, I said, there you go. You'll learn to put hands on women next time, huh? You'll learn to stop putting your hands on a woman. That's what you get.
And
the unfortunate part about that is he the woman that he needed to put his hands on, he didn't.
And it's crazy
But
because
that's right.
women, even in you can't control your children. But I let my son know since he didn't even understand how to speak. No means no. A woman put her hands on you, you are to leave and to never come back. If I ever found out you put your hand on a woman, I'm gonna be your worst enemy. I would be your worst enemy. Let me find out. I already gave you the rules. She argued with you, you ought to go. Once
Right.
you decide to
Exactly.
come back, we keep thinking, people always keep thinking they hear about this, but the first place you got to look again, the enemy is in your house. It's either your husband or your son or your nephew or your cousins. And we don't look at them no type of way. But we look at what we want is something happen to us. We want us to go get them men and hang them in jail forever. But we got them sitting right in our house. I will be if I find out you here, I will be your worst enemy. I tell my son that. We not having no talk with them. That's not right. Don't do that. Don't put your hands on no woman. Nah, ninja. No, me telling you that is going to go into one ear and out the other. You better hope I don't bring po-po for your ass. That is unacceptable. There's no sit around the table. Hey, Tima, ain't no sit around the table and let's talk about this.
Nope, we don't do that. We don't do that.
Enemy is always the closest to you. You ladies will be surprised how good ninjas act when they know for sure that you're calling them boys if you put hands on them. Not sometimes, every time. They won't. But I tried it. If we can get it into our kids young, if they get it, I'm trying to save my son from both hitting a woman and going to jail, right? Because if you let that woman hit you, you go back, then two things gonna happen. Either she's gonna keep on abusing you because she might be crazy, or
you might not come
you're
back.
gonna get mad, or you're gonna get mad and beat the heck out of her. Right? So it's gonna be two other things. Because she could be crazy herself, right? Don't forget, women are crazy too. So if she's crazy,
No, sugar, it could be three things. Because somebody could not come back from it.
Either who, if he leaves and never come back, if she puts her hands on you,
forever, unalive.
I understand the unalive. That's why I said the minute it happens, you are to go. You are not to come back. So unalive will be included in that. So if she's really that crazy, she's going to keep doing it again, and then she's going to get more spiteful. and then that might could happen. Or you're gonna listen. I know I don't hit women, but out of reflex, hit her, and unalive come with that too. She could just fall at the wrong spot, right? So if you see that woman crazy, and men, I don't understand. Oh man, that my baby mama crazy. Okay, you know that. So what you gonna do? And
Some
should
men
you
say they like crazy women.
yeah, but some men they say it, but they're not realizing that she is, right? But your kids are there. So shouldn't that make you take your kids? Like we always want to get around doing our responsibility, right? So people, women have to teach their sons since small. You don't put your hands on me, I don't put my hands on you. If you put your hands on me, I'm gone. Same rule apply. And then women have to teach their daughters, stop saying the word I love you, I love you. I love you. Explain to them since they need how what love is and what love do not do. Don't just say the word love. Explain to your kids love. Love don't do this. Love don't do. So if anybody does that, say the word run. But the bad part about it is if you get off of us regular people, they are selling themselves short to say, hey, I'm at this person concert. Like we see like the glamour and the glitz, but we don't see what happened behind closed doors. But a lot of them, they knew these entertainers and them have drug problems, alcohol problems, just the same way we know these people next door have it too. But they're more to stay like Cassie. She had like 11 years. Like girl, like I understand. Oh, it looks good now because you got a lot of information. But you stayed 11 years. What do we tell the regular folks who ain't gonna get no payout, who ain't gonna get nothing, who's not gonna have no protection? What do we tell them? She could just take that money, that undisclosed money she got gone. Stop selling yourself for Birkins and trips around the world or just to walk in the same spot with an abusive person. All right, let's go. Again, this credit goes to Fundi Fee. The credit right there. Let's go.
Computer. I went to open Foxfire and it wouldn't open. It wouldn't open. I Cree. On what?
After this video, your life is
after this commercial.
Accountability is supposed to look like. Because the last time I checked, and see, this is where my sisters have to learn how to counter fallacies. Ain't no way we should still be letting the manosphere tell us we don't take accountability. Complete farce. It is a farce on one of the highest scales that I could possibly think of. Because the last time I checked, especially in the Black community,
hey, love,
girls, and here's where you can't have it both ways. Girls are held more accountable than their male siblings. The female girl child She is thrown to her independence as soon as an adult is interested in her. She's thrown to the wayside. She fast. She's smelling her stuff. She must. A female girl child must show accountability for her actions even before puberty. There are enough of us in here. Am I right or am I wrong? Because maybe I'm looking at this, and I very much could be looking at this so wrong. Libby says if we were more accountable, we wouldn't even deal with these men or have their babies. We would all be celibate cat moms. I am a happy fur baby mommy. And to show you just how out of this particular genre I have been for most of my life. My husband even gives me enough space to be completely by myself. He doesn't even enter my space unless I want him to. He has a door key to my house, but he ain't gonna use it unless he calls, because it's still my domain. Now, here's where the manosphere says, well, if he's paying, See, here is where the manosphere taught me at a very, very young age that is either pay or punani. It's full-time pay or full-time access to my punani. You know what I choose every time? Because I know some women that choose the punani option. I do not. I have never chose the punani option. The punani option is punani to me. You know what's gangster? Gangster to me is being able to pay my full way. Because even as a spiritualist, y'all ready for this one? Y'all make sure y'all give me some hearts. If y'all ready for this? Put some ones in. We're 15 minutes in. YouTube should be sending out my notifications about right now. Now, let's go back to a little girl in single digits having to be completely autonomized. Whereas boys will be boys, right? Boys will be boys. Boys are not boys, males, the XY chromosome. We have watched males be made unaccountable by other males. We have watched 25-year-old men be unaccountable for the SA of a 10-year-old because, like some of you manosphere pill drinking MFers, she was fast. If a 10-year-old girl who just hit puberty is faster than a 25-year-old man whose brain has fully developed. Because remember, your brain doesn't finish developing until you're about 25. You're going to hold a 10-year-old prepubescent whose brain hasn't even finished forming yet. She is held more accountable.
Tell it, girl. Tell it.
Than the 25-year-old with a fully functioning brain and a ding-a-ling. If I'm wrong, let me know. The 10-year-old is made more accountable than the 25-year-old with the ability to go buy condoms. And I bring that up.
And the same thing with that young lady, Amora. She was held accountable. Remember, she had the kid at 15. She could have been pregnant at 14, right? She could have, depending on when her birthday is, right? She was held accountable because she wasn't a VJ. She was held accountable even to today for a grown men. How many people yelled at her and told her what she should have did, what she couldn't have did, but nobody held that man accountable for vaping that young lady to the point that she didn't even know it was vape. She knew it was vape in the beginning, but at that point he done S8 her so much she didn't know which way. She didn't know what the difference was, because that's what a lot of young girls do. Their abuser become their man. That's why you see a lot of these young girls, they be in the car, but they don't get it, because they done SA them so much that they get used to it. And then that grown man starts treating that young child like she is grown, or like that's his girlfriend, knowing that he's SAing that girl. But being that people probably seen them together for a while, they probably, her little fresh ass, her little hot head. Fool, you're right on the money. You're right on the money. You're right on the money. We have heard this time and time and time in some of everybody's household, or from somebody's next door neighbor. We have heard these stories, and what they do, turn a blind eye. We keep turning a blind eye to abuse of little kids and make them be held responsible, where nothing happens to the man because nobody tells. Blind eye. He's still cool. He's still cool. Just like this lady gonna say, oh, well, the neighborhood vape is, oh, but your son just went and stole the TV, right? And nobody thought, let's get him in jail, right? Lady, go on with yourself. But I want to, okay, before my press play, you got something to say, Fox?
Oh, all I want to do is try to inject. All I can do is just inject myself in each of these situations and show how much of a difference a good man can make, right? Like the case with the girl that got murdered in Prince George County. If I was her daddy, she had a good daddy, I'd be on top of that dude's head. It wouldn't be happening. Even with the other girl that got killed, if I was her daddy, you wouldn't be hanging out with that woman who got this crazy dude as a boyfriend. I mean, you won't be hanging out with her. I'll be on top of that situation. Like them girls that got stabbed at the bodega in New York. I'm just giving different examples.
Yeah,
that was out late at night. Yeah, let me Watch this. Let me just use these examples. Them girls that got stabbed in New York, the two girls that got stabbed, well, one of them died and one of them lived.
The twins, yes.
They wouldn't be going to no damn bodega at 2 o'clock or whatever crazy hour they was out at some bodega.
Nothing
Huh?
again. Again, we're holding the woman accountable for that man's action. And in New York, 2 o'clock is nothing in the morning to go to the store.
Right,
The bodegas is like right on the corner, right? It's like right there. Right. Everybody, it's to the point that you cannot tell a man no. Like she didn't want to give him her number. That's why now we gotta give y'all our number. How sick is that? Just so we can live, we gotta give you our number. Okay, sir. Yes.
Right.
Just so y'all don't get aggressive, because women have turned. Remember, there are good men out there, but we're gonna get to them good men. I didn't know the only thing I had to do.
Yeah. I'm just showing the difference that a good man can make. I'm not saying this. I'm not holding y'all accountable for the good men, because it's up to the men to be good. I'm just saying, if they wouldn't be out there. They wouldn't be at that bodega that time of night. I don't care what because I know the danger. You know what I'm saying? I know the danger. They wouldn't be going to the store like that and be vulnerable so somebody can attack them. And what I'm saying is, we're all fighting. At the end of the day, we're all fighting against the natural order. We think that, because earlier you said mothers got to tell their son, fathers got to tell their sons too. You got to be afraid of me if you do anything to a girl. No son of mine, if you do anything to a female, you got to worry about me beating your ass or doing something. I'm just saying.
I was reading off the comments. I was reading.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just still trying to say, don't forget me. And when I say me, I'm speaking as a man who has never beat on a woman. I'm speaking as a man who has never done any of those things. It's gonna the solution to the problem has to include me. And I'm not just saying me. I'm saying me, somebody like me, like Princella, will move in on. But I'm just using it. I'm using. Let me use this example though. I'm showing you how society will move in on this situation and build a divide. They will take this conversation and use it to divide us. Princella will just tell you, yeah, we all murderers. All y'all women, y'all need to come up with a protection system, blah, 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 blah. You can't do it alone. You're going to need good men. When you talk about those murderous, crazy men, all these men molesting children, all these men you're going to need good men to stop those other men. I'm just injecting this. I know we're fighting this with all we got.
Who are the good men besides you that are doing it? Because the men have to do it. The men got to check the men. So you got to come up with some more men.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely.
Right, because she is irrelevant right now, right?
Yeah.
The point is, because a lot of people, we may think she got a lot of people, but in the whole 8 billion people that's on this earth, no, she does not, right? But these are the things that are happening. And in some places, the people leave, especially in New York, they start to go. A lot of them don't get dressed to go to a party to 12, 1 o'clock because it start jumping at 2, right? So again, I'm still speaking as both ways. We still have to protect ourselves,
Yes, absolutely. Especially if you're gonna be out there.
Women have to protect themselves. And we have to find strategies to it. Even if not being out there at 2 o'clock is a strategy, it's still a strategy. But that's us coming up with the strategies. But where are the men that's making these men be held accountable for all the abuse that goes on? You know what they said? It ain't none of my business. That will go on in their house. Will go on in their house.
That's what I was apologizing for earlier. Men, I'm holding men.
Just look the other way. You gotta hold people accountable.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. As a man, I hold men accountable. I think men have failed and dropped the ball on it. Just like you holding the sisters accountable, I'm holding the men accountable. I'm apologizing for that. And I'm holding men accountable. Absolutely. And it's not a popular thing to do, you know. I be called simp, this, that, and the third and the other, whatever. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Because
Nah,
see,
it's not.
in that case, nobody belongs on the street at 2 o'clock. What are you doing out there? What is a bunch of men
Certainly.
doing out there, right? You know, they're only gonna be out there if women is out there anyway. They ain't out there to impress themselves. They ain't out there they looking to get into something, right? None of them belong out there actually at that time, because the same way things can happen to women, things happen to men at them hours also, right? A lot of men don't make it home neither. So none of
If
them
they out
got
there
no.
just bull jiving, yeah. Some men work on bridges and stuff late at night like that. I
And
mean, I'm
women,
just saying,
but women work
uh-huh,
hours. Women work hours too, right? But
yeah.
it's
Hmm.
sad that it's gotten to the point, even though it's 2 o'clock for that woman, but it's been regular hours for other women. What do we say to them? Even young girls in school are getting beat up in school. There was a young girl, them boys sat there and beat her up because the little girl didn't want to talk to her. The
There needs
little
to be
girl didn't
more.
want to talk to him.
That some young girl
Uh,
in
uh, uh, uh,
London got shanked because she didn't want to give a boy her number.
another, that's another thing, pet peeve of mine. There need to be more men in the public food system. How many? We don't have no male, young. I'm talking about young, you know, viable male teachers that are in the public food system. It's mostly white women, and if
See,
it's a black man, they're usually old. I'm just saying, I know what the system is.
no, but
I see
see
what
the
it is.
problem. But see where the problem is. That's why I have to bring up the manosphere and bring up the red pill. That's just like the Ku Klux Klan, right? You know who they are when the sheet is on them, but once the sheet is off, them are our lawyers, them are our doctors, them are our judges, them are our police, and it's that same thing extends to the red pills and the manosphere. If they have a hatred for women, and it's like, why we gotta be told every 5 minutes, watch your tone, watch this, watch that. You're not man enough to say, how does my tone make you want to beat me up? And you're supposed to be the leader. You're supposed to be the person that's logic, so they say. You're supposed to be the provider. So you're supposed to be all of these things, an alpha, but my little voice, my little voice, because it went up a pitch. Now
A
you
lot
out
of
there,
those are weak-minded dudes. Point blank. Period.
pick a person who is close to what you're already looking for, not the potential. If baby Kev, that you know that sound good, that sounds really good, but it's not like that. A lot of women did not pick. A lot of them thought they picked good men. A lot of men work. A lot of men have good jobs. Women have picked them, and they have turned out to be abusive also.
Because they
Can I
shapeshift. You just
can
be
I
their
add something?
representative for
Can I add a
the
solution?
time being.
Can I add an unpopular solution to that? Because back in the original family union, where with the family unit, the man and the woman, that is the king and queen, the man and the woman, they arrange marriages. We don't want to go back to that though.
Even
You
if
know,
they
where marriages are
arrange
arranged,
marriages,
Because
they,
where
they're
we
more
pick out.
abused than the people that are in
Nah,
unarranged
we miss.
marriages.
I'm. This is a system we don't know. There was a
yeah,
time.
no,
I
but
ain't
we
talking
don't
about, and we
we don't know that system neither, right?
right.
We don't
We don't.
they
But I
claim
know I got enough sense in me with a good woman. We can pick out. We can do that. There are things, we just don't know it, but we need to consider that and look down the road at that. I'm talking about a solution now. We can go over
I
about
would say
picking
if
and
it was
vetting.
arranged, I would say if it was arranged, then the couples need to be having meetings, counseling, and everything up into
right.
that. Don't just arrange
No,
me to marry a
that
man that I
don't
ain't never had no
that
connection with.
that means nothing neither, because a lot of times when it's arranged marriage, it's an exchange there, right? Like here's a goat, here's a cow. When
Right.
you arrange it,
I don't.
right?
Nah, I don't mean
Yeah,
that. That ain't what
no,
I'm
but
talking about.
a
I'm
lot of
talking about
times,
I'm talking about a man and a woman wanting what's best for their child, not just no business transaction like that. No,
No, but
y'all
you
jumping
have
the
brought up
gun on me.
arranged.
Y'all
No, but
taking
you
it where
said
I'm not going.
arranged
Precisely what
marriages.
Yeah.
arranged marriages consist
Oh,
of. They
yeah, but
consist
I'm
of
talking about
adoption.
what I'm talking about. Yeah, see. Yeah, that ain't what I'm talking about. That ain't the type of arrange. It's more than one type of arrangement. I'm
So
not
what?
talking about those
So
type
which
that
one
y'all
you talking
talking
about?
about.
Which one you
I'm
talking about?
talking about you know you have it. You live. You know what's best for your daughter or son, and say you had another man that is a mate that y'all collaborate on it, and y'all together know what's best for your daughter and your son. Do you not?
Let me explain
Sure,
something.
you do.
No, I don't.
Huh?
No, I
Yeah.
don't. I know. I
Well,
know
you
what.
can give
Let
it
me
the
finish.
best shot.
Right. What I'm
Hmm.
saying is, an abuser is an abuser. I don't care how
Hmm.
the woman got him. If he's an
Yeah.
abuser, he's an abuser. Far as she found him herself, or I picked them out, the church picked them out, the pastor picked them out. An abuser is an abuser. Don't matter.
Hmm.
They got the
Hmm.
good job, the entertainer,
Yeah.
guy on the
Hmm.
corner. If they are
Right.
abusive, they are
Right.
abusive. The
Yep.
thing is, it
Um,
it took, even I'm only using Cassie's name, but is that's because it took for them to see the video. Now everybody, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Take your sorry, and my two fingers, my two middle fingers is up. Look at all the videos that they made about that woman. Now, oh, I'm sorry. F out of here.
right.
Everybody, this abuse been going on for so freaking long. It's to the point that we have to decenter ourselves from men for a while. That's one of the best solutions. We have to let y'all be. I'm sorry if some of the good men get caught up in it. Well, we don't know who good, who bad no more. One of the best solutions, we have to
We
put
can't
what
trust
we
it.
was going to give to y'all, we got to put it into ourselves. Right? Now, if the universe sits up there and send you somebody good, hey, you go for it. But up until some, I mean, you never
We all
know.
need therapy. All of us. All of us need separation and therapy. All of us. Both sides. And then, but
That's
I
the
was
thing.
talking about over. What I'm talking about is a long term solution or a system to put things back together and back in order. I'm looking
It,
way down the
we
road.
have to
But as
part
far as
for that.
immediate solutions, yeah, we need got to depart. We need
We have to
therapy,
part for
and
that.
and the abusers need to be dealt with. I mean, you got to let
Because
the forces do what they do. As far as the
once we
yeah,
part, it'll be less
amen.
babies that's made. So that's less kids seeing abuse, right? That'll be less kids seeing their mama getting beat up, less fathers running out on why? Because we have parted, right? We have now parted,
This thing's out of control right now. You got,
right?
in order to get control of the situation, yes, we do need to part because we are mating based on false pretenses. We're mating based on alcohol, drugs, quick desires, a quick hit. We want to hit and run. We playing too much. We playing too much and
But
having families based on our recreation. Yeah.
I tell y'all, I did
Yes,
a show
I
on this
agree with that, my
before,
brother.
and the name of the show is Let's Just Kiss and Say Goodbye, right? I did the show on this like this before. Let's just kiss and say goodbye.
Let's
We
just
can
kiss.
if we can't get it right, we ain't got to keep fighting to get it right. You stay over there, we stay over here, right?
Well, I'm here if you
And,
need
and,
me. If you
and,
need
and,
somebody
and,
to
and,
intervene, I'm here.
and if no, but I don't have
I'll
see,
be there.
I departed, so I don't have them problems, right? See, I speak of, but
And me either.
right,
When I say I'll be there, meaning I'll be there, because like I said, to help. I ain't here to try to make you be mine or own you. I'll be there if you need me. Come on.
mhm. Thank you, darling.
Because I know my role in this society. I know
Right.
where I'm
I
needed
think
at. Like I
And
said,
we're
I
not
inject my
throwing you away. We're not throwing good men away. We're just saying that we are definitely going to center ourselves and center these foolish tomfoolery of
we
Dusty out
we
there.
don't know how to separate
absolutely.
y'all. We don't know how to separate
That's right. You don't.
my
I
brother.
told you
So
absolutely don't.
I'm just not being bothered. We don't know.
Oh, that's
We
cool.
don't know. Right.
That's
But
cool.
that doesn't mean I don't love my black man. That doesn't mean I'm not going to stand up for my black man. That doesn't mean I'm not going to help the black man. I'm just not dealing with you.
I would much rather y'all do that than deal with these F boys like that dude. I would much rather you do that than deal with these crumbs that y'all seem to love to deal with.
Let me tell you
That you
something.
seem to can't get enough of.
The minute, let me tell you something. The minute a woman leave these men, their health get better. The minute women leave men, their health get worse.
Facts.
That's why I said I'll be there. You know what I'm saying? I'll be there. Okay?
They start looking younger. They don't have the stress. They don't have the walking on eggshells. Their health gets so much better. They live in their lives, whatever dreams they dreamt of. Listen, you got y'all men. Like I see a couple of men channels, like DJ Torch. He is a man that speaks up. There's this other guy. Damn, what's his name? I really like him too. The public something. I just came across his channel. He speaks up. Like I'm going to fully support that. A woman will support that. We're going to support that. Because then I keep telling you, us, like I said last time, the people in the middle have to start speaking up more. Because you got the two extremes that's winning. And we're too busy worrying about our business, not knowing that trickles down to our kids. Or that trickles down to your sister, or could be your mama, it could be your daughter, or somebody just minding their business and not going to make it home. And not going to make it home. So to alleviate that, and I can show you video after video after video. When we are disengaging. And then y'all still want to keep disrespecting us. Right? You know why? Because you got the women, you show them the little money in your pocket and the nice little car. And y'all keep going after them. But us regular women, we're not doing it no more. We're not doing it no more. No more. We tired. We are. Y'all men gotta understand. We are tired.
After the breakup, women usually glow up. Ninjas end up on crack. So true.
Look at this. I know I became a happier person being solo. Oh, you're gonna hear so many good stories of women being solo. When you hear a woman that's married, you don't hear how good she is. All she does is talk about her man. Oh, I have a husband. He's such a good man. He's this, he's that. Then that means you ain't happy. You ain't saying nothing good about yourself yet, right? Talk about man. So that will lead me to believe you don't even exist in the marriage. You're the step. You're the mammy for him, right? Now, if she would have said something about herself and say something about him, I could be like, okay. But when everything consists of the man of, oh, and I do the cooking and I do, listen, you know how much them services cost? Them services cost. You know how much money men have to spend when he ain't got no woman, especially if he don't know how to cook, buying food all day. A lot of y'all gonna feel that wrath too. Y'all gonna have to be y'all best friend gonna be Uber. Keep messing with us.
Uber, Handy,
DoorDash,
Uber Eats, all of it.
Then you got the men. They want to sit up there and invite themselves to your house. Why? Because I call any man that don't have his own homeless. They ass homeless looking for a home, right? So they looking good and smelling good to make that
Mhm.
woman think she got something. The next thing you know, he give her the best loving he can give her for the first couple of weeks. The next thing you know, he in. And then next thing you know, the mask fall off and she is living in hell.
Listen. Speak truth, sugar. Just speak truth.
I see it all. I ain't denying none of it.
I want to get back into this video right here.
For this reason, as soon as that 10-year-old girl gets her period, come on, y'all. What's the first thing? And what's the first thing Big Mama did? Especially after, hold on, let me make sure I'm right on this. (1965), which is the year that the birth control pill was used. As soon, as soon, because I watched it around me often and regularly, because I lived in military housing. So there was something about living in military housing where I was exposed to a lot of different types of people, right? But there was something universal that took place. I'm not going to say universal because that means a whole bunch of people did it and everybody didn't do it, but a vast majority, especially Black, Hispanics, and white, the Asian, and the Aboriginal. As soon as that girl got her period, her mama took her straight to the birth control clinic. You got your first period, it was not going to be long that your mama took you to go get them green
Accurate
and pink pills.
Green and pink.
Now I'm going to ask, how many women are on birth control right now? As an accountability measure, y'all hearing me? As an accountability measure against an irresponsible ejaculator. Let me be the
I love
first
the way
one to
you
write
put it.
in here. Me. I was in, when Depo came out, I was in love. 6 rods in my arm, a couple of years of not having to worry about getting pregnant by
them sticks.
these. My mama, without hesitation, made sure that I was not going to be a statistic. And I had girlfriends, man, they never even got their menses, but just was pregnant. Was just pregnant. It's like, wow. I had 2 girlfriends that got pregnant on their first time having sex. I'm good. I'm good. I learn from other people's mistakes. And the accountability, not for me and my actions. And here is where that birth control thing from our mothers, this is where that came from. You know why mom took you down there to get birth control? Because mom, our mothers, understood something about men. Especially if your mama was pretty. Especially if your mama was the runt of the litter. Because usually the really pretties and the really uglies, they get it the worst. Because everybody, they can take advantage of the 2 extremes.
That's so true.
But is not our mothers help us take accountability for the actions of men? Come on, y'all, talk to me. Because our mothers weren't getting us because, I was like, but mom, I'm not promiscuous. I don't have sex. I'm not going to have sex. I am not getting pregnant. You know what? It took me into my 40s to realize that my mother was not putting me on birth control because she thought I was fast. My mother didn't put me on birth control because she thought I was for the streets. That took me a long time to reconcile. My mama put me on birth control because she too was Team Bear.
Let me tell y'all something. There was this lady, right? I was on the bus, right? And she was saying how every time she go to the doctor, when she goes to the GYN, she always asks for birth control. The doctor was like, you do know that, you cannot, you're too old to have kids or whatever. And she didn't say nothing to the doctor, but she's telling us a story on the bus. She said, no, that's for my granddaughter. She said, I slip it and put it in juice every morning. I serve it to her. I put in her juice every morning.
Baby, good thinking.
To make sure you ain't got to worry about it. She didn't forget. Like, no. Every morning I'm going to cook breakfast. And that was not for her daughter. That was the granddaughter. Because you never know that what could happen out there, including BAPE. And how many people end up pregnant when they are baked. When they are baked. And we have to remember scientifically, if you are what's that word I'm looking for? When you're ready to conceive, what's that word I'm looking for?
Ovulating.
Yeah, when you're ovulating, your body, a woman's body sets off certain hormones or pheromones that's in the ear. That's why some women stay pregnant, because when they're ovulating, it makes the man more it's like it makes him more, I guess, the nature did it that way. So hey, this is the time, right? So a lot of times women minding a business, and even if it's not your man, the next man picks up on it. So now you become extra desirable. And that's how a lot of women get knocked up too, because she's ovulating at that time when she got baked. So I knew a lot of women who did that, but when that one lady was saying it, like, people thought it was a joke at first. She wasn't joking. Then we understood. And for Pony to say this, I'm like, wow. These are all the things we have to keep doing to protect ourselves from you, right? From you men. Why? Like every damn video is how to protect ourselves from a man. How to protect ourselves from a man. I'm not talking about the 304s. They want Birkins and stuff. So they're gonna get all this mistreated so they can have a nice pocketbook. I'm not talking about them. I'm not talking about the ones who was essayed when they was young and they became promiscuous because of that. Not talking about them neither. I'm about regular women.
My mother understood the ugliness of a man's pursuit. And just as a countermeasure, so even unwanted sex on my part would not stop life, because I was left with a life. Do y'all hear me? Oh, you can't hear me?
Gotcha.
Crap. Ew. I don't even know if I can say all that again. Let me see what. Can y'all hear me?
We hear you.
Okay, cool. And I know women who thought their mothers putting them in control. Well, shit, I was one of them. I'm like, what does and the idea of what that means. Because for again, the manosphere to say that the woman does not take accountability, nigga, birth control. I don't even understand what. And usually, I'm gonna say that usually, when it comes to that type of accountability, it's the man's birth control that fails, not the woman's. Then, on top of that, can we add this to the equation, y'all? Can we please add this to the equation? Because once I as a female, has taken accountability for my reproductive organs, why does he not get to do the same thing just because I have? Bruh. I don't know how many men I've had to explain this to. Just because she is on oral birth control does not mean you get to raw dog up in her, sir. Her responsibility is to make sure when y'all get up,
he could snip, it could be reverse, my yacht.
No life can occur if you slip up. Because nowadays, a woman can only get pregnant when there's semen. See, we don't get our own. I don't know where these manospheres get it that we get pregnant. No, nigga, you have to drop off a package. Because nowadays, a woman can only get pregnant when there's in order for me to be pregnant. You don't drop off a package, I'll never get pregnant. Never. Pregnancy is all your doing, sir. And I made sure I explained this to my sons. So they didn't leave my house under the idea that birth control is only on her. No, she's not even the source. She's the incubator.
Yeah, she can't get herself pregnant.
She's the period. Nigga, use the sentence.
And he can get more than one knocked up in 1 year.
To control.
We only got one.
Ejaculate.
Some man got 3. Nick Cannon had 4 kids in 1 year.
Because pregnancy truly is a 9-month immune system failure on the female's part. Her whole body is in failure. Y'all see that number on the people in here? Y'all see that number? Y'all remember these numbers. Remember these numbers. Females don't take accountability, but 75% of the Black community is single mothers. I'm confused once more on what accountability looks like. Question, y'all, and this could be just me, and this is an intimate conversation with 11 of my friends. Is it taking care of the children accountability, or is it just me?
It's just you, girl.
That's why, as a father, I would give my daughters self-control.
I'm confuddled.
If I can. As a father, I would give my daughters self-control. Oh.
Taking on the moral, financial, and spiritual obligation of a child. Mind you, every woman's capacity to love, cherish, understand, and raise children are all different according to that woman's 1, constitution, 2, her spiritual constitution, and 3, her ability to make money. It is all of those things.
Hey, Suge, can you stop it for a second?
Are accountabilities.
Okay. Peace to the panel.
What's up, Jay?
What's up, y'all? Kev, what you had to say? Was that Kev?
Yeah, what's up, JC? What's up, panel? I just want to ask, because we right here in this part of the video where I always hear this argument, especially from the younger generation, but I also starting to hear it in parents now of the younger generation. How do y'all feel about it in the chat and on the panel? As far as I hear a lot of young guys go, listen, if I tell this girl I don't want no baby, if I tell this girl I don't want no responsibility, but she's still willing to get down with me, and yeah, we did use protection, but for whatever reason, it failed, or we both knew what it was, so we both took that chance, and she got pregnant, but she knew what it was, so I shouldn't be stuck with a responsibility when I kept it real. And then the female on the other hand says, well, regardless of however this life came to be.
Exactly. I agree.
And that's where we always get stuck in this
If he has that, if a young man has that mindset, then he needs to get a vasectomy. It's always
No. My
as
thing,
long as he's not displeased with her. Oh, go ahead.
My thing is, he's absolutely right. And if she chose to be with him, she thought the same way too. I don't want no kids neither. So both of them was on the same exact thought. She didn't say, well, I can't have no kids because he don't want none. She was like, you don't want? Well, shit, me neither. But just so happened it popped. So now she got stuck. So now that means it's something unchanged. It unchanged now.
Well,
So I'm put in the predicament. Remember, he could easily say, well, I told you I ain't want none. Well, shit, she didn't want none neither. But now she has to make a decision. You know, do I want to? Some women see that as murder. Some women are not Planned Parenthood people.
Right.
Some people
and that's
Shug, you set me up, Shug, because she always be on point.
That's why I asked, because this question has to be a very pivotal point in this whole.
Yeah, because you have to think about, though, Kev and Shug and everybody in the panel in the chat, like, what was we taught, right? It only takes one time, right? Right? With sex, it only takes one time. Unless you got money to go get that thing done and go get her tubes tied, and y'all both really in agreement, having sex will lead to that. In it's a possibility. So technically, it's on both of them.
As a father, I would tell my. Okay.
Because Kevin, the one who brought it up, he never finished the sentence. Go ahead, bro.
No, he was asking us a question, and
he was getting ready to say something else.
Right. Okay. So, based on how people feel on either side of that argument, and like Shug said, I'm of the opinion I can see both people's side. So now the ultimate question being, if we were to say, okay, if you have a child with someone and it's not agreed upon, if that father's not held financially responsible, then he should not have any parental rights. How do you feel? How do you guys think that we can solve that dilemma right there?
The thing is, right? His condom popped. Right? His condom popped. You gotta.
I have a question.
You gotta see. You gotta see whether you like it or not. Even if you take away the parental, that's still your seed. That's still your blood.
So what about, what do y'all think, though? This is piggybacking on Kev's question, because I feel like when he was asking this question, it just popped in my mind that eventually we're going to have, we already had the women's rights and we had the trans right. I think that we're coming to an age where men are going to be fighting for their rights of certain things. Like, do you think it's coming in? Is that like
yes, because either that or they're gonna opt out, because it's like women are saying, well, if you don't want to, have a kid, then don't have sex. But that's kind of the extreme. It's like, no, everyone has the right to sex, even, mentally ill patients or, people, they have to take them to facilities in order to facilitate their physical needs with other equally disabled people.
Okay.
So,
but some women don't want to be pregnant.
Hold on. That's just like saying to somebody, hey, you went to the store and you found $100, right? Do you pick the $100 up, or do you go find out who the $100 belong to? Right? It's the same exact thing. The thing is, it was an agreement. It's an agreement that's there. But just so happened his condom broke. Right? His condom broke. Now I can see if so he bought his head. That wasn't her condom that broke. His condom broke. So now,
He didn't make sure she was on birth control or nothing like that.
it doesn't, even
Hold
if he
on.
wasn't, he chose to use protection.
Not to cut y'all off.
It broke.
I'm glad you made that point, Suge. That's why I always bring, because you made an excellent point. Now, so this is where the conversation finishes up at. Okay, so if you believe that a woman has the right to make a decision, regardless of how she got to that point with her body in regards to abortion, because that's been a big issue in the news lately after Roe v. Wade got overturned.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Just like some people believe in the right to abortion. So if you believe a woman has a right to decide, I don't know, somebody probably needs to mute. I don't know. Is that you, JC?
No, I'm muted.
Go ahead.
Okay, there we go. But if a woman has that ultimate right, which a lot of people feel, some people feel they don't, and some people feel she has the right to choose an abortion. Then on that same note, shouldn't a man be able to choose whether he has to take on a responsibility of a life or not, just like that woman who has the right to choose an abortion? And not that I feel either way, I just want to know everybody else's input on this. Be quiet.
He got a baby. He got a baby the same way she got a baby, period. Now, what you do know every time you...
Hey, Suge, hold on. Whoever that is, you got to stay on mute because you calling them out. We can't hear.
Like, unless, listen, mistakes, how they say mistakes always happen. This ain't that ain't the first mistake ever. Now you got to take care of that. I believe God don't make no mistakes, right? Now, I believe if she believes that it's murder, right? And he believes that, now I'm not killing, how they say, I'm not killing my kid, right? Then, baby, you got a kid. Doesn't make it right or wrong. It doesn't matter no more because it ain't about him no more. We all know, everybody know you take a chance when you're having sex. That is a possibility, right? That's why nothing is 100%. That's why it doesn't say 100% proof birth control is going to work. That's why a condom is not 100%.
Was that not the first thing we got taught in sex?
Because matter of fact,
even by our parents.
But that's the abortion argument, because a woman can still decide that she has a choice, but you're saying a man doesn't have a choice. And I think that's where men who are on that side of the argument.
He still doesn't win, because he has the option to get a vasectomy, which can be reversed to make sure, even though it's still not 100, even though it's not 100%. Neither. But if he feels so strong about it, just like if a woman feels so strong about it, she's gonna mess up her insides with them fake ass hormones they give you that they call birth control. That messes up a woman's body. That helps.
Oh yes, it does.
So it mess up it F us all up. So we willing to take a chance to mess up our inside of the body, but you don't want to take that choice. But now, no. If you really feel that way, baby, let me go get this thing blocked off, right?
But see,
wait, I'm gonna go further than that though. A lot of us are unalive during childbirth. You don't understand, like men don't really understand what we have to go through, and sometimes women don't want to have to even do that because they don't know if their body can even take that. Like we're not guaranteed to make it out of that hospital room when we have a child.
No, I get it. I'm not advocating for either side. I try to present the question the way it comes, because I hear both sides of the argument. I can't tell either side that they're wrong, because I see valid points on both of their sides. And I'm saying,
it's women out there that don't want to have babies.
Yeah, that's what I said. Neither one of them wanted a baby. Neither one did.
So that's what I'm saying about. That's when people complain about all these welfare mothers, and then they go, okay, well, then the people on the other side go, well, then stop forcing them to have babies that they don't want. Because if they don't want them and you force them to have them, they're not going to take care of them. And they're going to end up being in the system, or they're going to end up being harmed. That goes both ways. That's why I said I can see both sides of the argument. We have to come to some kind of understanding between both of the sides, because both sides really feel strongly about their argument. I can honestly see good, valid points on both sides. I feel like whatever you do, you're responsible for. So if that's a baby, or whether that's, you know, cussing your boss out at work, whatever you do is a consequence. But at the same time, too, I can understand people that say, listen, if me and this person both mutually sat down and agreed and explained that, you know, sex is part of a relationship and we both would like to enjoy that. But in the event, because nothing is 100% fallible that's man-made, in the event something happens, neither one of us are obligating ourselves to something that we didn't initially agree to. I can understand both sides. I don't know how to, you know, I don't know how to bridge that gap.
That's not a people problem. That's a couple problem, right? That's because at the end of the day, some women who've done that is now sterile. They can never have another kid, right? See, with a lot of things going on in a woman's body, a man ain't got to go through, right? So that's her being pregnant. Oh man, I may live or die. Or if I get this done, you know, what if something go wrong? Some women go, they never get pregnant again because of that first AB. But at the end of the day, it's not a people problem. Only if the baby gets stuck in a foster care makes it a people problem. But that's a couple problem, because that you got to see it's here. What you gonna do? Let it starve? If you want to be the person that, because you didn't want a kid so bad, you don't care if that kid, how that kid eats, who got your blood, your DNA.
But we already know it's men like that. We already know that.
So what do I don't understand what woman said. That's what I'm saying. It's a couple. It's not a people problem. That's a couple problem.
But I got a question. I got a question for King.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Do you think that it's the reason why the man's movement hasn't come? I feel like it is because there's a lot of men out here, especially in the conscious community. You already know, in our community, like, you know,
all of them.
Yeah, nobody's respecting the man. You know,
yeah,
I feel
every one of them. You can't work with how am I gonna work with the dudes in a conscious community? Those dudes is all antithetical to what we trying to do. They are the very dudes that we're talking about. If you look at most of the dudes, the majority of the dudes, they'll tell you that they're fathers, but most of them dudes, by just my experience and the ones I know, and I know quite a few of them, are the worst fucking fathers. They're piss poor fathers. They are the very dudes that we're talking about. That's where you can find a bunch of them. If they ain't in prison, they're in the conscious community. I'm telling you. If they ain't in the streets, they ain't in prison, they in the conscious community. That's where most of them duck out and hide. Because when they got felonies and they can't work or don't want to work, that's a way to duck out. They hide out, and that's how they avoid child support and staying out of the system, so the woman can't never get nothing. It's a whole game.
Well, this is where my question is, though.
He ain't used the man his condom pop, but I'm just reading the question. He didn't listen. It's always going to be something, right? But at the end of the day, things are a community problem, and certain things is an individual problem. You have to work on yourself, right? And you got to start making decisions. You know, am I going to be there for my kid? Am I not? Right? Same thing with mother. Am I going to? And then depending on the age, you might not get a good mother because of both. But I do know if a man is that adamant about it, you need to go get a vasectomy. The same way you tell them girls, you need to go get on birth control. Birth control go both ways. And if you the one got so much to lose, I'll be the first one there to say, snip this sucker. You know, it's not like you can't get it reversed. you can get it reversed. If you got the money and you got your life going for you, you don't be bogged down by a child. Remember,
but the reality is you're not going to be able to get 21-year-old guys to go down and voluntarily get a vasectomy and say we can reverse it later, because in their mind they're saying,
then take care of the kid. That's it.
But I'm just saying the reality of the matter is this is how I'm just telling women, and I'm just talking to women.
So what do you want us to do, Cap? That's what I want to know. What do you want us to do?
This is a young dude. This is not me. This is not my.
Well, what do you want the woman to do?
I'm not saying this is right. This is what a 21-year-old dude wants a woman to do. Say, okay, this guy was upfront enough with me to tell me that he doesn't want to take care of children. You shouldn't be denied sex because you don't want to have children. You might want to have children in 10 years. But
what do you want us women to do?
If a man clearly, this is what I'm telling you.
Hold on, let him finish.
Listen,
Let him finish.
This is answering your question directly. This is what the mind of the average 21-year-old man wants a woman.
I'm gonna be funny, and they want it not to
when we tell you. Hold on, JC. Hold on.
Only one can talk at a time.
When a man, what a 21-year-old man wants a woman to do is when he says, I don't want kids right now. I'm not ready for a serious relationship. I don't want that responsibility. If she were to get pregnant, he wants her to honor what he said. I didn't lie to you. I was being upfront with you. Things happen. We can say, well, so-and-so shouldn't have had 5 kids, but they already had them. So now what do you do with the kids once they here?
You know what? Go with the rest of the men who left their kids. Just go with them. I'm like,
but then we end up going
there is spermicide that you can buy to go inside the condoms. There should be no more of, oh, it popped. Where's the spermicide at then?
Yeah, we're not doing
Spermicide kills sperm.
We talking about 16 to 20. I get it.
But don't forget, don't come looking for that seed later, because that go with how you feel too.
But this is not our argument. I'm telling you, this is what we have to combat when we deal with the younger generation. We're not the ones out there having these babies. 16 to 25-year-olds are. So that's who we got.
16 to 18 years later, or don't come for that kid neither.
Oh no, they will. But that's what I'm saying.
No, Ninja, you didn't want me. You were so adamant. Don't come check for me later.
Some of them will, and some of them won't. But this is what we have to deal with when we think about this issue. It's not us. We have to think about the mind of a 16, and keep in mind.
I hear the age. Hopefully, but the point is the mother didn't want none neither. So
I get it, but that's why I said
she's doing her response. She's doing her part.
But what if they're traumatized, like the young lady we talked to the other day at 15?
You don't think the woman would be traumatized? Her whole body is going to get taken over by another human being. Go through so many changes.
Of course. That's what I'm saying. Like, we talk about all the things the young lady went through the other day when we were speaking with her. Then plus the physical toll it takes on her body, the emotional change, the hormonal change. You're putting this all on a 15, 16-year-old girl. So, of course, but what I'm saying, the reality is, we know that the majority of the time, those kind of young ladies are going to be impregnated by young men who are not responsible. How do we break that cycle?
You know what I just realized?
Can't break that cycle, because people is going to have. We can't break it because they're going to have sex, right? So one thing we do know is nothing is 100%, and it's always a possibility. A woman can get pregnant. You got to know that regardless of what I say and how animate I is, it's still a possibility I can get this woman pregnant. It's still a possibility.
Period.
Kev said something like where I feel as though, like, okay, we go through transformations like constantly as women, right? Where men kind of, they just like when we have our sons, or if you ever had a son or you have a brother or any man, we know like boys just sprout up out of nowhere. We'd be like, oh my gosh, how did they get that tall? Like, things like that. And they don't even realize, like, guys just go through life like without, and which is which is a good thing. Like, we need y'all like not thinking as hard as we do, because that's our job sometimes. But the fact that men don't really mature until they find a woman to mature. Once they find that, you understand how we mature, like how we go through these transformations together. And it's crazy that we have to
hold
fight.
on, because we talking about what abuse right now. I want to get
Well, that's
accountability, right?
but I'm
Because you wasn't here for the
I'm
topic.
gonna land my
You,
I'm
no,
gonna land my
you
plane.
wasn't here for the topic, so I understand why you're saying what you're saying.
Well, yeah. But what I'm saying is, though, to tie it kind of together of what I've heard is like
Can't get back
men,
online.
yeah, men a lot of times, and women, but a lot of
You
times,
can't trap a man with the kid.
yeah,
You,
but people
I'm
like
talking to my yacht.
transformation,
You
like
cannot.
us,
It takes
they
two to
just
tango.
expect
It
us
takes
to
two
do
to
these
tango.
things.
Ain't
I
no
know.
such thing as a woman trapped a man. No, he still his semen went in her. It's
Right.
not, and you
But
cannot trap a man.
And I don't think that's what the argument is. What this is the subtlety in that argument. What we're saying is, or what people who say that is, of course it took both of them, but it's just like you go on a date with a person, you have no idea. Now that person, you're at that person's house, and that person say, "You're not getting out of my house till you give me something. If you didn't plan on giving me no ass, you shouldn't have let me go spend my money." Now you would say to yourself, "I have the right to go out to dinner with you, accept whatever gift you gave me without being obligated to you." That's not, I'm not telling you that's right. I'm just saying that's what some people feel. So they feel if I tell you I don't want a baby,
that's why I was saying, really,
you're arguing a point with a
Hold
person.
on. First of all,
who raised you?
Hold on 1 second. A lot of times there
Wait
are.
a
That's
minute, who
why.
you asking? Who raised me? Is that what you asked?
No, I'm talking about people that I was talking about people that act like that. That was my point of saying,
It's
like,
a lot of people those are the majority of people that we're dealing with. That's why I'm talking about that, because that's who we're dealing with.
That was
what it is. Listen, there's no wrong, nothing. Everybody is right. What I'm saying is there is a thing called unwanted pregnancy that goes on both sides. There are a lot of kids who made it on this earth through BAPE, right? So they had the chance too to say, I got BAPE. Why should I carry this man's kid? Right?
Right.
It goes on every side, right? She didn't want none, and she got brutally. Half of us people don't understand. This population will not even be as big as it is if a lot of women didn't even keep
Without
baby
SA.
kids. So if a woman can have an SA kid and take care of it, then that man can have a kid if he said take care of a kid that at that point wasn't even forced to do. He wanted to do.
I get it, but when we make
You
that
know what?
argument, say
You know
I'm with
what?
you. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna let you go. So
Okay,
that argument is very, very valid. But you have Republicans that say they outlaw abortion in the cases of BAPE and incest. They don't care. They think you should be forced to raise a child.
Not
Now,
you, the
I can't
woman. So what happens to the man? The woman is forced to have it. Now, what about the man?
Well, hopefully he goes to jail if they catch him. But I'm
I
saying
have a good
Republicans,
question.
their bill is a total ban. They even if it's an incest child, they want to force women to have those babies because they're totally against abortion in any case. So that's why I said we got to find a middle ground on this, because the reality is we're dealing with a whole generation of young dudes for whatever reason they don't feel that need to take care of their kids.
There is no way we can find a middle ground. I would love to find a middle ground, but even with me dealing with kids, they're gonna have sex, right?
Fact.
We can't force a mother to be a good mother. We can't do it. We can't tell this, hey, little young boy, stop going out with your homies and take care of your kids. And plenty of the family members were like, take care of your kids, right? So I don't know where we can find the middle ground. That's why I said certain things is a it's a culture or a group thing that we can do, and certain things depends on the individuals themselves.
Yeah, what do we do? What do
We
we do? That's the
that's
discouraging part.
there is nothing we can do because that's an individual thing.
So yeah, so I was just reading scripture. I was well, I have like all kinds of little books, like daily reads and stuff, you know, affirmations and things like that. And it was about being a parent. And it was so deep. It was really good. And it was, the one thing was saying that knowing that my child is an individual. I know that I'm here to guide them, but they are not me. It was one mother's testimony, said, I don't know. And she was an addict at the time, and she really needed someone there for her. And she was like, I just thought when I had my baby, you know, and this is on the opposite side of someone wanting to have a baby, but think about like the individuality of even someone that not wants to have a baby, that baby is an individual of that entity is an individual regardless. Realizing, she said, I had to realize that she's not like me. She doesn't think like me. You know, she doesn't act like me. We might have certain things alike because she's my child, but she's her own personality. And I had to go through a process of letting her be her. And a lot of people, even though they might have kids that they don't want, have to understand that you're living in this world not for you. Like, and I know that a lot of people don't believe in what I believe in or why we're here and things like that, but like you said, a child is a blessing, you know what I mean? And I'm sure like those individuals are going to be great, but it's like you have to understand that they are their own individual person at the
Let me tell you
end
something.
of the day.
If a man, I
And it
understand.
doesn't matter how I got bought into this world,
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of people have, like, you have to understand how we get bought into this world. Like, come on. You know what I mean? We all have things to say. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, the baby was bought here. And
Exactly.
if you don't take the proper precautions as someone that is very adamant, if you're that adamant about it, you
Okay.
know,
The way
right?
the world, like that's how I say it. That's a individual thing. That's something
Exactly.
that
It's
that
personal.
young man. I understand how he felt. It's like
Personal.
sometime, same thing happened to a woman. I don't want no kids. I don't want no kids. Calm them bus. Same rule would apply for her. I gotta make this decision. Some of them still have the kid because they still consider it murder, right? It happens both ways. Sometimes the man was adamant he didn't want no kids. Sometimes the woman was just as adamant and she didn't want none. And she's, I don't want no kids. I ain't ready to be no mother. I don't want to take nobody kids. And then she gets stuck. It still
You
swings
know,
both ways.
I think it may go back to what we originally started with, having a little discernment and choosing, because other than that, you have no way of truly knowing how sometimes you do. Sometimes women will get pregnant by a man that's already got several kids that he doesn't take care of. But I'm talking about the people who are newly starting off that don't have
Look,
any kids.
they gonna have to figure it out.
Yeah, they're gonna have to figure it out, because we
They
can't
gonna have to figure it out because
we
I'm
can't
not figuring out for them.
yeah, we can't keep bringing children into the world in
They
the
gotta,
condition
yes.
that it's in, because it's a no win. Because as long as you got such a big number of young men, because we're not talking about the older ones, they're not having babies, some of them, but you know, for the most part, it's the younger ones. If they have already in their young mind have gotten into their psyche that if I don't want no kids, and as long as I tell this girl I don't,
that is a he problem.
no,
I
I'm
am
just
not.
saying, as long as they have that mind frame that they don't have to take care of a kid because they told this woman they don't want no kids, and vice versa, it's gonna be, they're gonna have a hard time. They're gonna have a really, really hard time, because most of the kids that are gonna be born in this generation and
Yeah,
the next
we've
generation,
seen it happen And then next thing you know, when he finds a woman that he really loves, he's gonna love
Right.
that kid. Well, we know that, but again,
Look how many
that
unwanted. Look how many unwanted
there's,
kids.
Oh wait, Suge, you
there's
just talked
nothing.
on that shit.
There
Hold
is
on.
nothing we could do about that, right? That is a individual problem. Now, what we can do is put the information out there the same way we tell our young girls, hey, get on birth control, or we get them on birth control as soon as they have their period. Then men need to talk to these young fellows. You know, you better go get a vasectomy. It's reversible. Maybe that'll be one way to
But sure,
do
I
it.
guarantee you, no
But
man
what
is
about
not
All
what
going
right,
to
about
so
this
advise
next
you
no
asked,
one?
but
man to get
you
a
asked,
vasectomy
you asked
temporarily.
for a solution. I said the best
I
thing we
know.
can do is put the information out there. What they do to it, what they do with it, it would be up to them.
Hold on, I'm gonna ask my wife what she thinks. She just walked in the room. Baby Suge said if these young dudes who, when they get these girls pregnant and they don't want to take care of their kids, what they should do is they should get a voluntary vasectomy and they get it reversed when they get ready to have kids. You agree with that? Yep.
Yes.
You want to say yep?
Yes. Yes. That's an automatic yes. That's an automatic
The queen know what's up. She know.
She said yep. She didn't even think about it. She said yep. But again, that's
Y'all,
a
I've been wanting
generational thing. You're talking to
That is
50-year-old
Go ahead,
people.
Fox.
wait,
You're not talking to 20-year-old people. You're talking, we're
Kev,
50-year-old
If
people.
you,
We got common sense.
I heard the age.
These people,
yeah.
these
Listen.
youngsters. Anyway, I'm on mute. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm about sick of these kids now.
These
Now
youngsters,
you got me sick of these kids now. Shit, now you got me
I
sick
know.
of them.
Wait, don't you feel
Right.
old? I'm not even that
Yeah.
old, but I am
Shit.
getting I'm getting
Hold
there.
on, we're gonna let Fox speak for a little bit.
Oh, hey,
Go ahead, my
Fox.
brother.
Welcome.
Hey, I don't know where y'all at in the conversation because I've been having these technical difficulties, ain't been able to sign back in, been going in and out. But I was wanting to say just before my phone died, I was wanting to say that as a father, I would tell my sons and my daughters, look, don't have sex unless you see that person as the mother or father of your child. If you
That's the
don't,
old
if
saying.
you don't want it, I mean, that's the hard part. Don't nobody want to do that. I know that, and that's the one that's the
That's the
most
old
unpopular
saying.
choice. Yeah,
That's the
that's
old saying.
that's the hard truth. That's just it. As a man, if you don't want to have no child, don't be having recreational sex with that woman. Make sure that that's the type of woman, because that's the way nature puts it anyway. If you having sex with her, you're supposed to see her as the mother of your children,
Get out.
and vice versa. That's the
Well,
reality.
I know
I
one thing.
really
I would like to get back
okay.
to this video, right? Because y'all not gonna do
Oh
this
yeah,
to
let's
me,
watch the rest of
right?
the video.
Remember, we're talking about accountability and abuse in women, right? I'm gonna leave them little young ones alone, right? I'm sick of them right about now. Jesus.
Because if the Black woman was not accountable for her wrongdoing, do you realize how many children would be in foster care? Because most women don't have just one child. Huh, Velvet? Not just one, right? Because once y'all crack the code on getting pregnant the first time, there's usually a cascade of children that come after that because the female system understands its failure. And it is very apt to fail again. As a matter of fact, after that first system failure, after that first pregnancy, and when I say system failure, I mean your immune system didn't just 300 his Navy. While men again just get to walk around and wiggle their fingers at women. Because again, I want to know on average how many of these men are McDonald's franchises. Because where sister might have 3 baby daddies, these niggas have 6 baby mamas.
Facts.
And can we be really honest here? Can we be? Well, okay, I'm 30 minutes in it. I can be real honest. I'm about to be real honest, and this is gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. What's up, Peanut Green? How is an irresponsible leader gonna sit around and tell us how to be accountable? Most of these men have not even been a 12-hour father, but they're trying to tell 24/7 parents that they're not accountable. These men haven't picked up mentorship, telling women you're not accountable. I'm gonna ask again, what the hell does accountability look like? The black woman wanted to take the burden off the black man because it looked a little hard for y'all.
Well, could you pause it for a second?
So we went back to school. We went back to school in droves. Did we?
Facts.
This is crazy because when I hear what she's speaking, I'm gonna be real quick so we can get back to the video. About accountability for men, and I don't want to be the devil's advocate in this, but what I realized in my experience in life is that men tend to experience things later in life. So I don't know if y'all have experienced that men end up taking accountability later in life, right before they think they about to die or something like that. I'm sorry not to be funny.
No, I agree with that, but I think that's because they're getting ready to kick the bucket, though.
Like,
hey, can I say something real quick? My wife just said something very interesting. Not to cut you off, I'm gonna be real short.
No, I just wanted to say that and see what y'all wanted to say about that, because I just was like thinking about it. Yeah.
My wife just said this while I was on mute, and y'all and the video was playing some more. She said, "You know what? How about this? Let's hold both sides accountable. Everybody talking about accountability. Let's say this: if you don't want children, young men and women, when you become sexually active, you get the voluntary sterilization, right? Now, with the understanding that you are not held responsible for any pregnancies because you're taking steps to actively prevent that. So nobody's gonna get on you about having sex because y'all gonna have it anyway. But at least if you're doing it responsibly, we're not gonna get on your head too much. But if you ain't gotta get it because we can't force you, because there's too much involved with the laws and civil and rights to try to force people. But tell people, hey, teenagers, young people, if you don't sign up for this voluntary sterilization, or not sterilization, but birth control, if you have a baby, men, you cannot contest child support. You automatically split that check in half with the baby. There's no ands, if, and buts. Ladies, same thing. If you choose not to be on birth control and you have a baby, you don't get welfare, you don't get no WIC, you don't get no stamps, you don't get none of this other, no government benefits. It's on you because you have a choice to either sign up with this program and be on birth control.
The man's movement is coming. Kevin's telling you. Kevin's telling you the man's movement is coming. Yo, wait.
I got a new term.
Hold on. First of all, the men's movement is already here. It never was about the woman anyway.
Thank you, Sugar.
It wasn't, because that's why I said
we are in a patriarchal system.
It's the man's world.
Anyway, That's why I'm telling you, women, detach from them. Don't even give them a baby. That's why I'm going to pull up how many. We don't even want y'all kids. All right.
If it's
We
feminism,
saying,
there has to be masculinism.
no,
What about
no,
Not my
no,
system. It might be.
no. It's
It
not.
doesn't have to
It's
be
not.
about
It's right
We're
there.
not
Like,
living.
yo,
We're not
oh,
living
let
in
her
a
let her go off.
feminist
She said
system.
we don't even
We're
want it.
living in a patriarchal system. It may be feminism, but it is still within the patriarchal system.
It ain't my
Yes,
patriarchy.
exactly.
So
Exactly. So how y'all gonna have
I'm
y'all
gonna
will
It
never
ain't. It
build
ain't my
together.
patriarchy.
right after she's finished, I'm showing you, women, we're gonna do y'all men a favor. We just ain't gonna deal with y'all.
Well, we ain't gotta go to that extreme, but let's
No,
just
but
say that
that's
seriously.
no.
Well,
That's
as a
where
parent,
it's at.
no,
That's
listen,
where it's at. Now I'm gonna pull up
listen.
the videos.
I'm talking about parents, young
I'm pulling up
parents,
the video, and
like
we're learning them too. Let
you
them
said,
go.
Shug.
Let them go jack off someplace else. That's it.
Hey, Shug, but
I'm
no,
sorry.
listen. If think about this, think about if fathers and mothers told their sons, "Listen, son, I don't care what happened. If you're not on birth control, whatever form you choose, and you have a child, you there is no denying nothing."
Women, keep your legs closed. We
And
ain't gotta go through none of that.
Self-control over birth control. That's what I.
Hold on.
But that's what I said.
Grandma and
See,
anybody else.
proper leadership. Don't nobody want the leadership. Self-control over birth control any day. Self-control. Control
Let's
yourself.
go. Let's
But we
go.
know,
Self-control over birth control any day. I like that.
right. But we know, in reality that's not gonna happen. But the
No,
thing
reality,
is,
It
is
can.
happening.
the thing about it
It
is,
is happening.
But
She
no,
talking about
reality
it.
is y'all
But you.
men
But,
think y'all could do whatever sometimes because it's a patriotic system. Y'all don't understand.
but it ain't my
okay, I
system.
get that.
It
But
ain't
listen,
my
Y'all think that
patriarchy.
we're not
here's
submissive.
the
Y'all think that we're not submissive. We could take over any day if
no,
we really
it's
wanted
not
to.
that. It's not
Because
that. Let me tell
we
you.
control y'all necks
Let me
going
tell you
left
the.
or right. You know
Let me
that?
tell you the
Y'all
mindset of
on
a
some
young man,
battle.
though.
I'm not even. I'm
Y'all where
not
to
your
live.
enemy.
And
I'm not your enemy. I'm not your enemy. I'm
No,
not your
not.
enemy.
they're not talking
I
to us.
am
We just
not
screaming over each other at
talking.
this point.
I'm being
Hold
funny.
on.
Y'all,
We just
stop.
screaming over
You
each other
already
at this point. I was just making a small point, and I'm gonna go on mute and let y'all go. What I was saying was going back to what my wife said. If you take away a young man's ability to deny a child that he fathered, that is going to be more of a deterrent than just telling him don't do that, because we've been doing that for ages. And on the other side will argue, well, same thing for women, because when Fundi was saying about they always tell women they don't take responsibility when they're stuck with the child. But what the other side will argue against that, and again, not saying I agree with that, but their argument is, yes, you're taking care of the child with the help of a government check, food stamps, housing, all that. Give me the kid and give me free housing and check. And so you'll get in that, you'll always be in that back and forth battle. It's got to be cut and dry. You tell women, if you get pregnant and you don't voluntarily go on birth control, you don't get any state assistance. And fellas, if you get a woman pregnant and you don't sign up for this birth control program, and your ass can't pay, you going to jail.
Hold
The
on.
kids
Hold
suffer.
on, y'all.
The kids suffer
This
either
thing
way.
was trying to
Now,
get
It got to be
I'm
that
not
drastic, though.
all right, so then let the kids just starve for that. Let them walk around.
Wait, no, Kev,
See, at some point, we got to stop irresponsible people from having babies. At
Wait,
some
we all
point,
remember this.
you can't do it.
All them dead babies gonna be on
I gotta
who
raise
hand?
my hand.
You
I'm
gonna
sorry.
have
Go
all
ahead,
these
John. I've been
hungry
talking. Go
kids
ahead. I'm
out
sorry.
here. All these hungry kids. Listen, women, keep your legs closed. If these men don't even think enough about, they know it's a possibility that they both know it's a possibility that a baby could be born, and he wants to relinquish it. You don't need to be with that man. No way.
That's the accountability right there.
I
Point
agree.
blank. Period.
Yeah,
That's the
of
only
course.
accountability.
Of course. Of
Chemicals and stuff like that is.
Both of y'all
It
stuck
goes
in a
back to choice,
situation. If
discernment.
both of y'all stuck in a situation that neither
Damn,
one of y'all wanted a kid from the get-go, and it just so happened you got knocked up because of whatever, and that man ain't shit to get with anyway. relinquish yourself from him. Period. Don't even be with him.
But the thing is, if
Be
you
with
got
somebody. Be with somebody sensible.
Let's take accountability as girls. Like if you got
serious.
a good D, and I ain't gonna act like
There's
I never
plenty
was
of
in
good
that
D's.
situation.
Just try another one.
Nah, like
People be
this
acting
my
like
baby
women.
dad. Like for me, like I'm gonna be personal. Like I'm gonna just be real with y'all. Like you know what I mean. Like if you with someone since you was what 16 years old, had 2 kids, everything good, and then you dealing with all this other stuff, trying to be a good woman, doing all this. You understand? This is what we got to deal with, Kev. And then we be hanging in there too. We just be hanging in there.
Let me tell y'all something. Them babies don't stay. Them babies don't stay
and then
babies.
wake us
Them
up
babies don't stay babies for
I
long.
don't disagree at all. I don't disagree with
Them
what you're saying at
babies
all, JC.
don't
That's
stay
the
babies
problem.
for long. What you
We
gonna
saw that
do
growing
when
up.
that grown son come up into your face? What you gonna do? And you can say, well, I'm beat him up. Man, you may be 60, 70 by the time he see you, and he might be 40, right? What you gonna do? Like everything has consequences. And even for a man to think like that, you don't know what that child gonna be. You don't know why God had that condom break. That might be
These
one
dudes
special
don't care.
thing.
They want to grow up to be president of the United
So
States.
to
They
alleviate
can care less.
women,
They can
women,
care. And it's
all
not
right.
just
So
poor dudes.
if a man can tell you they can care less, a woman can tell you keep your legs closed. Fuck them.
That go again. It goes back to church. That's why I was saying it's not even about a dude that ain't got nothing. It's in your character. Because you look at Drake. Drake was hiding all his kids. He probably wouldn't have said nothing about his kids unless it came out in a fucking battle. In a battle. So he don't have no excuse. It isn't
the same rule applies.
It's not like you don't have the means.
Stop giving these men your bodies.
But you have to understand that it's Jezebels out here. It's
I'm
bad
not
women.
talking about the Jezebels.
But just like Drake knows Jezebels, just like these dudes with money, the first thing they say is every time a woman comes forward, she's just trying to get my money.
Girls be popping holes, you know what I mean?
Hold on.
Girls be popping holes and everything.
We can't talk over each other. It messes up the sound.
I'm sorry.
If we like men always say, it's when these women out here always trying to trap rich dudes that got money for. Well, if you know that, how do dudes with money keep getting trapped by these Jezebels or these women that they know out here doing it? You don't have an excuse. You just academics, puffy. I don't care what the situation was. You don't have an excuse. And it's not just dudes that's out here in the hood. Y'all see it's dudes with money. That's why I said it's not about anything else except getting back to the fact that if you don't have the discernment and the judgment to be able to get a feel for somebody's character, for their character, no matter how much money they have or don't have, no matter what the circumstances around that, if you don't know certain things about a person, then this is the problem that you're going to run into. My wife didn't just get with me because she thought I was cute or she thought I would take care of her. It had to be a combination of a whole lot of things in order to make her say, okay, I'm willing to take a chance on this dude because of all the things that I see that he's done independent of me and that he does with me and for me in the midst of what he's doing in his own life, separate from me.
You was talking about the younger kids, right?
That's what I'm saying. They don't think that deeply.
Accountability,
but my job, because I'm
preaching to the choir.
I'm around them, and I preach to every young girl. Keep your fucking stop giving these men your body.
But they gonna keep doing it.
And some of them is nothing that what we gonna do. If I could just say one, that's all. We can't always do something. All you could do is give them the information. And a lot of these young girls, I'm gonna show you the video. Even they are waking up. These young girls are waking up. They don't even want your babies.
They do not. Look, if I can tell you about my daughter, and I would
they don't want them no more. You're right, because I hear a lot of young girls, they like, I don't even want kids no more because that ties me to a dude, and that usually the dude that you end up getting pregnant by is the worst dude for you. I've heard so many I've heard older ladies say that. They've gotten to a point in their 40s where they say, you know what? It's so much of an exercise trying to deal with men my age that are still act like they in their 20s and immature and they got their shit together. I don't want to deal with an older man because I'm 40, but I don't want no 60-year-old man that, like JC was saying, finally mature when they on their deathbed. So it's like they like, I just don't want to deal with
you feel what I'm
somebody.
saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. But yo, so my daughter is 20, and when I tell you she gives me so much life, she's bought me like just see, this is the thing with how it goes on with life too. And I don't want to go into this where I lose my train of thought. But you know how when you give to the next generation, like you take care of your parents, and and you take care of your kids, and your kids are going to take care of you. It's a cycle. You feel what I'm saying? And it give you information. Like as you get older, sometimes you do lose track of what's really going on. We do have to rely on these generations because it's not a coincidence that we're having generations. Each generation is different. And I know y'all experienced that, right? Like each generation is like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, I just had my baby and my baby's holding his head up and opening his eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Things like that.
Real quick, too, so I forget. I'm glad. So
Go ahead. But I want to I really want to finish that video, but go ahead. But I'm going to show you something. Go ahead right now. Go ahead.
No, I'm going to just take 10 seconds. They were saying, getting back to what you were saying about the abuse part, most of the time when men become abusive is because they feel financially inadequate. And I just wanted to say that. We'll catch up on the other side.
We don't know. That's for
they're not holding their weight.
That's for some abusive men. Some people.
No, yeah.
Now, y'all see the trend, right? Being child free by choice. Why are so many women not having kids? The fear and hatred of a child free woman.
I mean,
they're gonna let
why no one is having kids anymore?
Well, see, my cousin was like that.
Child free. Look at their faces; they're young. Child free by choice.
That's real. That's a
The
whole
rise of the rise of the F them kids movement. Why Gen Z is child free by choice.
But Suge, let me tell you real quick.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Children being childless by choice.
Yeah.
10 things no one tell you about child-free life.
Yeah.
Don't get trapped. Not everyone deserves children. I told y'all we not playing with y'all no more.
I'm not gonna trap my eye either.
The market's open now.
Hey, y'all know I'm a little hard of hearing, so sometimes I interrupt. So I'm very sorry about that.
Is it selfish to not want children? Gen Z aren't having kids, and everyone is worried. I escaped 80% of life problems by remaining child-free.
Wow.
Why South Korean women aren't having babies?
Wow.
Is it worth having kids?
Crazy.
Korean women calls radio stations saying they regret having children.
Yep.
I made a good point too. Childcare is out. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unaffordable for even wealthy people. Daycare, childcare costs through the roof. Wow, look how long you've been scrolling. That's how many.
So you know about the Georgia guy stones and the depopulation agenda and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you know that's basically what they're doing. Like they basically incite fear. They're inciting fear.
I didn't even go on TikTok.
Right, that was just one.
I didn't even go on TikTok. when I tell you we not playing with y'all no more.
I bet you if you clicked on each one of those videos, underneath those videos, it would be like 10 more videos to refer to. But it's a whole sector now because I think, you know, like y'all was saying, Suge, like you were saying, women just got to the point where they got fed up, and it's like, and how long in the Black community have we been talking about population control? Oh, they trying to this population control. They trying to, but they're doing it almost without having to like knock us off like we always thought they was doing. They
don't.
just created
It's already in place. Everything is in place. They don't. They just sitting back and
doing nothing. They're just watching it unfold. Now they've been putting it in place for the last 40, 50 years, and now they're just watching
They don't watch their mama struggle. They watch their grandmama struggle. They don't watch every woman in their wife and their life. They don't want to do it. So that's why I said sometimes if it happens to be a mistake and
they're sitting here listening to us,
and if she decides to still have it, and it just she didn't want one either. The fuck, you better buckle up.
Yeah, that's why I said these. When you got somebody that can't take care of themselves, that is going to be the biggest impingement upon your kids having the life that they're supposed to have. That's going to be the biggest. And like I said, I don't make no excuses either.
I don't believe that.
I'm gonna go on TikTok.
I don't believe that.
No, I'm saying if the father of your child,
I don't believe that because personally, I'm gonna tell you that I am not perfect, and like people look at me, they might see me when they encounter me, think like I can do. I'm a fucking Wonder Woman or some fucking shit. Like I can do everything. Like, yes, I can. But you have to understand, excuse me, that I live in this world. I go through everything that you're going through and everybody else is going through. And I decide not to take the high road and do these things. So I go through things. And you look at people and you think like, oh, everybody can go. No, it's not that easy. We need people. We need people like you to go through these things. We're like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're not just gonna get over it, but we can together.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying about like it's too hard to try to change a young guy's mind frame.
So and I even have that about
he
me.
can keep his mind frame and he can keep his thinking too. I'm telling y'all, my job is to bring y'all the information.
Exactly,
like that's more the point that I was making. It's like these guys.
What's going on now? They can decide. They can keep that. They can. I'm telling you what I showed you. I could go on TikTok and show you some more. Regardless of how that women are not, we're not doing it. We're tired.
Well, I agree. Listen, this is why I agree. I
gotta laugh.
I think y'all should keep your legs closed because here's the thing.
She said we are tired.
I think women should keep their legs closed, and because the fact that whether we like it or not, the fact is that most young men are not mentally, emotionally, financially, or spiritually in a position to be a good father to a child. So until either enough men get themselves together.
That's because y'all keep talking this rhetoric. Y'all are great.
Hold on.
Y'all are great. No, y'all are. Y'all really are. And we need enough women to be speaking life into y'all, like on some real life shit.
But that's where
y'all are great. Wherever I go, y'all come out the woodworks to protect me. I walk 10 toes down, and ain't nobody gonna tell me that my black man or my men is not around to protect me. They not trying to sleep with me. None of that.
It's just more of a selection.
And they want to do right. Like
that's why I said it's more of a selection process than it is us getting to change a whole generation's mind. What it is
you can't do that. We have to get out of that mind frame. I agree.
What we have to do is we have to, like Suge said, we got to start at the very, very basic level within our family. Whatever you accept from the young men in your family is going to be the pattern that you create throughout that man's life. Because, for instance, if my family wasn't the type of family that was on our ass about our children, and not only our children, the mothers of our children, because this is what the women in our family felt. What if it don't work out with me and your daddy? Wouldn't you still want your daddy to be man enough to make sure that I'm all right after I pushed y'all out and he decided to do whatever else he wanted to do?
Oh,
now, this is what my mother said to me about my father. So now, automatically in my mind, I don't care how I feel about my kid's mother. I can never shame her to my mother or to my family. They don't care about that. Okay, well, we don't care what happened. We don't care which one of y'all fault it was. How come the baby is not here getting to know us because we don't see them every day? Why aren't they here? And why isn't she in communication with us? Because if she's not in communication with us, you're the only bridge between us. So if you're not making that happen, then you're also not doing your job as a man. But unless that was impressed upon me, I might not have felt that strongly. So then say I had my children. I'm not a very attentive father. My son may not be very attentive. My daughters may not be very attentive to their children. But because of that, we established that within our family, then it's going to spread out, because now I can look at 5 other little miniature human beings that I know what I put in my daughter, she put into them. And so at least that's going to be 4 young men, because my only girl is my grandbaby.
Yes, we're the expression.
We ain't having them. So
but it's still going to balance out, because look, I might have.
I just met a little girl the other day. I went to the bodega in my town, and her mom came in with her, and we were ordering food, and he was asking her, like, what do you want? You know, and she was like, she looked like she was at least like 16, 17, you know, and she was just like looking down, and her mom was like, she does not talk to men. She doesn't talk to men at all. I talk for her. Y'all have to, like, I wish I recorded this, but like not with their faces or anything. But y'all had to like hear this conversation. It was like, oh my gosh, like,
let me tell you,
doesn't
women are now
yeah
in their kids' heads what they was doing since the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. We're bringing that back, because every video that I have shown, the mother said to their daughters and sons, go get your education, go live your life, don't be up there stuck here with all these babies, do not be like me. And now they're bringing that back right now. If some of these men want to sit up there and they want to make sure they keep their men accountable, but that's for us regular folks. But the problem comes in that is this: the hatred for Black women. We cannot go around that. We cannot go. I could see if you're saying accountable, that's something totally different from hatred. They have a hatred. They have a hatred for us.
Let's go.
And the reason it matters to me, I'm not in the dating pool. I'm never going to be in the dating pool again. It's not even that. Well, God willing, but I got 3 boys, 14, 13, and 7. To me, it always kind of touched my heart when I look at them, because especially the 14 and 13, the 7-year-old, he's still like playing with trucks and playing outside. He ain't thinking about girls. The 14 and the 13-year-old definitely like girls. And it's hard for me to look at them and tell them, but listen, yo, most girls are going to be scared of you, yo. So you got to be very careful with the way you approach them, with the way that you speak to them, your body language, your tone of voice, your facial expression, because they're going to look at you like you mean them harm. It's hard for me to articulate that to a 14 and a 13-year-old. Why would they look at us like that?
Wait, you know, and Kev, I wanna tell you something, and this is why with my son, he's very different, and I love that he's different. I love that he loves sports, but he's not like obsessed with like, oh, that's my only outlet.
That's how my boys are. They're artists.
He's like a whole architect.
They're
My
not
son
cool
can
at
do
all.
anything. He's super smart. He's very different though. And I understand this is like a whole different generation that we are grooming right now that we don't even know nothing about. We're gonna be that old generation's like, what do y'all, you know what I mean? And that's okay with me. I was very,
Let me
when
tell you, women
go ahead.
women are now producers, they're owners, they have companies.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
these ain't the older days no more, right?
No.
Now, don't get me wrong. What comes with that is you have to be willing to, when that clock does click and you're like, oh man, I want a baby, you're gonna have to live with that choice. But that's a
Yes.
choice women are willing to live with.
Everyone's trying to have me
No,
a
but
baby.
they
Why?
are willing to
I
live
don't
with.
want
I'll
to.
never be a mother. I'd rather never be a mother. I'd rather feel
I got
guilty
2 kids
for the
already.
rest of my life.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I got 2 kids. I got a boy.
If
My
JC
ass is
don't learn
stupid.
how,
No,
right,
Roger, no, we run no rent. No, but
right,
look.
but I want to get back into the
Okay.
video, please.
I'm on mute.
Right,
I'm on mute.
and then when y'all want me to stop, just tell me to stop.
How many women in here have the college experience? Better yet, Black man, right? While you're tripping the light of your penis fantastic, Black women were getting accepted into college. There are more Black female graduates of high school and college right now. You behind the ball, bruh. How many Black women? And I say women in high school because some of them girls already had babies. Grabbed her high school diploma with that baby. That's called ability. Because you know what? You know what teenage moms realize real quick? If you were a teenage mom, please tell me something that you learned really, really quick. One teenage mom told me she
Your baby,
realized that
your
wasn't gonna be no
responsibility.
help.
That's what you learn when you're a new young mother. Your baby.
I knew
Drop
CC.
your kids off. Mama don't want to hear that. She gonna say that's your baby. You laid down. You take care of that baby.
God damn it.
Who get girls
Guys, y'all done made me mess up the thing. Please.
and a lot of old men
If y'all need for me to stop
who get
the video,
teenage girls.
if y'all want to talk, let me know. I will stop the video. Now I done messed up the daggone
I know. I'm Suge, and Suge will leave in a minute. Don't play with her.
They don't even claim the baby. Because of course, it ain't his baby. That's the oh my God. You know what? If I had a dime for every boy that the first thing out of their mouth was, that ain't my baby. She been sleeping around. After you didn't coax this girl, love this girl, played on this girl's emotions, played with this girl. And you brothers know it. You know it. It's part of the playbook and you know it. And now she's literally stuck for the rest of her life with the accountability. But y'all will turn around. Black women are not accountable.
I really hope, like, damn, Booney is talking to me.
Do you know how many women, like 2010, was up in church being accountable, because we were supposed to be in church waiting on our waiting on our Boaz. Y'all remember when they sold us that dream? When they sold us the Boaz dream? We were buying T.D. Jake books. Who's a homo? Did I say that out loud? Yeah, we were shut in with homos telling us to wait to find your Boaz, while he literally, the man that had you in that room, was literally having sex with your Boaz, telling you, wait on him. Wait on your Boaz. Then, and y'all ready for this? Then that same shit happened, and it was the African way. But you still waiting on your Boaz. I don't give a fuck how you look at it. You were sitting around waiting on your Boaz. That shit went from, oh, sister, you need to be in the church, to, oh, sister, you need to be in African spirituality. What's that book by Queen Afua? Let me go find that book, because that book is worse than the damn Bible. She got y'all, man. Sacred Woman. Oh, she got you. Oh, she got you. Peanut, not only Peanut, not only knew he wasn't coming, but they hands in your pocketbook while they knew he wasn't coming. Fly girl, I beg to differ with you. It is everything pitted against us. The homosexual is pitted against us. The bisexual is pitted against us. The straight man pitted against us. Because believe it, baby, it ain't just straight men out here messing with the young girl.
Now I'm a muted. Y'all made me mess up my tabs. Now I gotta go in and out of tabs. Y'all be messing
Like everybody
with
agreed at the same time. Yep, that's it right there. That right there.
Now we're gonna have a song break because y'all are terrible.
We are terrible.
I wrote these songs. I wrote these songs myself. Tell me how you guys like it.
And you're only offended if it applies to you. You
Hold
did.
on. Listen to my new song. You did.
Love that disclaimer.
This is WSUGA.
Yeah, I love the disclaimer. Yes. Yes.
And this is your DJ King Kev. We're on a light intermission. We're gonna lighten the mood a little bit. We've been getting a little heavy. We're gonna
lighten up my song.
Oh, my bad. I was just trying to DJ. I thought you had stepped away. My bad. I'm gonna let the music rock. My bad.
Oh no, we had with King Kev was trying to like lighten the mood a little bit.
I can't pretend what you get is what you see. I love all me, that's all I can be, just me. No imitations, no faking, just my own creation. Originality in all my steps, no need for complication. I shine bright, no need for any embellishment. I love all of me, that's my only sentiment. I'm just me, can't be nobody else but me. The world can try to change me, but I'll always be free. I love all of me, my uniqueness is the key. No one else can be me, just me. Just me. No imitations, no faking, just my own creation. Originality in all my steps, no need for complication. I shine bright, no need for any embellishment. I love all of me, that's my only sentiment. I'm just me, can't be nobody else but me. The world can try to change me, but I'll always be free. I love all of me, my uniqueness is the key. No one else can be me, just me. There's no earth is a journey, stumble and fall. No matter how big or small, they've seen your setbacks, but it's about to come back. Feels like the end, but it's just a jump start. Tough times may knock you down, that's a fact, but you rise like a phoenix from the ashes, back on track. Never give up, keep pushing through the pain. You're stronger than you know. Break the chains. This is the comeback. Rise up from fall. Stand tall. Show 'em all. No matter what they say, you can't be shaken. It's your time to shine. No more faking. No more faking.
All right. Now we have cleared it. Now I'm gonna get back into the video that y'all maybe done messed up my tab. Or how y'all like my songs?
They're always on point. They always get the mood right too.
Fire.
Set that mood. It set that mood. We ready to reset. Now I feel reset. I forgot what we was talking about. Let's get back into it.
Bisexual is angry bisexual men too. That will
Let's get
hurt
back
that
into
little
it.
girl.
It's like, no, like once in
Because
real
he
life, like,
really wants a boy and he doesn't know how to reconcile that in his own head. So he is going to beat that girl. And when I say beat that girl, I mean mentally, spiritually, physically. And if he's really worth his manosphere salt, he gonna leave her with a baby he don't want, and neither does she.
Told you.
Do you know how many children are out here right now? Their mamas don't want them. Their daddy sure don't want them. And they are being raised by an angry woman that every time she looks in the face of that child, she sees her own betrayal, not just by her own hands, but by somebody that probably claimed they loved her. And she is going to raise that child. This is why I'm pro-life. I'm sorry, I'm pro-choice. It is for these reasons that I am pro-choice. Because I'm be honest with you. I ain't having the baby of no man I don't like, don't know, just having sex with. I'm not carrying your child, sir. Your child will be in a clinic tube somewhere. Suck the fuck out of me because I have accountability. And nobody will ever know the depths of my heart. Because I'm the type, I will gnaw off my own leg to get the fuck away from you. I will literally soup the life that you left inside of me to ensure that we have no blood ties, sir. None. So I'm confused on what this accountability looks like. Because even in a lot of these newfangled relationships, the sister got to put in half. The woman got to put in half. She got to put in half the money. She got to put in all the child care. She got to put in all the housework. She got to cater to everybody but herself. That shit is bad fucking business. And let me tell you, Manosphere, let me help you where you messed up on this. Women went and got educations.
I was just saying that.
There's a such thing
That's
called
right.
empirical proof. And there's another thing called critical thinking. And while we were in these universities and colleges.
And the key word for any man that's on here or maybe watching the replay, you specifically hear her saying for the manosphere. If you're not a manosphere, she's not talking about you. So you don't have to fight for them devils, okay? We ain't talking about the regular folks. I'm not talking about my brothers that's on here. I know my brothers are good men. Good damn men. Take care of their kids, their responsibilities. They love their mother, their wife, and their kids, and they offspring sisters like me, right? So if you're watching the replay, she's specifically saying at each point in time, she's talking to the manosphere in the red pills. So if it doesn't suit you, then she's not talking about you. She's talking to the extremist, not the logical people, the extremists with the agenda. Now let's go.
We became scientists. So that means we became observers and recorders of said observations. We dropped loving you for a minute and became logical on you, bruh.
Peace, my brother.
Because loving you was killing us.
That's it.
Literally.
We tired.
Oh, wait. Can we pause? Can we pause?
Damn, Gina. Damn,
Sure, we got pause. We got pause on that.
I am, but we didn't let her
you
finish
want-
what she was saying. But go
All right,
ahead.
okay. All right.
It's paused.
All
But
right.
make it short and sweet. Everybody, if anybody got something to say, just make it short and sweet. I don't want to hear. Don't make it personal to you. Make it straight to the commentary.
I'm not really even. This is not something like I'm like saying I know nothing about. I'm just putting perspective out there, talking about perspective. And what she was talking about. It's like she's talking about perspective. And keep letting it go. She's talking about perspective.
No, she said it was killing us. That is the truth.
Yeah,
That's
it
how
is.
perspective.
Yeah,
We are
it is
6 feet
killing
under.
us.
We are 6 feet under. All right.
But should
And then
know
Kev
that's
and Lakeisha.
No, go ahead. I want to get to the other side.
All right, Lakeisha.
It is killing us or unaliving us in every fashion
Oh
of the
gosh, I'm
sense.
sorry, YouTube.
Sorry, YouTube. In every fashion of the sense. So I
Y'all
agree.
gotta be telling me too to check myself. Sometimes it like y'all gotta pump me back to her. What type of
not.
people are y'all? What type of people? What type of people are
I
y'all?
love who you are, Shook. Shook, you are everything. I want you to be who you are every
No, I
day.
cannot on these people's
Not
panel,
nah,
right? You cannot
we'll
on these
pull you
people's
back.
panel.
We'll pull you back. I feel like, you know what I mean? I'll be on that, you know what I mean? If you ever not, but you never.
Yeah, but
Never,
it's again,
you never.
we're
But
talking
the
about
thing is,
and
what
then
we're
the good
talking
thing
about
is,
is perspective
and the
and
good
not
thing
letting
is
people
that's
go
because we
ahead.
sit in and hear what these men have to say. This is our
Yeah,
answer.
we
And
can't
this
keep
is our answer
yeah.
back to them, right?
Mhm,
So
exactly.
now, not to mind you, we're not even on the women extreme when they're like F on them. We're not even on
They
their
don't want
extreme.
to hear that though.
But
I think they're ready for that. We're see the thing is, I have a whole thing that I would love if y'all want to hear it about a lot of things about who we are as women and how the men are related to us and why they are very subjected to us, and we know this. And the thing is, it's not even a thing anymore. It's like, listen, you understand? Sit down and listen. Take some
we
notes.
won't. Well, yeah, we'll
You
do
know
that
what I mean?
another time. Yeah, but we'll do that another
It's
time.
vice versa. It's very vice versa. It's very
Right,
vice versa. 'Cause I have a
right.
I want to hear
whole.
Fully finish that thought.
You already know
Yeah,
who I am. You
but
already know who I am. So I have a whole, like, you know what I mean, like on that. But
it
we
can be
definitely have to
deadly
come to the
for
internet and we do that.
it
But
can be
Suge is the
deadly
one.
for a
Suge is
woman
the one.
dealing
Suge
for
is
a
the
man.
one.
We at
Suge,
word,
don't.
my brother.
That's what we've been
Listen,
speaking on. Yeah, we
I'm
got to
sorry.
get her
Suge
in the class.
we
Suge
hear
gets
that.
me excited.
We hear that. But y'all men, I mean, if you already have a good woman, you are blessed. And if that woman already have a good man, you are blessed. The rest of us ain't trying to find out, right? A lot
Yes.
of us ain't trying to. We don't even care no more. We are tired. I don't. And if a woman is telling you out of her mouth, "I'm tired," there is no going back and forth because we don't even have the
Well, Suge, like,
energy
right,
to
like what you
even
just
keep
said.
going
What
back
you
and
just
forth
said.
because we don't even want to hear that no more because we're tired.
Yes.
We're
And
tired
then,
of not
so
getting the
Suge, I
love,
want to have a
the
conversation.
respect.
Suge, can I
You
have a
know,
conversation with you? Can I talk to you, Suge? Because you
huh?
say, "Oh my God," you're just like, like I feel like, oh my God, are you like related to me or something? Like, I don't know. But you just like, oh my God, it's amazing who you are. And I love who you are. But anyway, let's dismiss that. Let's talk about what's going on.
All right.
Do you feel as though,
I thought we was gonna go back to the video.
yeah, we can, I know, but you know how this goes though, Suge.
Right, we're gonna press play and hold that thought because
I can't hold it though.
you have to because
Oh,
y'all
man.
make a
All right,
two. Y'all
I'm gonna have to remember it. I'll remember it. I'll
make
remember it.
hours.
Just write
I'll
it
keep
down
it.
and we'll go over everything
It's
after the video.
Look,
Everything.
it's it's gonna come back up. It's gonna come back up. You know
All
I'm gonna talk to you. So go ahead, baby. I love you.
right.
Mwah.
Yeah, Libby, I'm with you. And what better way to do it than for you not to be in any way, shape, or form interested in women? Now, this preacher has an army that pays him, that works him, that buys him's books, that goes to him's seminars under him's control, listening to him. Again, whole time with his hand in your pocket. So again, completely confused on where women are not showing accountability. You know, now that we've gotten the education, this, that, and the other, you know, and where are the women? Where are the traditional women? Dead. They are dead with the traditional men that killed them.
Damn.
Yeah, like
am I right or am I wrong? Because where you saw grandmama laughing and smiling like she really enjoyed her life, sir. See, you were outside. You were outside playing while the girls of the house were inside having to be responsible. See, we were cooking food and we were cleaning the house and we were taking care of the younger siblings while you, sir, were allowed to be what's called carefree. And while we were working beside mama and we were working beside grandmama. We were even taking care of you. Because when mama couldn't leave what she was doing, even if that sister was younger than you, sir, that sister was serving you. And you know what we were learning while we were working with grandmama, while we were working with big mama, while we were working with my dukes? You know what we were learning? We were learning her pain, sir. We were learning and absorbing her pain.
Amen. Amen to that.
We were learning and observing the gunshots. Yeah, because my granddaddy shot my grandmama through the back door.
That's why I can't, like, that's why, like, I really don't want to, like,
and
do
he was
so
well
much.
within his teeth. He had already been married and divorced.
But the
and I don't think my
stories,
grandmama was 12 when that shit happened. That's what we were learning. We were learning that grandmama walked with that limp.
Exactly. We all have these same.
Because granddaddy kicked her so in her side. That her hip chipped. Grandmama walked bent over because your granddaddy beat on her. Your grandmama was so frail because she had 14 children with no help from your trifling ass granddaddy. That's what we were learning. We were learning how not to trigger the beast. We were learning that my dukes put an insurance policy on herself So when she left here, we could go to college. A lot of our grandmothers put our educations on their life, sir. And you gonna sit here and tell me that that's not accountability?
Yes. Oh my God. I need to let her speak this out. Because I read something that I want to share with you guys.
My Dukes had a house that was bought and paid for. Bought and paid for. And y'all can't even give the house that my Dukes bought and paid for and give it to the women in your family that have no men. You, the males in your family sold my Duke's house for the money. The betrayal. The betrayal. the freaking audacity.
That's what happens. That's exactly what happens. That's exactly what happens.
Y'all feel free to come up because, I could be talking 100% doo-doo.
Where is Foodie tonight? Where is she at tonight?
Say
Where is
what?
she at right
Yes,
now?
Libby. We were learning not to
Everywhere she
fall for the
giving me.
okey doke.
I
To
hope she
have
is.
our own money and not put up with BS. See, a lot of y'all brothers don't even realize that my Dukes got dementia because of how many men she had went upside her head. Because y'all have no impulse control. Where the traditional women didn't even want to be traditional women, sir.
So I can read King Kid's
You
post
paying
because I
attention.
feel like this is something. I didn't even read it. But I feel like we should read this.
No,
Just
you
to have
feel
a
like you want to read it. Go ahead.
I do. I just read like a couple lines. I was like, whoa. Like at this second, literally in the moment. The one thing that I feel the most blessed about is finding peace. Then finding love without having to lose anything except that I wish
Except which I needed to
that
lose.
which I needed. I'm feeling him like as he's speaking this, like really, because I feel like he's really speaking right now. Like this is a post. He does this always. Like he always has like these, you know.
Hey, when I heard y'all, just real quick, so we can get back to the video. When I said
Which
that,
I needed to
I'm thinking about how important women are in my life, and when I think about my wife,
Kev.
I found peace within myself. Then I found love with her, and I didn't have to lose anything except the shit that I needed to lose anyway. And so I'm like, I feel like I took everything and I gave nothing back. But that's why that it just hit me in that moment when I'm listening to Fundi talking. I'm thinking about all the weight that's
I
on
know, and that's why I was like, I didn't want to like disrupt anything. I felt that. I felt like I'm feeling those words.
And we gotta remember too, boys also on the bad side of that, they saying regardless of what, my mama did it, I can leave my kid because I know you're gonna do it. I know that kid gonna be all right.
Jesus Christ.
Because they take all the situations they saw mama go through, especially the mamas who made sure they never was hungry, especially the mamas, good, bad, or ugly. They had clothes, they went to school. They figure shit, a mama gonna find a way. Mama, they're gonna say my mama in every freaking interview. With a lot of these rich people, the first thing these guys said was my dad wasn't there and my Mama, we didn't have much, but mama made sure we was fed. Mama did this, mama did that, mama did it. You always hear what mama did, but you never hear them saying, and this is how I'm gonna make sure I do this with my kids too, because my mama didn't have help to do it. Long
But
as men
see,
know
the
that
thing is, there are
mom,
good men out here, and we cannot.
we're not
But
disputing
we
that,
are focusing.
but
Well,
that's
we're
not what the topic is.
I
Now,
know. So we're
now,
focusing on these people.
now,
And the thing is,
but
in
it's more.
my life,
There is
well,
more.
let me tell you, Suge, though,
Mhm.
like going through what I've gone through, and like when you really do take accountability, like we all talk, we talk about this all the time, right? And when you do that, and you seek out the right things that you really need in life, and not the things that you want, like it comes to you, and then it could be what I experienced was it was a little bit of like, oh my god, is this really happening? Like, is this someone that really cares about me? You know what I mean? When you're adjusted to doing what you have to do to survive, do you understand that? Like living, like y'all talk about these things, but like really living this, like, and I know it's a lot of people on here that has lived a lot of this, like, because we all do. I
Let me
can't
tell
even
you.
say that. Like, what?
Yeah,
What?
but
What? I
again,
don't take away from nobody,
look,
but
a
I've been in
lot
some
of us,
really deep
a
shit. But
lot of us,
knowing someone that really cared for me, but I was in such a at one point, I'm gonna be real with you. At one
you.
point,
It's not
I was
about
so
you,
messed up.
JC. It's this. I really need for y'all to understand. We could all say a little bit of our experiences, but it's not about us. It's about the
But
content.
when you meet a right man, like Suge, I want you as a. I feel like you. I don't know. I know you're not a lot older than me, but I do look at for you as advice. I feel like you're very wise, and that's why I speak to you, and that's why I'm on your panel. You know, um, do you feel as though when you're in a situation, you know, maybe have figured it out, and you found someone that's willing to take on your situation? Do you get what I'm saying? Your
What?
situation.
I don't have a
Meaning
situation.
well, I'm trying to tell you, a lot of people are in situations right now
Yeah,
where
but
they're
that's because,
where they
and
know themselves.
but that was
They
by
know
choice.
themselves.
That is by choice.
Well,
Like now, if I
that
was younger,
yes,
if I was
and
younger, maybe,
yeah,
but I still didn't
I know.
like
See, that's the thing. When y'all get
my train of
older,
thinking is
y'all
no.
get like,
Even when I was
oh,
young, my train of
it
thinking is different
was by choice, and
because
I do
of a
think
lot of things. I hate to say, but
but
because of
I
what
do,
I've witnessed
I do,
growing up, looking at a lot of what Fundi Fee have said,
I do.
my train of thinking has always been different because I have vowed not to be
Hmm.
my grandmother. I have vowed
Okay.
not to be my great grandmother.
Oh wow.
I
Oh
have,
wow. Oh wow.
I vowed not to be my
Oh
aunts.
wow, Suge.
I vow never to live life with my
Oh
head
wow.
down all the time and have a man and is never
Let me mute
happy.
right now so I can let you speak. I'm gonna mute so
I
I let you
vow
speak.
not to do that. I vow to not. I vow if a ninja ain't coming, I'll cut your ass so fast. Right. So that's why I don't. It's not about me though. It's about the video. But what that is 100,000,000% true. Do that mean everybody went through it? No. Right. But a lot of people wouldn't even know if they was going through it because they thought mommy and daddy or grandpa and grandpa was happy because they seen them in their older years. So they didn't see grandpa when he was a young whippersnapper. They ain't see grandma when she had them old beautiful legs and was out there doing the jitterbug and stuff like
Woo,
that.
let's go,
Right,
Suge.
right.
Talk
They
about
they
it, Suge. Suge. Oh my
they didn't see them in them days. They see the older version. So even if their mother had them young, they still didn't even really understand. Even their mother had when they was 20. By the time they started to really notice their mother, if their mother was already in their 40s, they wasn't in their 20s no more. So when you see your neighbors and even when you watch old I have shown and proved videos where we women have always been the one just holding ish down. So in 2024,
Yeah, it's
women are tight. If you got
yeah.
somebody
We the
though
ones that
that
taking
is
that.
good,
We the
you
ones
hold
that taking
on to them. If you got
Look, are we
somebody that's
not the
good,
ones that taking it to the
hold
grave?
on to them
To the
for dear
grave.
life. I'm all for relationships. That don't get me wrong. If you in one and you got a good man or good, you hold on to them for dear life. Don't be stupid and let it go. Don't think the grass is greener, because baby, the woman you got ain't there ain't that many more of them exist. And for the women, if you honey, if that man is good, don't mess up, because ain't too many more of them men exist neither. And it's sad that a lot of these good men do not
Oh my
exist
goodness,
anymore.
Suge.
You better hold on. You better
Suge.
go. You
We
better
got
hold on, baby.
wait, hold on. This is the grown women. Hold on, we gotta have that. You have to have like grown women discussions about. You know what I mean? Listen, because like it's good women out here. Trust me, it's good men. Oh, trust me. Oh, trust me. That got us.
Name me 10 right now, because you said it's plenty.
Well, personally, I can't say that. Well, personally, in my own, I know
No,
people
don't
that would
think about it. Just name. You said it's plenty. Name
like.
me 10 off the top.
You talking about like somebody that's famous that you can look up?
No, you
No,
said it's plenty of good
no.
men that's out here. So
Yes,
that
I
means
have.
you know 10
Yes,
good men never beat
I
a woman.
do. I do.
Is
When you
father
are true,
as father
when
to
you're
their
true
kids,
and
whatever. I
purpose
mean, you
for it,
see them every single day,
sugar,
and you know, name me 10.
sugar. I have 10 in my town. I don't have to do anything.
Name me 10.
That's
You
that's because that's because I'm real. Like when
hey
I fuck
Nick.
up, when
See,
I mess up, excuse my language, when I mess up, I'm accountable for what I do. You know what I mean?
see,
Things like
that's
that.
the
But
question that
I
stumps
really
people.
don't mess up
All,
like that. And
stump people
really,
all the time.
it's then that makes you feel like you messing up and you doing all this stuff and you doing, and then you have to, and then like listen, Shook, listen, and then all of a sudden you have to do certain stuff to make sure you're good and your family's good because you're a good woman, like you're good. Like I'm not gonna like if you ain't about nothing. Like why would you think? Why would you think? Why would you ever think that I would ever waste my time? Yeah, you're gonna have a little bit of time. You're gonna have whatever I allow you to have until I realize and get what I need to do. Like, unfortunately, y'all do the same thing. And now you want to put it back on me because I'm
No,
making
I
sure
just
I'm
asked you a
in
simple
the
question.
situation.
That was it.
No. King Kev talked about this. I on the whole spectrum. When girls are in this situation, they need to learn how to be wise to get out of this situation. Like these motherfuckers don't really care about you. Like yeah, you have a connection, you have a baby, and all this stuff, and you feel like you have an obligation to them, and all this stuff that you haven't understand. You don't like they don't under they just they can just go out here. It's a man's world. We know that.
Hey, real quick. Now you see
We
what we've been
know
doing.
that.
You see what we've been doing for the
And
last little
I'm
bit.
not, and guess what? I'm not I'm not butthurt. I'm
No,
not
no,
butthurt, Kev.
no,
Okay?
no. This is
Because
where I'm
I
going with
love
it.
my man.
No,
I
this
love
is
my
where I'm going
man.
with it, JC.
All
We've
right,
been
okay.
we've been going back and forth with different varying opinions. Not that we into it or being nasty to each other, but the reason I was saying that was think about this: when you're in an abusive relationship, what we're doing never happens. You don't sit down and go back and forth for 30 minutes and try to come to it. It doesn't happen. So again, when we talk about red flags and we talk about
With who though? Why are you coming to? Why are you coming to that conclusion that no woman would have a conversation with you about what's going
Listen,
on?
listen to what I'm saying.
General.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Listen.
In a general sense, this is one of the signs that one of the red flags, so to speak, when you're having a disagreement. Me giving the good perspective of that side of the argument, we can disagree with each other like we've been doing, but we're still carrying the conversation forward. When you're in a toxic relationship, when you're in an abusive relationship, the conversation doesn't last past 2 minutes. Shut the fuck up, be quiet, do what I said, or it's whatever's going on after that. So when
but the thing is, none of us I would like to discuss the content.
Kev know what he's talking about.
No,
I would never go with Kev because I know Kev knows.
Listen.
I'm
I'm
gonna
end up. I'm gonna clear the panel because I want to talk about the content. See, this is where we screw up, right? We go so far away from the content, right? For the good men, I talk about good men. I'm going to even show stuff about men also.
Yeah, it's good
right?
men out there. What?
But we're not talking about them right now.
They're not. We need to we need to stop talking.
JC, hold on, baby. Hold on, real quick. Let's
talk about the good men out there.
This is not what this show is. This is not the show for that today.
I know, but I'm all up for that.
And at any point in time, when I don't hear it, right? We want to talk about it. But the point is, we're talking about women's struggles right now. We're talking about women getting the ish beat out of them.
But see, that's the thing.
Since early. No, what we're going to do, and we're going to stay on topic. I mean, I appreciate each and every one of you, but you keep getting off topic. I take my time out so we can let's talk about what we're seeing on the screen, not how we feel about stuff, right?
Okay.
Unless how we feel about it is correlating to the screen.
I got you.
Nick, did you bring some snacks back from church? Did you bring some of them cookies?
Did you bring the church cookies?
The saltine cookies and the little wine, the little thing of grape juice. Did you bring us a little bit of the little cup of grape juice and the saltine cookie?
Wrap them cookies in that little napkin and put them in your little purse like your granny used to. And 2 peppermints.
All right, I'm going on another.
In the bottom of the purse.
I'm going on another
Always
music
got
break, right? I'm going on another music break. Let's y'all bothering me. Where we at?
I'm getting coffee and Zai. We'll be back on the other side. Back to topic. Abusive relationships.
Yo, Kev.
Kev, I'm about to do the same thing.
Yo, you don't even understand. I'm trying to get up with Chuck. I'm trying to get like, you know what I mean? I know I'm gonna have to.
It's all a process, yo. We don't
get
nowhere.
Right.
That's why I like Suge to get through
this. Yo, I'm down with the process, yo.
She painting the picture. She's painting the picture, and so she's halfway through the picture. I'm gonna sit back and
I ain't even halfway through the picture.
Okay, I'm gonna sit back.
Here's another song I did. Let's go.
I'm a whole problem. I'm not a problem, but I am because I can't find the strength to carry on.
Sometimes the weight of the world feels too much to bear, but I know that with faith I can go anywhere. I won't let these troubles bring me down. I'll rise above and turn my life around. No weapon formed against me will prosper. Overcome every obstacle, every hurdle with God by my side. I cannot be defeated. I'll wipe away my tears and face my fears undefeated. Sitting in the darkness, feeling all alone. I can't find the strength to carry on, but I won't give in to this doubt and despair. I know deep inside that there's someone who cares. Sometimes the weight of the world feels too much to bear, but I know that with faith I can go anywhere. I won't let these troubles bring me down. I'll rise above and turn my life around. No weapon formed against me will prosper. Overcome every obstacle, every hurdle with God by my side. I cannot be defeated. I'll wipe away my tears and face my fears undefeated.
I wrote that one too. How you like it? How y'all like my song?
It's
Forget
nice,
y'all.
sugar. It's nice. She gonna say, "Forget y'all." I was trying to take myself off of mute. It's beautiful. You know, see, I put my lights up in the comments and my
No, I had to
heart.
close my girl. I had to close my eyes for a second. Right.
Okay.
I had to close my eyes for a second to pray. Right. Ah. That's right. That's right. That's right. Today is Sunday, Jackie. I had to throw that in there. Right. So, um, if y'all want to say anything, like far as if you had to grow up and watch your mother, could be father, like all the how they managed, but we didn't realize all the pain that they was in or what was cause of them. It may not be your mother, but it could be your aunt, right? It could be your cousins. It doesn't necessarily have to be your parent because it wasn't necessarily my mother, but that doesn't mean I haven't seen it within the family. All right, so I'm gonna get back to this then.
Now, let's talk about what accountability is about to look like for you. Man, when, especially my sisters are like, okay, I gotta go half. If I gotta go half with him, I can go half with another woman. Do y'all think they put the Golden Girls in front of us for no reason? Do y'all think they put Living Single in front of us for
They had their
no
own OnlyFans.
reason?
It wasn't publicized, Kev. They were at the juke joint.
Mm-hmm.
They got the VA, the VFW.
The social outpouring of this is for a reason.
Thank you for being a friend.
The boogeyman argument. Okay, can we talk about the boogeyman argument, please? Who you gonna get to protect you? What? What do you mean? If everything go wrong, you gonna need us. No. Do you know how much shit has gone wrong in the Black woman's life and no Black man came to her rescue? As a matter of fact, a lot of Black men are actually the reason that alarms start sounding in Black women's lives. I say the Black woman should take full accountability and completely divest, period.
Damn, we were saying the same thing.
But we know that's not going to happen.
It's happening.
Because a lot of women are completely indoctrinated.
That's the mammies. I don't speak for them.
What we had a whole white man stand up at a college graduation. At a college woo! Y'all please make sure you support the channel. Please support the channel. I can't keep my air conditioner on if y'all do not support the channel. I can't keep paying for electricity if y'all can't support the channel. So please support the channel. That's y'all's problem. So you're telling Black women that their literal problem is learning defense mechanisms? Whoa! This is the type of BS. Y'all's problem, that is literally, meaning present time. Learning defense mechanisms is our problem. Whoa! Did you say the quiet part out loud, sir? Did you say the quiet part out loud? So you're saying learning defense mechanisms is a problem since diapers. Hey, J. Mitch. Hey, J. Mitch. Have you ever heard of a pedophile? I guess you don't see like what's happening in our social society where more people, Black and white, especially Black men, are getting caught defiling babies. That's y'all's problem. learning defense mechanisms since diapers. So are you saying that a human being should not learn how to defend itself when obviously it's not, doesn't have defense? J. Mitch, you are the exact reason why I am Team Bear. You are the exact reason why I'm Team Bear, because you are the type of man that does not want a woman to have any defense mechanisms, even in her childhood. She should have no defense mechanisms. It is a problem if a woman learns defense mechanisms in diapers. Wow! Wow. Just say you want us barefoot and pregnant without saying you want us barefoot and pregnant. What the hell? And Libby Lou, he said that to you? Hey, J. Mitch, I wish your daughter.
You're the glue that holds us tight, keeping us together, shining so bright. You're the one who keeps the love train on track, with a heart so pure.
Hey.
You've got our backs. Oh, Nick, what would we do without you? You bring the love, you bring the joy too. Through highs
Nick.
and lows, you're always there. Oh, Nick.
Nick.
We're so grateful you care. You're the light that brightens up our day, with kindness and love, and less than love. Through the thick and thin, you're our star. We're forever, wherever we are.
Care. You know I bring the heat. I spit the truth. I won't accept defeat. I'm the king, rule this rap game, making moves. Yeah, they all know my name. King Care. I stay on top of my throne. With every verse, I'm claiming my own zone. Catching dreams, I'm chasing that crown. I'm the truth, the realest one around. Hey, hey, hail to the king. I'm the ruler. I got that swing. Ain't no faking, it's the real deal. King Care, I'm here to make you feel.
Rising up, no time to frown on like a queen. I keep my crown on, nothing can bring me down. I'm strong, Licky Sia. I'm here to stay. Don't you dare sleep on. I face the challenges that come my way. I turn every dark night into day. I won't let negativity lead the way. Lakeisha, shining brighter. You can't fade away. I'm stronger than ever. Can't you see? No matter what, I'll always be free. I wear my crown with unbreakable glee. Lakeisha rising up. Watch me be the
daughter a man just like you. But you probably wouldn't know that because you probably do not raise your children. Because no man that has raised children would say that. Where y'all at? Am I the only one in here? I think I'm the only one. Let me get the fuck off here. Let me go. Accountability. Accountability. Surely. And shall we say the prayer of you, University? And yea, I lay my monies and my intentions upon, and it shall be returned to me 1,000-fold. What's up, Marquise? Hey, literally, this is why Black women are the most underdefended. Why? Because, man, everybody likes a good victim. Everybody likes a good victim. And because of this phenomenon that's happening, does anybody else hear the birth rate dropping? I hear the birth rates. I hear the birth rate in our community sliding down a steel slide that goes in a spirally circle. Y'all remember that sound? Do y'all remember that sound? I do. That's what the birth rate is going to sound like, because women are now taking accountability. We will account for ourselves and only ourselves. Black women are tired of taking on other folks' responsibilities. The children are not hers and hers alone. They always want to scream they're the father, but where is your father? Is this a monologue? Do you hear anybody else up here talking? Let's go to what monologue means, because I say again, it's all in the definitions. Monologue. Let's see what the definition of monologue is. A prolonged talk or discourse by a single speaker, especially one dominating and monopolizing the conversation. If you're a single speaker, you should be dominating and monopolizing the conversation because you're a single speaker. Any composition as a poem in which a single person speaks alone, a part of a drama in which a single actor speaks alone. Soliloquy. I like that word, soliloquy. So yes, by definition, this would be a monologue. Do you see anybody else up here? No. So by pure definition, monologue. I do enjoy my echo chamber. You know why? Because you are usually not in it. Peace. I don't know. I will say that sometimes our defense mechanisms are active when they don't need to be, and we block blessings trying to protect ourselves. Okay.
How about we don't have defense? We don't have the defense mechanisms. How about they're not up? Again, how about we've come to the point where there's no need for the bill. I'm not bothering. Like, I'm not bothering with you, right? I believe anything that is meant for you is meant for you, you know, but we've been playing this game for centuries, and women have not came out on top. We have not black women. I want to even show. I don't know who seen Fresh and Fit. I didn't want to see Fresh and Fit, but just so happened it kept coming up because a girl got into a fight at his thing. It's just a clip I saw. But you know what he told that black woman, told that black girl, him and that other piece of shit? That's why I understand why she's talking to the manosphere. Maybe I don't get it. Y'all don't watch the manosphere, right? He said, and that's why y'all black women are the least desired. That's why nobody don't want y'all. There's another black man talking to the black woman. He sat there praising them little tramp white women that was right next to him. And he said, that is a fact. And pulled out the receipts on the girl when they show it.
I saw that.
You saw it?
Yeah, I saw that.
So can you imagine always getting told that? You know what I'm saying? Anytime somebody pull out a receipt.
He used statistics. He pulled out a receipt.
Right.
He said from this study, from this popular study of so many men, when they surveyed men of all races, all creeds, all colors, the woman that they picked to choose at the bottom on almost every demographic, white, black, Hispanic, Middle Eastern, Asian, they picked black women last.
What he didn't say all. Well, what I heard, he didn't go into all the demographic, but again,
Yeah, no, I'm just that was, but that was
black
the
woman. But the black woman don't care about the other demographics, right? He was letting it be known from us.
That was the basis of his argument.
Right.
He was saying
And
that
the black women, so we were less protected, we were less desired, right? Women's again, yeah. If they think we're not having no more y'all babies, we got to stop supporting their ass too. Stop giving y'all money to these men. You know what they do? They put it in another girl's butt, right? That's what they do with your money. But I'm serious.
You have to say it like that.
But those are the facts. They do that.
They take your money and put it in another girl's butt.
That BBL, that's your money, girl. That's your money, girl. Them
Not the
top
BBL.
fives, that's your money.
Not the BBL. They put it right in the crack.
In the G-string. But you know what? That's sad. And how can you build a family when the women who don't want families, that's who the men who claim they want families are putting, like Shug said, putting the money in their butt. So we're taking oh man, it just runs so deep that it's like.
And then you got the woman. A lot of them got good women, wives, and everything at home. They're removing money from the household.
Yeah, to put in the street.
Put it in the street.
Right. That's research. It's just like somebody asked earlier, like when I said the quickest way to get your child's father's attention is call him and tell him, hey, I can't do it no more. I wanna give you custody of your child. They're gonna call you immediately because most dudes, despite popular belief, they'll tell you, "Oh, well, just give me my kid, and I'll be cool, and I won't bother you."
I've never heard it ever.
That's all game.
I've never heard it. Never.
Well, dudes used to run.
I
Dudes
done,
used to try to run that game until
I done
like,
had 2 of them and said, "Come
yeah.
get some kids."
Oh yeah,
And all
they
of a
not
sudden,
gonna, and I'm gonna tell you why.
their phone don't work.
I'm gonna tell you, yeah, they not
I
gonna.
would do a survey on that. No men I have
No
heard
man.
ever said, "I'm coming to get my kid." Then I'm not saying that it doesn't, but it's a real small percentage of a man.
No, I'm gonna tell you the ones that do it. I had dudes that did it in my generation. They said it to the women that they knew were not going to give them their children because they knew that they was really bluffing and they wasn't in a position. But if when dudes be acting like they be trying to tell people, oh, you just bitter because you okay, well, I'm finna bring them over there. I'm gonna tell you something. That would disrupt the average dude's life so bad that they would not want that responsibility. One, if they work, they have to change their work schedule. If they don't work, that'll really be bad on them. They'll look crazy not working with a kid. Two, most of them are with other women. You ask another woman to take a child from a previous relationship into her house. He don't care about him taking care of him while he over there with you. But you let that man tell the new woman he got to bring. It's so many reasons. That's why I tell women you have to pay attention. This is a new time. It's a different
man
time.
phone gonna break. It's gonna fall into water. It's gonna fall into the toilet bowl by mistake. And God damn.
She gonna be like, girl, I dropped that phone in the toilet like 2 weeks ago. And I ain't got to.
And I thought I paid insurance, but
you gotta play the game different. You gotta play the game different now.
My job again, being that we are regular folks up in here, we already know we're not talking about none of us, but I have to still put the information out there, right? Including men have to understand that. Yeah, he keep talking about Priscilla, right? You can talk about Priscilla all she want, but a lot of women are going to women now, even though they always was. But anytime, even back in the days, because even though she is gay, she's still a woman, so she could be gay all she want, but mentally she's still a woman, so she's still a nurturer. A lot of them I have seen women just to get their child, their children taken care of, they gonna get with that woman. That woman gonna work. That butch woman gonna work every day.
Yeah.
Bring that money straight home.
Straight home. Mm-hmm.
Right. Take it. Right. Mm-hmm. So it's a lot of all of this. None of this is new. We just get to watch it play out. Right. And the purpose of me doing this, because I get that people feel for Cassie, but what about all the other women? Right. What about them that she can go now, get her an island somewhere and start to feel better, right? Even the video that they put out, what Diddy doing that to her, that was still 216, right? We in 224 now, right?
And by the way, she's married to another millionaire now, a white guy that has more, well, a billionaire. He's got more money.
Mr. Fine.
Yeah, see, and this is the thing with that situation too. People will obviously feel sympathy for, because you can't look at that no matter, I don't care what, you cannot look at that and not feel empathy for that girl, because that shit right there was, I mean, that was some brutal shit. But the thing that they're gonna say,
but what pissed me off is all the men, even down to Slim Thug. Why do you have to see something so graphic to say, "Oh, I apologize"? To how many women say this all the fucking time?
But you know what it is? It's because men like Slim Thug, they deal with those kind of women in the industry all the time. They won't mess with the girl that they knew before they got famous. All they'll do is mess with these Instagram hoes, and so they're used to those type of women. That's why I say even their perception is screwed up, because the average woman is not going to do that. But when you got these women like that,
regular women are getting I'm saying women, period, is getting their ass, their behind tore up. But a lot of women, but I'm saying, and then people turn a blind eye.
Because I want y'all to hear this. Did you hear what the girl said that came out and verified? She said, I wanted to say something. I forgot her name. She used to be Diddy's assistant. She had glasses on and she was in the bed. She came on after he did his little fake apology earlier. Now, here's my thing. Here's my thing. And I keep saying this to women all the time. I understand the reasons a lot of women don't say anything, the fear and all of that. But here's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. And you got to listen and clearly understand what I'm trying to say to you. This is not what I'm saying. This is not how I feel. I'm telling you reality and how the world looks at it. They say, yes, we look at the video and we could feel sorry for Cassie. But I'm telling you, people out there are going to say, but she didn't complain all the time while she was getting the bags and them shoes and them strips.
That's what I said earlier.
And then you got other people that are going to say, well, you know what? He been doing this since way back in the day. If Kim Parker would have said, if Kim Porter would have said something, it wouldn't be a Carisha or Cassie.
All of them said something. She went in fully knowing how he was. That's why I say, women,
that's what people look at.
Stop selling ourselves out for a Birkin bag or
that's why
to go to the parties.
And you have to understand, and it's not that person is defending Diddy so much, but they're saying in the absence of proof, and we don't know, we can't just automatically take one person's side because
you don't have to say nothing. But you don't have to say nothing.
See,
sometimes it's best if you so much don't have the proof, then you shouldn't say nothing either way. You're the one that said you don't have the proof, right?
But they feel pressured. They feel pressured because this is the person who got you this is the person that got you a $250,000 Ciroc deal because he owns it, or he got you on Revolt and you got a podcast on Revolt. You can't say nothing. That's the exchange off that these people do. That's why when you owe somebody something, you're always open to blackmail and manipulation from them. I don't owe nobody nothing, so can't nobody force me or put me in a position to do nothing. If I don't have it to pay for and get, I don't need it. Because once I got credit with you, I don't care if you could take it to street level. You give me a package on consignment, I owe you. And if I don't come back, you had a right to take my life away. And anything in between, beat me up, rob me. So when you owe people things, and that's what happens, and that's what we have to tell women and young men. When you go into situations and you're getting something from somebody, it comes with a price. And so when something goes bad, some people are not going to feel sorry for you, and some people are. It's the way of the world. You have to pick your poison. You got to decide what deal you make with yourself. See, fortunately, most of us learned a long time ago, and some of us the hard way, that sometimes you will trade off one thing for another thinking it's worth it. Like you might think, okay, I'm gonna stay with this guy even though he's not good to me and he's abusing me because I want my kids to have a father. And then experience in time shows you that that wasn't the right thing. Okay, cool. But then at the same time, you got to realize, look how many young ladies don't get to live through that experience and get to the other side and say, yeah, you can't stay for your children because you might end up unalived. And that's what's happening to these young girls now. They're getting unalived before they get a chance to get to the other side and learn a lesson and go, hey, that's why I said when you talk about red flags, we got to hit them in a different way now because it's a new generation. And so they see things in a different way. Like we knew what stranger danger was. When we came up, it was no cell phones. It was no GPS. So it was like, you don't talk to strangers. You don't get in a car with nobody. You don't go nowhere without no money to get home because anything can happen. Now it's totally different. You meet up Snapchat, Instagram. It's an instant hookup. You ain't got to go. You ain't even got to go nowhere. You used to have to go somewhere to do something. Now you don't even have to go. You can just meet that person instantly via social media. And that's why it's so easy for girls to get caught up in a lot of things. It could be your first time meeting somebody. You met this person through social media. Y'all was talking. He might fly you to his city. You get down there. The only way you got to get home is the ticket that he gonna supply back. But what if you get down there and then he goes, yeah, come, and he picks you up and takes you back to a hotel and there's 3 people there and he's like, if you want to get home, you got to do X, Y, and Z to get out this room. You can't call nobody for help. You in this hotel room until you do X, Y, and Z. That's how easy it happens now.
That's why we have to tell. We got to keep trying to connect to these women. If not, them horror stories is going to connect to them, right? If y'all want to keep hearing more horror stories, then keep hearing more horror stories, right? That the choice is always on the individual. Our job is just to put out the information. Like Kev put out information, all of us put out information. You could pick whichever one you want to do, right? But I do know that a lot of women is tired, like I said, are tired. And in return, what the younger folks don't understand, especially the men. Y'all think y'all got shit kind of effed up. No, y'all gonna hit the wall. We're not gonna hit the wall.
Oh, we
Y'all gonna
almost
hit
right
the
there.
wall
We almost
because
right there.
y'all because see,
In the
like
next
I
2 years, the rest of the population that's left out here, that's not unalived or that's not in prison, they're either going to be, look at it right now. They done blended everything together. You don't know whether to say he, she, him, or they. Then you got the most popular entertainers, Young Thug, Drake, even the ones out now, Lil Baby. You see them, they wearing fingernail polish, they wearing purses. Now the girls calling the dudes BITCH and the dudes calling the
and
chicks
bro,
bro.
no, but
So now,
what I'm saying, because what I was wait, hold on, let me because I was saying something first. Y'all are gonna end up growing old alone, and y'all gonna turn into the new crackheads who don't do crack, right?
right.
Y'all gonna turn into the new crackheads who don't do crack, right? The new crackheads mean the beginning of the month, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're a crackhead, and you hurry up and you call them girls come get that money, and then when your money gone, they don't see you no more till the next month. That's gonna be you, except for you don't do crack or nothing. The
Yeah,
girls
in
only
10
gonna
years,
come right. The girls gonna only come around, right? Because you ain't never been good to no woman. So you don't have no woman. You don't have no wife. You don't want the kids. You don't want this. You don't want that. And this is what you want. And this is what you want. See, a woman, the difference is women, and I'm glad Phony did say that. Women create community, especially as they get older. Men do
right.
not.
You watch in 10 years, mark my words, in 10 years, all these, you're going to see so many dudes, like the homeless population right now. And like Suge said, like the drug addicts and the drunks, except they're not going to be necessarily drug addicts or drunks, but you're going to see all these dudes right now that's real cool, that's talking about they chasing the bags with tattoos all on their face. Those are the dudes you're going to see that's going to be 40 years old. They neglected their kids their whole life, so their kids ain't gonna want to be there. They never been good to a woman, so they're gonna. These are the dudes that are gonna occupy all the nursing homes. You're gonna see them in all the homeless shelters. You're gonna see them on the streets begging for change. These was all the cool niggas right now with tats all in their face and got the little braids on the top and the size of their hair shaved off and got. Those are the dudes that you're going to see in 10 to 15 years that are going to be the new bums, the new homeless people, the new people you see walking around talking to themselves in the street because they're not going to be no good. Most of them are drugged out right now. You look at some of the rappers, a lot of them are in their 20s and they're completely drugged out already. Their bodies are going to be no good. Their minds are going to be no good. They're going to have no family. They're going to have no community because, like you said, women build a community. But if you've never been good to a woman, then how are you going to join into any community that a woman is part of because you've never given enough of yourself to a woman that you're going to be accepted in a community? See,
And you could be old, and yeah, you may get married to that young girl. I can't say this enough, right? Men, you've been stop bamboozling yourself.
right.
When you
All
say
them
a
young girls
woman,
want no
no, let
old
me finish.
man.
Let me finish. When the minute you say a woman, she too old. I want that young thing. Ninja, you old right along with us, okay? Okay, stop thinking that my 50 and your 50 is two different 50s. Ninja, you're 52, right? Right. So just because you feel you want a younger girl, you still aging just like me,
The
right?
minute you hear a man
Right,
say that,
right,
he done moved
right,
into the trick
right,
phase.
If
He's
not
right.
tricking.
So,
faster, sugar.
That's
right.
If
it.
not faster.
So they think because they get the younger girl, she ain't gonna have you but so long, bro. And she gonna give you that baby, right? And guess who gonna get that money? Yeah, your baby may get it, but his step pops is gonna spend that money, right? You stop thinking that your life expectancy is longer because you have a young girl. Yeah, it looks good now, but yeah, they're gonna be oh yeah, honey, yeah, they
Hey,
marry
the
you
new
and everything. But
SSI
when
stands
that
for Sugar
20,
Daddy
when that
Social Security
25 year,
Insurance.
like if you're 50 or you're 16, you marrying a 25-year-old. That's like let's say Shaq, for instance. Shaq, you 52, she 21 or 22. By the time she's 30, you're 62. By the time she's 40, you're 72. Who you and let's say you marry her and give her a baby, ninja, you ain't got much time left. Who you think gonna spend all the millions of dollars? Even if you do leave, make sure all your kids get some. Your wife, and if she has a child, still get a stake. They still get the house. They still get what's left. Who they gonna be up in there? Somebody her age.
Exactly. That's why I told my kids, y'all ain't getting nothing. I'm leaving everything to mama so she can enjoy herself for however long she here after me. Y'all gonna figure it out. Because if I leave it to y'all, y'all not gonna take care of my wife the way that I do. Even though they love her, they gonna take care of her, but they not gonna take care of the way I would. So she get everything. What y'all
That's
think?
right, Kev.
For
That's
real,
right.
because
That's smart.
yeah, because at the end of the day, I asked my daughter, was like my oldest one. She was like, "Dad, Pop, I mean, I understand, but I say if your husband died tomorrow, who would you want him to leave his money to you? You and y'all 5 children, or his mother?" Okay, and then she's like, "You know what? You right, Dave." I said, "Exactly. That's how you build generational wealth. You make sure that the person that's we don't even plan to be with each other for a long time. That's why we don't make long-term plans. Like I remember my parents would be like, okay, we got to set X amount of money aside so these kids can go to school. I remember when we were young and my parents would talk about that. That's how we were all able to get a college education. Right now, it's like we getting ready to chase the bag. We getting ready to get some red bottoms. We finna get some outfits. We finna get us a SRT, a Scat Pack. We finna get us some jewelry, and we finna go to Miami, and we gonna ball out. That's the difference in why people are not prepared now. They don't make long-term plans. Like, what are we gonna do when the PPP loan runs out? What are we gonna do if I get injured and I'm out of work for 6 months? What are we gonna do if we separate? And how are we going to maintain this same lifestyle for our child that we both want? Or we would be able to do that? You have to talk about things like that when you're together. If something happens, are they still going to be able to go to that same school? Are you going to be able to keep this house? Are they going to be able to maintain the same lifestyle? Because that's how you provide opportunity and create generational wealth. You might not be able to leave a whole bunch of money, but if you leave a child that turns into an adult who's prepared financially, mentally, and they know how to take care of themselves, then they can create the wealth that then they can pass along. But if we
And then
start off where we
gonna
can't
get the
even
money
get
for the kids anyway. But
when we can't
mama
even
gonna
get
get
a
the money
whole
for the kids
generation
anyway.
that's
We
functional,
can't. We
it's
can't.
like how are we gonna even build anything, any legacy?
And for the old rich men, it's worse for you than it is a poor man. Why? Because again, you think that, oh, I want the young girl, and she ninja, you is old. My 50 and your 50 is the same 50. We got a good 25 years left, right? That's all we got. 25, just about 25, 20 to 25 years left if God spares us to live that long, right? You ain't gonna be here 100, 120. But the difference is you still get sick too. You're not the same person. Your life depends on whom give you what medications.
Yeah. At some
And
point.
if they want that money faster, you might get the wrong. Medication. If they want your ass to sleep all day, you may get a double doses of medication. You understand? And then that woman gonna still be young. And you know what? She gonna hire your ass a nurse. She gonna hire you an aide. She gonna hire you the best of everything, so she don't have to be home.
And she may not do that. If she find an auntie or a sister that love you enough, she'll drop your ass off over there and keep going.
No,
And
I'm talking about the real rich ones. I'm saying when the
But see,
real
I'm gonna
rich
tell you
ones.
something. This is what a lot of men are afraid of too. And this is the one thing that give me comfort. I know if day, night, or tomorrow something happened to me and I wasn't in my right frame of mind and I couldn't make my own decisions and I wasn't aware of what was going on, I know because of the way that I've treated my wife over the last 25 years that she would do right by me. Now, if I done dogged every woman I've been with, that's a fear that most men have.
Yep.
What about when I'm laying here and I need somebody to wipe my butt? It ain't nobody that's gonna wipe my butt because I ain't never did right by nobody, not even my kids. That's what most of these dudes are afraid of right now. Right now, if something happened to me, I know that I've done enough good for my wife and for my children that they would make sure that I was okay.
Or at least the grand. Oh no, it's gonna be grandbaby.
Yeah,
that
most
little,
dudes.
that,
Oh,
little- that little grandbaby, that
my
little
grandbaby will
grandbaby,
not play
your
about me.
granddaughter, she gonna be like, oh, everybody had that's my papa.
That's
My
exactly what
papa.
you know what she told my daughter
You
the
know
other
she gonna
day.
ride for her papa. She ain't gonna play no games when it comes to you, Kev.
She told my daughter the other day, mommy, calm down. You had papa your whole life. Let me spend time with him right now. That's what she told my daughter. She said you had a lot of time with papa. Let me spend time with him right now. This is because people understand how you treat them. I don't have to tell somebody, hey, if something happened to me, take care of me. The way that I've treated the people around me, I know that they will take care of me if I can't take care of myself. Most of these men right now,
don't have
they have not, and they cannot, and they don't have that comfort. Trust me. That's why they move the way that they move.
Yeah, but they and the way they're trying to get us to come back, it ain't working. All of that. Stop with the submissives. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, all that submissive stuff.
Like one thing, this how you know they were not raised, right? This how you know it's a program, because I was raised to respect everybody. So talk respectful to everybody. Not just so when I meet you, I'm gonna talk respectfully to you regardless, right? It ain't no cause you're my man, it's cause you're a human being, right?
Exactly.
Right. So if you was raised, they taught us back and they didn't teach us nothing. We even got slapped for it. We didn't say thank you, please, may I,
yes,
right?
sir, or yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Right.
What?
So we were right. And then are you hungry?
With the quickness.
Right. Are you hungry? We were brought up even when people knock at your door. You hungry? You want something to drink? That's us. That's how. So anytime
You were
got to
raised that
set,
way.
right? Anytime you got to set these rules up like that, you wasn't raised.
Yeah.
Like, women got all these big. My woman got this. Woman got that. That she wasn't raised neither. That go to show you a big old generation was not raised correctly. That you gotta spit out all these damn rules and regulations. Ninja, you should be looking for the best human being, not the one who's gonna be submissive to you. I want a good human being. If I was meant to be my spouse,
that's right. I don't care if you look good. If you ain't good, I don't want you. You can look good. You could be the sexiest person in the world. What good does that do me if I don't feel good about the way you treat me in our relationship? It means absolutely nothing. Been there, done that. But see, and what people have to realize as well too, like when we deal with a person in a relationship, how you treat your partner is a reflection of how you are as a human being. So in other words, if I was running around hollering, cussing my wife out, cheating on her, disrespecting her, beating on her, that tells you everything about who I am without me even saying nothing to you. You know exactly who I am. So it just in the same token, I don't have to run around, or my wife doesn't have to run around and say, my husband is the sweetest person, because people will just go, girl, you got the sweetest little husband. When I was there, he did such and such. So that's, people don't understand that that's the currency that's going to get you through life. I don't care how much money you got. If you're miserable, if you're depressed, if you're a rotten ass person, if you have nobody there for you because you've never been there for anybody, I don't care how high you get on the totem pole. It ain't
the answer. And that's the answer for the guy who asked you. Remember the guy who say, "Listen, I didn't want the kid." That would be his answer. Think about when you get older.
Right.
Think about when you get older. Cause and then you got the men who's trying to teach us about being traditional. One thing, like I said, I totally agree with Fooney. Did you forget that? Especially depending on how old you are, talking about the older people is messing up your life. And nah, Ninja, she right. We seen the pain. We seen them cook big old dinners, and the mother Tucker didn't come home. He done put the dollar in the next woman's butt.
Yep. He come home, and when he came home, he probably knocked all the food off the damn table anyway.
I got so tired of hearing women say it's in the microwave. Why? Because she done cooked all that damn food.
It hit home when Fundi said her grandma.
I done seen women cook food, set the
Oh no, I mean it was. I was saying it hit home when she said her grandma used to walk bent over from her hip being broke from her grandfather, but she didn't know at the time, and it hit home with me because I thought about my grandmother. Not only was the mother of 16, she had my father, who's the oldest, when she was 14 years old, and put it like this. My daddy right now is 80 years old. Well, he's getting ready to be 80 in May, right? 80 in May, right? So
we in May.
His baby sister.
Hello, did you miss his birthday?
No, 30th.
May 30th.
Yeah.
You said in May. We in May.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
30th of this month.
Yeah, this month.
That's why I said, did you miss his birthday?
Yeah,
The way you
no, the 30th. But I said that to say that, you know, his youngest sister, his youngest sibling is his sister, and she is 1 month older than me. So if you do the math, that woman was having children. My grandmother was having children all of those years. Her body never got the rest because it's 16 of them, and they're almost in stair steps, no more than 2 to 3 years between any one of them. That woman not only had all 16 of those children, but all 16 of her children had at least 3 children. So all of those grandchildren were in her house and up under her care until she died. And I just thought to myself, my God, that woman never got a day's rest since the day she was 14 years old and died, never got a day's rest. But I never saw my grandmother. She always smiled. She always was. And I thought about, I can't even pretend that I'm strong or tell nobody I'm strong. When I look at this little woman who was only 5'2", fresh from Barbados, couldn't speak a lick of English. She had her first 3 babies, my dad and his 2 next to oldest brothers when she came in. But like I said, she had 16 children and then raised them and raised most of her 16 children's children. That woman didn't get a day of rest and never complained, never said her life is miserable. Why me? I didn't get a chance. She never said. And I think to myself, when these are the things that humble me enough that when my wife is tired, I'm not going to put nothing else on you. I thank you for just doing everything that you do right now because you make my life comfortable. You make my life easier. I'm not going to complain about a goddamn thing because I know
better not, because I'm coming over
that if you didn't,
if
just doing what she does, it makes my life peaceful, comfortable, and enjoyable. I love being at home. As y'all can tell, I'm always at home. My grandbabies, my parents, come on, because that is what being in a relationship with someone who had the same goal, you accomplish those things. And that's what I try to tell people all the time. We wasn't saying
it's such a blessing, huh?
It's a blessing.
It's such a blessing.
And these conversations humble me and make me remember that when I hear what y'all are going through or what y'all have went through, and I think, oh my God, let me count my blessings again. I didn't even have to go through what y'all went through. I can't sit here and act like I'm tougher or stronger. I'm more resilient than y'all. Some of the shit y'all have said on here that y'all have been through, I don't know. I might have jumped off the roof. I don't know if I could have handled a lot of it.
And what's the new thing? I did not see it, but I heard a lot about it. Who would you pick, the man or the bear? Who heard that? And all the women picked the bear. I gotta get the meat. I don't know if it's an actual bear or whatever, right? But that's the new thing that's out now. They're picking cats, dogs, and bears. A bear, not beer you drink. A BEAR, not B.
Yeah, an actual bear in the woods.
Right. That's what it was. I gotta check that out.
This is what's crazy.
And rather than have a man, I'm trying to tell you, y'all gonna be sorry, even though y'all young and women think y'all cute now, and the mammies are flacking to you. I seen a lot of oppas back in the days when it was nothing but damn was nothing but pimps. After a while, the game is played. What you gonna do?
Yeah, they asked them same women, Suge. They said, "Would you rather have a father for your child that wasn't very financially stable, but emotionally and physically he was there for your child 100%, or would you rather have a wealthy dude that just sent a check on time every month and you didn't have to be bothered with them. Every single one of them said they'd rather have the absentee father that sent the check on time than to have a man that was there but didn't have money.
Well, baby got to eat, right? See I get
it,
that I try to stay away from that because what's the purpose of him being there in the baby's stomach? The baby hungry. His stomach is growling. Thank you for being here, but
no, see,
when your stomach is growling.
But this is what we do too. We don't. We say broke. This is what women. When I say, listen.
But that wasn't the man or the bear thing. But I'm gonna find out.
Yeah, no man should not be able to supply anything. But when they say broke, they listen. If a man is going to work every day, I don't care if he work at a factory, and he's only making $16 or $17 an hour. If that man come over every time he gets paid and bring you $200 or whatever and say, hey, listen, my check was only $5 something, you know, I got to pay my bills, but here, this is for, you know, if that man does that, women still say, oh, he broke because he don't make $100,000. But I'm saying, no, you can't just not bring nothing because they have to eat. They need a roof over their head. But they make men feel bad that don't make a great amount of money. If all you could bring is $100 plus you over there and you will sit with my child, or anytime I got to do something, I can say, hey, I got a job interview, or I got to go to the doctor. Hey, can you watch the baby? Yeah, no problem. Just do what you got to do. If I got that, but all he could bring is $100, I would rather have that than to have a dude that's saying $1,500 a month, but he ain't never there for the child and I can't never count on him for nothing. That's all I'm saying as far as the difference.
I think that's the only why I don't get into that neither, because I think that's a bunch of bullshit. Because most of these women, when you met that man,
you don't get like close to $100,000.
I know it sound good to say, you know, you all that. I am even with the women. I can't even agree with you on that about women. Because I'm like, you know, when you lay down with that man on the mattress, right?
Exactly.
on the floor, right? So I don't even know why we feed into that. Because at that point, when a man say you know what you picked, at that point, you know what you picked, okay?
Yeah. It's like when you pick that dude that got money, he feel like, one, he can control you because he's paying for everything. Two, he got the money, so he feel like he's the prize because he's got the money, not you. So I don't know why women think a man.
And I can have other women. I can do what I want.
That's why I said, what makes you think a man is going to pick you out of all the women that he has a choice from when he don't really care about none of y'all, but he can use the money and the things that he has in order to select whatever he wants. I want somebody that's with me just because they really dig me.
Yeah, but I don't know why regular men shouldn't even pay that no mind either.
Somebody who gets you, I mean, that just gets you is you can't replace that. Like, sure, you could go out here for the next 5 years and you could try to find you another co-host, but you're not gonna find nobody to get you the way your brother gets you. We get it, we get each other. So it's hard to try to, you know, that either it's there or it's not. And that's how it is with relationships. Stop trying to force shit that ain't there. You cannot, when something is natural, that's when it's right. When you go, yeah, I didn't like this about him, or yeah, this kind of bothered me, but when you start doing that in a relationship, that's another indication that you're ignoring red flags. And that's the things that get us up with people.
That's settling, Kevin.
Yeah,
Kev, I mean,
I call it making bargains with ourselves, making deals with ourselves. People say settling, but no, we make deals with ourselves. Yeah, he sell drugs, but he don't do it out of my house, so that don't affect me. So I'm not gonna say how he get money. But yes, it does, because what if y'all Walmart and that's when his enemies see him, and then they slide and then dump on the car. See, so it does. So we make bargains with ourselves when we know better. That's what it is. It's not that nobody's fooling nobody, or like you said, it ain't like you don't know that man or that woman when you lay down with them. So you can't change the rules later on. You gotta have discernment and good decision making in the beginning, because it's gonna shape everything else that comes after that. The more red flags you ignore, go ahead, Suge. Go ahead.
No, you're right. You gotta. that's why I try to get them to have to look at the red flags first, right? That again, these are they told us what to do, but they really didn't teach us the tools, right? They didn't teach us the tools about love. They didn't teach us the tools because we never explained to our children what is love. We so used to saying, I love you, you know, I love you, I love you, and you're just so sweet. But we never said what are the do's of love and what are none of us never even opened up the scripture, right, to our kids, right? And told them this love, right? And we never said, and again, kids go by what they see. If they see you getting slapped on and beat on and again or doing, they equate that with love. Like, okay, well, shoot,
Yeah.
I
And
can I
and,
can
and,
get
and
I
listen,
can get that too. Or if mama is a gold digger and these men giving her the money, well then I guess that's love too,
that's
right?
the way.
We're not when something is absolutely wrong, we are saying it's wrong. We so quick to say what's wrong. We're not quick enough to say this is love, baby. And we got to tell them what these things knee high, knee high. So if you're telling your kids you love them, you got to tell them why you love them, right? So they don't think that you just because you're my father. You got to find things in your kids to say why you love them, right? Even
Yeah.
though even though we supposed to say it, but why we got to keep saying that? So the next person who says that to them will have to give them reasons why,
Yeah.
right? But again, we wasn't taught we
Yes,
wasn't
sugar.
taught these things.
And you know, the thing too is, um, see, kids learn what they're taught, right? And like Suge was saying, if they see abuse, that's normal to them. But if they see a healthy relationship, then that would also be normal to them. So it's about what you present to them, because certain things look crazy to me now because those crazy things was never introduced to me as a kid. So I never got desensitized to them. It never got normalized to me. But now you have kids that are so desensitized because so many things have been normalized that there's no like as a woman, if you don't mean what you say, listen to me, ladies. As a woman, if you don't mean what you say, a man will know it right off the bat. This is what my wife told me when I started dating her and we got serious. We got to about the year mark. Wasn't living together. We stayed in the same complex, but we had different apartments. She said, baby, listen, I love you. Our relationship's going to the next level. She said, I'm going to tell you something. I told you I love you. I would never ask you to do nothing that I wouldn't do. And I would never do anything to you that I wouldn't want done to me. And the last thing is, I love you. And if you ever betray that, it would never be the same again. And she said it with such intention. I knew that if I stayed out all night, if she caught me cheating just once, she was gone and she wasn't coming back. I knew that. And I know that if I cheated and she left, I'll be somewhere sitting in this mother with my stomach hurting, rocking back and forth. I want to kill her. I'm going to kill her. Because
Looking
why?
like a crackhead.
That's what men do.
I
That's
tell
what
you, like
men
the crackheads who's not a crackhead. But guys,
do.
I want to get to this piece of apology, like really quick, right?
Okay. You said piece of apology. This little smidgen of an apology. Yeah, let's hear this bullshit.
Right. I believe it's more commentary than apology, but we'll check it out.
And he was reading.
On the darkest times in your life, sometimes you got to do that. I was fucked up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted.
Oh, now you disgusted.
I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now.
Mm-hmm.
I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy and go into rehab.
All right, I need a ginger ale.
Had to ask God for his mercy and grace.
Well, how many times? Because you beat her up a lot.
I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
Man, this is sad. Bro sounds so sincere. Sounds like he's really hurt. He's really wanting to apologize for.
That's his pockets. I did not tell you it was going to be more commentary than it was an apology. Oh, this is from Forgotten Kings. My man Sincere. He's really cool. Go check him out. Don't forget to also go check out Foodie Feed. And I forgot who I played earlier. Go and check them out too. Right? That she really brought it down with all the abuse that we have occurred from since slavery up until now. Right? We done been abused. We've been abused to the point that being that we wasn't even human, we couldn't even go. We ain't had nobody to go to say we was getting out behind wet, right? That's why I said there's too much pain that's passed down through women's body, and then when you continuously see it. But I would like to know, well, how many times did he go get therapy after that? Because you done it don't look like you stop whipping behind and been a bit. This is 2016. So we shouldn't see none of these allegations if you don't went and got help in 2016, or are you going to receive
That
help?
ninja ain't went
I'm
and got no damn
confused.
therapy.
I'm
That
confused.
ninja ain't got
Exactly.
none
I'm
of therapy.
confused. Right. I think what happened is like, and people, they want to go in. I sometime again, I do get it when people like, well, these kids want to be grown. Sometimes you got to be growner, right? You got to know when they acting out. I get Christian, right? Christian know for a fact. I mean, 50 Cent know for a fact. What Christian gonna do against you? Christian ain't pettier than you. He ain't been in the life longer than you, and your son gave you a better battle than Christian, right? I like when you and your son go at it, right? He pops off more than Christian, but Christian is in a hard plate because whether we like it or not, Diddy is all he got. His mama's gone. That's all he have. So he's running scared now. He and our father, we want everything to happen to him. But in his mind, then I ain't got nobody. So that's why he's when he made that other comment, why that's coming. Like we ain't never heard from Christian before. He's never been disrespectful before. We done seen Christian grow up throughout the years. Every last one of them kids got manners and stuff. And the way they was going at him, do y'all understand that this man could go to jail for a long time? And they keep and then he's not a normal kid. How would you like to hear every day, your daddy did it, your daddy did it, your daddy did it? The next minute, he going to jail, he going to jail. Them kids are fucked up. Do they? So sometimes you got to be the grown one and say, like, little boy, whatever, right? You don't have to answer. People always think they got to clap back or they got to answer back. You don't. You don't. Sometimes that would be the best answer. Nothing. That is the best answer you could give somebody. Sometimes is no answer at all. We don't have to understand it. But we do know for a fact all of them is still there. Quincy been there the longest. Believe me, B. You honestly think if he done took out Kim Porter, you think they don't love their mother? You think triplets? I call them triplets. The twins. She got 4 kids. 4 kids by Puppy. 3 biological. You think all 4 of them? Remember, they done seen a lot. They know a lot of shit. But they would know if their father took out their mama. Ain't gonna be no kumbaya and my dad. In that case, Quincy will never call him dad again. Matter of fact, Quincy be out to get them now, right? Sometimes we take a little bit too much what we see because it's on the regular, and we swear for God that that is the truth and nothing but the truth. But in all reality, we don't know. We hear, oh, well, he took out Biggie. We don't know. In that business, you don't know nobody know who took out who. Nobody, we do know they get taken out because they are in the industry, but they signed that, they know that. But it's never the person who you think it is because they are in our faith. Life is not that simple. But he's like that because now all of this is coming down on his kids, and they're all jumping on Christian, and they on a wish hunt for Christian. And Christian also has a case. He also has an essay case from being on that boat. So his own son is being jeopardized. I don't care about what y'all say about that grown ass man. But damn, the kids, like people who don't have their mother and their father, and they're gonna be out here in this world, and then an enormous debt they couldn't have if that man don't make no money and if that man don't fix this. It's a lot of shit going through their head. We gotta stop going in on fucking kids all the time. Yeah, they said something, but if you know them kids ain't no match for you, leave them like you do toddlers. You don't have to, unless they blatantly come out and disrespect you, right? And they're in your face. Then hey, you think you grown? I'm gonna show you grown. But I don't know. We gotten to the point in this world that we always think we gotta answer somebody back. Like we gotta. Like no, you don't. You don't have to give nothing and nobody none of your oxygen. Oxygen is the only thing that could help that person if they are a fire. The best way is to put out oxygen. The fire is to give it no oxygen. It cannot survive. It cannot survive without every time you open your mouth, you're letting that person that is a fire and that negative energy, all you are doing is feeding it. Even if you think you won the argument, you didn't, because they are the fire. They wanted you to argue with them, right? So they're satisfied just the point of you opening your mouth. Like, as soon as you open your mouth, they have won. Even if you cuss them out and you told them off real good, they still won. Because you're showing that person you're not beneath me. The minute you don't give them your oxygen, you're showing them you are beneath me. You're not even worth my time. That will hurt a person even more. You're beneath me. What? You don't see princes out there and kings talking to paupers unless they have to. So why is you, the king or queen, talking to these paupers? You don't see them mingling with them and arguing with them. They get stuff set to put up with them all day. They gonna let you say what you gotta say. Because at the end of the day, the minute you respond, let's say a king or a queen or somebody respond to 50 million Carter, God damn it. The minute you a king or a prince, once they
co-signing.
Once one of them ever respond, baby, that person gonna be so happy. What? They responded to me? Holy snap. They have now won. That's why people keep going at you. No, we're not on the same level. I'm gonna leave you right there on your own. I do not match energy. I let you keep your energy and I keep mine. People like, I match energy. No, I do not. I don't want no parts of your shit. I don't want no parts of it. Carisha knew what she was getting. She sure enough did. But I think that Carisha, all of them knew. She also knew what she signed in for. Cassie, even though what he did, she still knew what she signed up for. She knew what she signed up for. And the first hit she was, how many times, like, it's like it negates what you get out. It negates what we say. First time a man hit you, run. But then we'll look at all the evidence of him hitting me. Like, which one is it? Do we, like, which one you gonna take? Right? First time they don't listen. But who didn't know Diddy about that life? Hey, everything that we're hearing now, if y'all never heard of it before, then maybe y'all really young. Really young. But we heard about the F4 parties back in the early 90s. We in 2024. We heard about, he always told you, I am not a good man. He always said, I do not want a wife, and blah, 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 blah. Right? But far as them going, I understand he got no choice now because his kids now is Christian is getting hit, and now he got to save. He ain't saving his ass, and I commend him for that. But he has to save Christian, because Christian, right, from what I've been seeing, he's been like leaving stuff, like little things which he's never done before. People don't realize Christian never done this before. If Christian was out there, right, absolutely. But I'm explaining to you why he's doing it. It ain't about him. If it was about him and Cassie, right, but it's not. He has to now save Christian, because Christian is catching. Y'all been seeing the Puffy daughters are gonna get drove. They've been doing the daughters too, but Christian now was catching the heat because Christian, he's nervous.
That's what I was saying. No,
remember, them people came in the house, got his ass too, put them big old guns up, them big old pow-pows up in his face too. He has a thing too. And then this little piece of dish record.
Think about though, being a girl, when we were even talking about, earlier what we were talking about. Now, we're not talking about poor people. We're not talking about people in the hood and this, that, and the other. We're talking about two young ladies who are they're not known, but they're known because of who their father is. Now, think about the psychological. Everywhere they go, you're known as the girl that, oh, that's Puffy dog. Puffy is a woman beater and a sexual abuser. They've got to now think about that. They still got to try to have a relationship with this man,
and they got to smile. They got to smile.
But they got to smile when they with them.
Fucked up.
And they got to answer to people.
They probably think. Sorry.
Then they got to answer to people to why they smiled and why they still love their father, because they know what he did. You see the dichotomy in that. You see even though they ain't got nothing to do with it, but everything he did, they're going to get blamed for it. If they look like they having a good time with him, how could you be smiling, laughing with this man, knowing what he did to Cassie and all these other women? But it's their dad. See what I'm saying? Think about
their mother.
And their mother is gone, and they're blaming. Yeah.
So I think, and then the stuff that
that's the point I was trying to make, though.
Mm-hmm.
About the mother not being there, and imagine them wondering and thinking what happened with their mother.
Thank you. And then what if Puffy go to jail?
Something to do with possibly.
What if Puffy go to jail for something else? Because they can't prosecute that crime because of the statute of limitations. That ain't the only video they got. They raided Puffy house. They got Puffy beating up a lot of different women and doing a lot of different things. So what if he go to jail? Now you got these two girls. Their father's in jail. He's a known pervert, known woman.
We got 3 girls. That's
right. Now you go back, and now they got to go back.
Don't have a mother. Mm-hmm.
Now they got to go back. And what about Kim Porter's memoirs? Are they gonna ever come out? What about the people who were her friends?
She was never writing no book. I don't believe that.
No, I'm saying Kim Porter.
That's what I'm talking about. I don't believe she was ever writing the book.
The only reason I believe it, because after the producer Little Rod said he seen the manuscript, Al B. Sure said he actually saw the book himself.
I don't believe it.
That's the only reason I believe it, because I heard Al say he saw the book.
You full of shit too. I know why, because every time somebody get ready, every time somebody ascend, well, you know they was writing the book. Everybody writing the book. That's what killed them, right? I mean, every single, you know, they was writing the book. They was writing the book. They was writing the book. And then I'm quite sure that a lot of damaging stuff she ain't gonna put in that book. Let's say she would have made it. It was not gonna be no tell-all book. No, sorry, because then a lot of stuff she was involved with too, right?
Right.
So, and that will go for Cassie also.
Right.
Well, then if that's the case, Sugar, he already planned to off and unalive Kim, because that casket takes time to make. You cannot just call and say, "Hey, I want this kind of casket." It has to be prepared in time, ahead of time.
That's what they say, but it still don't mean he did it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, we worried about a lot of these girls in the hood, but like I said, those girls, I had thought about them this morning. I'm thinking to myself, can you imagine them they're still in school. They got to go to school. Can you imagine just feeling like, imagine if you had to walk in school and your father was all over the headlines for doing some shit like that, and you had to walk into college and try to walk into school and act like you were high school and act like nothing's, you know what I mean? That's like, whoa, like the psychological damage that it's going to do to them, even though they have.
He's been gearing them up, and they've been learned from even before their mom ascended, because there's been talk of Diddy for a long time before those girls were born and well after.
Right, but you know, your kids don't know you the same way the world does. You see what I'm saying? Like,
no, they don't.
So that for them, that's why I said about these different dudes, and like when you decide to create another life, you got to realize the responsibility that you're taking on yourself, because now you are responsible for this person. You no longer could say, I got to think about me first. You can no longer, that all of that goes out the window. Everybody is not.
If you see the hate, if you see all the hate they sing Christian, because you look just like him. You the devil spawn. You look. I'm like, well, God damn. I mean, just because now it's because, but like I said, but I'm not even talking about him really. I'm talking
But you know,
about
he got his own charges. He got 6 separate charges.
Right. That's what.
He's been doing some shit. Yeah, it ain't
yeah.
no
That's why I said it. I'm not talking about him.
Yeah,
but
Quincy,
now,
look at Quincy. Quincy ain't involved in nothing like it seems,
but Quincy did he do exactly what I said he was gonna do? I said he was not abandoned. He was not abandoned. He gonna leave. No, he's not. I said that from number one. He ain't abandoned. He ain't living. He not
with his siblings, and he did.
Because at the end of the day, they still people they fail to realize they are family.
You don't want to lose that life. You don't want to use that family. You don't want to lose that power.
And Puff, to him, Puff is still his father.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, blood couldn't make them no much family than what they is. So, and he is the oldest. He done seen shit through his. That's why his mama left fucking Albie ass. Albie was in the damn business first. And people keep thinking when I say, "Oh, hello," why y'all don't know about Albie's other 3 kids? Because they're not connected to Puffy.
Right.
He going to the man that the reason why we even know his name is because of Puffy. We would not never know him through Albie. We don't care how. Guess what? His other sons look like him too. Why nobody ain't saying that?
Most people like me and didn't even know that was Al B. Sure's son until about maybe 10, 15 years ago, maybe.
What? I remember when she got pregnant. I mean, where have you? I thought everybody knew.
I mean,
that
we
was
knew,
so crazy.
but we didn't really attach him because he was always with Puffy and Misa.
Man,
Puffy and Misa, and Al B was off the scene, and they never mentioned it.
Al B was out there making another baby, breaking more hearts, and he told her, "You better get off on your own, girl. You better get off on your own." That's what he said.
If you think about it, back then, Al B. Sure was way bigger than Puffy. Puffy was nobody, even though Puffy was, even though Puffy was A&R and who he was at Uptown, Puffy was nothing compared to. He wasn't even bigger than 5MC. Heavy D was bigger than.
Even in that song, he says, "Maybe I look too good for you."
Yeah, Heavy Right. Is it that you? Yeah, he said I don't look good enough for you, or maybe you just look
Maybe
too
you
good
look too
for me.
good for me.
Yeah.
Now you supposed to put on the deep voice that time because he said it deep, Kev. You supposed to put on the deep voice that time.
Yeah, I didn't want to get the whole dramatic effect. That'd be like King Kale trying to talk. Yeah, nah.
But that's how he said it.
Hey, and you know what? And even in that, he sings in a very high falsetto, but he said that message in his regular baritone voice because I think he wanted Puffy to know. He wanted Puffy to know because if you think about it, this is a little piece of history, just so y'all know. And a lot of people may or may not know this. So at the same time that Kim was pregnant, she started messing with Puffy.
No, she wasn't messing with Puffy then.
No. Okay, from the story I understand, she was pregnant. She had the baby. Right after she had the baby, Puffy was trying to press her even when she was pregnant because Puffy was trying to get at her before her and Al got together and got serious. Because she worked for Uptown when he got signed. That's just a story, but that's neither here nor there.
That would be incorrect. He was with me. Remember.
I understand that, but he was still okay. That's not important to the story.
Right.
The point I was trying to say that's important is when she was pregnant with Quincy, their son, and right afterwards, he wrote that song for Jodeci, Forever My Lady. He wrote that for Kim because
he helped with the song. Devontae.
Okay. Yeah, I heard it a little different.
I know what you mean. No.
Yeah, I heard it a little different. Devontae did the music.
I'll be like to take all the credit, but Devontae came with them songs already. When he came, they came on from North Carolina. But the thing is, he played a part in the song, and so he dedicated it to Kim. But in all reality, he didn't get with Kim to Justin was like maybe 3 or 4 or 5.
But
it wasn't
right.
But that's after Albie done fucked the whole town and shit.
Okay, but
and remember he left his first son, and then he got remember he got another son under him. Like Quincy's like the middle.
Right. It's Quincy.
It's young.
Christian,
we're talking about Albie kids, not
his other kids. Yeah.
Right. Remember, he got an Albie Jr.
Right.
Then he got her. Even when he did that thing, he said he was out there effing everything. But what you can imagine, he was a sex symbol then at that time. Yes, he was. But
now to show you how that shadiness in that industry. And then just in a general sense, how it comes together. Now, Puffy's first baby mama, Misa, who was she just with before they passed away? Alpo. That's a whole nother story in itself because Alpo and Puffy's dad got connections from the street, which again, that's weird. Then you got
who might be one of the ones that's 50 daddy.
Exactly. And on top of that, when the whole East Coast, West Coast thing was going on, who was Suge Knight messing with? Misa. So you got when you play this game, you sign up for certain things.
Yeah.
And they don't allow you to come back later and go, whoa, wait a minute. I kind of knew a little something, but I didn't know it got this. No, you signed up for the whole game. You signed up for this whole game. That's how you know the ones that didn't sign up. Them the ones that'll never get to that level.
Even if his kids get counseling, people gotta remember.
They still, they ain't gonna be no good. I don't care how much counseling they
That's
get.
what I was getting ready to say.
Okay, how much counseling
right out of my mouth. The counseling don't work for everybody, right? Mm-hmm. Especially the life they're accustomed to having.
Thank you.
Before they could have walked with their head up high. Counseling ain't gonna help all of these people that's going in their ass all day, every day. Right?
He couldn't even take it. You see how Christian had to make that diss song trying to go at 50 Cent.
Oh my God.
But now what you think? Yeah, what you think gonna happen now after the video that came out? See, that was before the video dropped. They was already that's what you got to realize. They build these people up, and trust me, everybody that they build up, they're gonna take your ass down when they get ready. Whether you're Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, Puffy, Oprah, no matter who you are, when it's your time, when your time is up, they are gonna take your ass down. That's why I'm never gonna let nobody build me up. That's why God knew not to make me no millionaire because I'm not with the fuck. I want to be able to say what I want to say when I want to say it and mean it and stand on it without feeling no type of allegiance, like, oh, if I say this, now I'm gonna lose all these millions. I don't care about that. I never had millions. I'm comfortable enough to live the way that I want to live right now. So why do I need millions?
Right,
Those millions
Kev,
are to impress other people. Those millions, honestly, are to impress other people because I have everything that I need. So why would I be trying to strive to be a millionaire, sacrificing time with my family, sacrificing my morals and principles, if I already, in my broke state, have everything that I need? That's what people get tricked into because they're racing after something and they got all it. Look at Kanye. Kanye got to be a billionaire and went crazy in the process. Went absolutely stark crazy crazy.
And then the next day, and now he want to do porn.
Yeah.
And now he's sitting up there
He
wanting
want to do a gospel album. Why, nigga? You had already been to the other side.
No, he did the
Wait, who
gospel.
want to do porn? Kanye?
Yeah. And then
Him
he gonna do the thing. He poured the milk all on her. Like, man, Jeff, somebody better call his doctor, right? But they trying to get what I need for people to understand is what we're looking at are fall guys, right?
Yeah.
It's never who. They're never gonna put the actual person who did it right in your face. Like it's easy for us to say you're a poor, you dirty, right? And it's easy for us to say, oh, when it came down to Tupac, at one point, Suge did it. Like, no, if it was that, they're never gonna make it that easy for you, right?
Who is Suge and Puffy? Who is both Suge and Puffy daddy? Jimmy Iovine. Who's Jimmy Iovine daddy?
Well, not my Clive Davis. But no, he got other daddies.
Lucy and Grace. No, but I'm saying directly. Jimmy Iovine owns Interscope. They were all signed directly to Interscope at one time. So Jimmy Iovine is all they boss. While there's the East Coast beef, they're all signed to Interscope. So Jimmy Iovine is both their bosses.
It's Jimmy Iovine versus Leon Core, right? So technically,
Leon Core, Def Jam.
Right. So, and a lot of people that they brought out too, right? They got to remember that.
Even right now,
they still got to work for their money, right? Other people just sit down and give orders, right?
Right.
So,
Look at the Kendrick Drake beef right now. They're both on UMG.
Yep.
Who owns UMG? Lucy and Grains. So you got two rappers beefing, probably the two biggest rappers right now beefing, and a white man controls the money that circulates around that whole thing.
Yep. Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Is this y'all got to understand what's really, really going? The people we see, these are not
the puppeteer is holding all the puppets.
Thank you. Puffy's not in control of nothing. Bill Cosby's not in control of nothing. These are figureheads. These are the people that they give us in order to shape their agenda to get us to follow them. Because what do? If you want a bunch of women to follow, black women to follow, you get Oprah to be the spokesperson. If you need a younger demographic, you get Beyonce to be. If you need dudes, you get Puffy. You get this person. They all have people that they know.
Then when it's time for new gatekeepers, they bring them down.
And they come on in. You gotta go, Puffy. You gotta go. So
you start changing his persona to look like Basquiat because it's like harmless. I'm a harmless little fly. I'm not a gangster.
No, he's only doing that. He's only doing that for Christian. Because they on Christian ass like rice on gravy right about now. Now
that's
he has
crazy. I got on my Brooklyn Nets Basquiat jersey right now.
Wow. Right. He has to, right about now, he's being a dad. Right. And at this point, he already know, like, Ninja. But I have to say something because, Christian is taking all the heat. And like I said, people going in on Christian, but they're not understanding the psychology of what Christian's going through. And what he's going through right now has nothing to do with money. Like, goddamn, I done lost my mother. Now I'm losing.
I hope that boy don't off himself.
What am I going to do?
I just hope the boy don't off himself. Now I just put it out there and said, I hope he don't. But these kind of things,
rebuke that. Yeah.
When you put this kind of stuff, just think about what we go through and how we damn near have nervous breakdowns just trying to keep things going. When you're a 20-something-year-old kid and the whole world is looking at you and the whole world is looking at your family, and that's why I said I don't care whether you rich or poor. When you're a dysfunctional person, you should not raise children because it does double the damage. However messed up you are, if you don't heal yourself and then you have a child and you try to raise that child is going to be twice as messed up as you are. Twice as messed up. And That's what's going to happen to a lot of these celebrity kids. What about these celebrities that lose their money and go broke when they from the age of birth to maybe like 12, 14 years old? Their parent was famous and now all of a sudden their parent fell off and and then this person is a regular person. They're not prepared for that. That's why a lot of these celebrity kids, you see them on they got even reality shows for celebrities' kids now, because people have gotten so removed from dealing with real life. Like it's sad, because say you take somebody like Puffy's kids or you take Bill Gates' kids and say you just took them to a regular household, not no projects, no dirt poor people, just a regular household. Them people wouldn't even know how to survive in the real world.
Yeah,
Some of those people
exactly.
they've
And
never pumped gas before. Some of those people don't go to the grocery store for themselves. Some people don't know how to.
all their cars gonna be taken.
They don't know. Yeah, they don't even know how
The
to do
house gonna
paperwork to
be
get a
taken.
car.
Now I gotta go to a smaller car, a smaller house. But
Yeah.
people gotta remember too, when it comes down to Puffy, I hear y'all doing a lot of talking, but please remember, the man wasn't charged with anything yet, right? He is a free man. Y'all thinking he done. No. The
Not for that.
statute of limitations, it was up for that. She can't say certain things, even though they keep saying she's going to be the main witness. No, she's not. She took the payment.
But it's enough. It's more video.
Certain thing. So it is, even if it is.
No,
Remember,
it is. Yeah, no.
even if it is, that could just be for us, so we could like to really humiliate the heck out of him and get him out of everybody. Like, that does not mean he's going to jail, because if they wanted him to go to jail, he'd been charged with something already.
Right.
And again, people saying, "Oh, Cassie," and no, Cassie still took that oath too. Let's not forget that. She still got that little hair around. She still got that little one eye symbol too, right? But at the end of the day, they be making like she's going to be the star witness. No, she's not. Because certain things she cannot say because she took the money.
You know who she is? She's Velvet to Nature Boy. That's what Cassie is to Diddy. She's what Velvet is to Nature Boy. And then you can believe that as much as you want to, or as little as you want to. But I'm telling you, it's certain things that she's not going to be able to say because she played a part in. She was a willing participant and she took the money. So again, people do trade off. That don't mean she still wasn't a victim.
Exactly. And they can't crucify him too much, because he got damn near 30 years of parties. Hello.
And you know what it is?
Everybody hoping and praying. They don't need that man to start opening up his mouth. So
right.
That's
why they're not going to send him to jail, because think about it. They don't have to send him to jail. Just by releasing that video, any company that works for him, they're going to be boycotted by all women's groups. Any entertainer that works with him, women are going to boycott working with entertainers who work with him, because again, his name is dirt. So they don't have to put him in jail. They've ruined him just by releasing that tape, because he'll never be able to live that down. That's why when you talk about blackmail, is not always, oh, they're gonna do this or that. They just have things that can embarrass you, or that can mess you up business wise so much that they don't have to send you to jail, or they don't have to unalive you. They want you to be alive and witness, because first, if you're not alive for the humiliation ritual, then it does no good. They want you to be alive and they want you to suffer.
Yeah, it's no fun to them if you're
it's
not
no
here.
fun if they don't see you suffer through the humiliation ritual. And that's what this is. They're not going to send them to jail. They're not going to hurt them. They're not going to let nobody unalive them. They're not, none of that. They're going to allow Puffy to do just what he's doing right now. He's going to go crazy within his own mind, because he can't work with nobody. Nobody's selling no love. All his endorsements are gone. Bad Boy ain't selling no what? Who's the last artist off Bad Boy that y'all remember? Cassie. Okay, thank you.
Remember when we did the research? She was signed to 12 albums.
And there's going to be a lot of other artists that come. See, a lot of people don't even know this dude. It's a guy named King Los. The girl that's coming out with the other video. Now, this video involves Kim Porter. She's allegedly had this videotape since 2012, and she's getting ready to release it. And she said, "You can call me a lie if you want to." She said, "King Los is in the video." Now, that's all I had to hear. She naming names. That's why I said, quit coming out talking about Illuminati. If you're not going to tell the names of who was at the party and who's part of the Illuminati, quit telling me about the Illuminati. We all know. Just like we all know it's gold diggers. Name names. If you're not going to tell no names, stop talking to me about some Illuminati. What good is it for you to talk about the Illuminati all day long, but you're not telling who's in it? You're not telling people, well, we bringing awareness. No, you're not, because you're not telling them who to look out for.
Well, bringing awareness, you don't need the names to bring
yes,
awareness.
You do. How do you know
No,
who to
you
look out
don't.
for?
No,
you don't believe it's real unless you know names.
No. If you're telling a story, yeah, you need names. Awareness, you do not need
Okay,
names.
but what is the Illuminati?
Awareness just means if you choose to walk through this door, this is what you're gonna have to go through.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying.
Awareness.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't need to name names. I'm giving you awareness.
Well,
now, if
but
you're going to tell the story, then you got to bring up the name.
But listen, if you tell a young person, hey, if you go to a party, don't walk through this door. But if you with Puffy or you with somebody that you trust at this party, you're not going to think about it. Now, if you tell these people, if you go to a party, that nigga Puff a freak, this person a freak, watch out for this. Then you know. If I go on this audition, I already know this producer is a weirdo. So I'm gonna name Harvey Weinstein. I'm gonna name Jared, whatever his name is. I'm gonna name these weirdos. Quit telling me it's Illuminati if you're not gonna tell who's in it.
It does help some people. Like, damn, if I do get involved with this shit, because some of them even if I do name names, and let's say you never even meet them people, they all over. This is just what happens, period. Maybe,
okay, but if everybody names names, then ain't nobody hidden.
That's not gonna happen. So
right. So stop talking to me about the Illuminati.
No,
that's like me telling you.
You don't have to hear it though, right?
You know what it's like? It's like me coming to you. It's like me coming to you and saying, Suge, I'm only telling you this because I'm your brother. But somebody trying to unalive you, and you go, who? And I go, I ain't gonna tell you, just watch your back. Now, yes, that's sufficient enough for you to go, okay, I gotta watch my back. But wouldn't it be better if I told you so-and-so said that they gonna come and they gonna bring so-and-so with them, or they gonna send such and such at you? If I'm not gonna tell you who gonna do something to you, I'm not gonna tell you that somebody gonna do something to you. That's just
I will be glad you did bring it up, so I have to watch everybody.
I'm gonna tell you the specific person. Because you may not know that specific person is one of the people you got to look out
information help me out a lot. The thing
no, I get it. But if you don't know, if it's maybe somebody you already trust, you're not going to look out.
I get you, but I get them too, right? I get the people who is put out here to be whistleblowers too, right? That's their job, is to be the whistleblower, right? Their job is, if you get into this business, expect this, right? Right. That's what they're saying. No more, no less, right? Yeah. If you plan on moving up, there will be parties, right? It may not be with none of the people. Even if I name you the people, it might not be them people that I named, because it's the whole fucking business.
Yeah. Hey, I love that.
It's the whole entertainment business. It's the whole sports business. Like, I don't know which direction you're going to go, right? I don't know if you're going to go sports, entertainment, blah, 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 right? And then, and then you got to say, well, first you got to be a free.
Like, say, look out for this person, there'd be somebody totally different.
Right, but here's the thing, exactly. But if everybody tells who, then everybody.
That's not going to happen.
I like what Fundi said. The truth comes with proper nouns.
Right, but.
That's it. The truth comes with proper nouns.
It's new, but even if you name every
you're not helping me by telling me to watch out for everybody. That's not helping me.
But it's new.
I'm doing that anyway. I watch my back
anyway. Kev, everybody don't know everybody. I only can tell you what I know. Even if everybody says what they know, that doesn't mean they can't change up the faces now.
Okay, but you still know who's connected to who and who's
no. That's not how it goes.
Hollywood's not that big. Everybody know who's banging.
That's not how it goes. Hollywood is just one entity. We
I
got
get it.
them people. We got the people.
That's just like telling little girls. We tell little girls all the time, watch out for perverts, watch out for strangers, watch out for. But at the same time, if I say, hey, don't go over Uncle Billy's house because Uncle Billy he's this way, or don't talk to this person, or that dude down the street that live on the corner, him and his brothers, they're this way. I'm not gonna say yes. You tell them watch out for everybody, but I'm just saying I don't know why we're so scared. We act like, and when I say we,
we're not telling the story. The people who are telling the story, again, they are the whistleblowers. They are still under assignment. They're not doing this willingly. Now, if they was doing this willingly, hell yeah, give it up. No, they send one thing the devil got to do is they have to make you do free will. And they're gonna they need to tell you what they're doing. Now, have your choice if you want to do it. It's not like that. If they doing this willingly, then give up the name. They're not doing this willingly. They're under assignment.
Okay, but well, like I said, I just go back to person, place, or thing. Mother, the truth will always contain proper nouns. Don't come give me, and this is just me when I say this. don't give me general information, or don't give the community general information.
If I'm paying your salary and I told you to say these words, you're gonna say just what I told you.
I get it. I'm saying if we have a problem and you know not only what the problem is, you know the people who are creating the problem, but then you turn around and say, but I can't tell you who's creating a problem, then you're with them in my mind.
They are with them. That's what I'm saying. They are still under assignment. They are still in.
Okay, so which goes back to my point to say the people that are telling you about the Illuminati, but they're not telling you who they're part of it. They're the ones that's going to get you in the room at the party, not the people they're trying to tell you about. They're going to get you there because they're the closest one to you. They're telling you about the party. They're telling you where the party is.
But a smart person would go, you know what? I guess I'll go sing on a corner or go independent, right? Let me go on a train station.
Let me go down in the train station and put my
let me go back to the doo-wop days and sing on a corner.
I'll be at the talent show, the high school talent show before.
Let me go. I'll just stay at the corner
under the light post.
Hey, they got too many open mics and
I'll be the wedding singer. I'll be the wedding singer.
I'll be the coldest karaoke Negro y'all know, boy. Y'all be like Cam Cole. We going to see him every Wednesday.
Yeah, we live in it, and we don't in the midst of things, regardless of what we know, we don't know.
Yeah. I just don't. I hate that we still scary in 2024. We've been scary
the point is people is not scary, and they're willing to walk through them doors. They're willing to become 304s. They're willing to stay like this. What you gotta do.
I'm not talking about them. If you willing to become a 304 or you willing to walk through that door, you ain't made of shit. I'm talking about if you ain't willing to die about it, then you don't matter to me. Because if this is something that's destroying our people, but you're not ready to go full force on it, I don't want to talk to you. I just don't want to talk.
Listen. It's not about them. It's about us. Right?
Exactly.
So if they give a name or not, it's about us. We do know it's these parties. We do know there's doors. We do know you got to do humiliating stuff. These are things we do know, even if we don't know no names, right? So if somebody comes to you, you know what's going to happen.
So let me ask you a question. So then why do people keep doing it? It's been known for 20, 30 years that Puffy been doing this, that other people are Kelly. How do they get away with it so long?
This been done for this game been created.
Yeah, since the beginning.
So we ain't gonna. Who you think we that smart? We gonna change their game now?
Well, hold on.
That game is locked in.
That's the idea, though. That's the idea.
Nah, that's not happening.
The only way that we could win is if we change the game.
No, we can't.
We have the ability
we are not going to change their game. Only thing we could change is us.
Well, hold on. If we control the game,
We're not going to control their game.
But hold on. Hip hop is only their game because we sold out to them.
Hip hop is only one point.
Okay.
They control everything.
I got that. But what I'm saying to you is if we control the entities that we have control over, that would take a lot of their power away. Just hear me out for a second. Think about if all of the black athletes in the NBA and in the NFL decided, listen, we're not going to do X, Y, and Z unless we get treated fairly on this front and this front, and that front. Same thing with hip hop. You can't, Leo Cohen can't make hip hop. Lucian Grainge can't make no rap song. Can't make no beat. So the thing is, if we put pressure on them in the few areas that we do have power,
I just think that being that they are scouted since they was young, and I believe that they pick the poorest people, and I believe that being that they give them all of their wildest dreams, and they go on and sign that own contract. For a person who was 1 minute eating dirt, and now you sitting up in private jets and stuff, that's why I said we have to change ourselves.
Yes.
Yeah, because you didn't go from eating dirt to lobster because Leo Cohen is talented. You went from there to there because of your talent. And once we realize that we can leverage the thing that they make,
we're never going to leverage their game because the devil is a liar and a deceiver. The devil is going to give them whatever desire that they want to get them.
Sure,
So
I understand that. What I'm saying to you also is we have a way. It's not just, okay, they control the whole game, so we don't have no choice in nothing. We do have a choice in certain things.
We have a choice not to do it.
Exactly.
That's why I said
that's my point. That's my point.
Not,
rather than let them destroy our whole community, we could shut the shit down.
No,
we're not.
To play the
game.
That's
what I'm saying. We don't have to play the game.
Hold on.
And if we do, we can control it because we are the manufacturers of the product.
We're never going to control. They'll get 100 fucking Eminem before they'll change their game.
And who gonna listen to it?
Everybody who like Eminem.
But that ain't all black people.
But listen, they will find more. That's why they got everybody into hip hop now all around the world. If y'all American blacks don't want to do it, we will replace you.
Well, I would rather them do that than to sell my soul and become a prostitute for them. And they're gonna do it anyway. They still gonna sell they still sold hip hop out. So what good is it that you sell your soul and be part of the problem, and they still gonna do whatever they want to you anyway? Why not have more?
The same way I had to come to that conclusion, right? It broke my heart to come to that conclusion, but that game been there since black and white, when movies had no sound. Black and white, it's been there when it was just the radio. Devil not devil nothing but a liar and deceiver, right? And they're gonna make sure again they put pressure on you, right? You may figure, okay, y'all don't want to do it. You think your community bad now? Now I ain't gonna put no money in your community. We ain't gonna get you them jobs. We're gonna make this.
But this is the thing. This is the thing. What I'm saying to you, though they control everything. Okay, let's just take hip hop. Let's just use that as a segment. Not all white people are going to try to exploit hip hop, but the people who make billions and hundreds of billions off of hip hop, yes, they're going to try to exploit it. For instance, they can try to make another Taylor Swift, but they can never make a Beyonce. So it'll always be.
People thought that we couldn't live without Michael Jackson either, right?
But what was an alternative to Michael Jackson? We had a Prince. We had a Chris Brown.
They took Prince too. They all part of the game.
I get that, but they can't just have all white artists in the industry. That's what I'm saying. They can't have all white artists in anything. They can't have all white athletes. So if you take the biggest names in those genres and they use their influence, then they could make something happen.
They cannot. Their money don't belong to them.
How do you think players get coaches fired?
Their money If they leave,
I
they're
get it. Jerry
taking
Krause,
back
Jerry
their
Krause
money.
owned the Bulls, but Michael Jordan ran the Bulls. He could make sure he could get certain players brought there. He could get certain players traded. He could get coaches fired.
They're
Now,
still all in the oath.
okay,
Once you
but at the
decide
end of
to
but you're not
leave
listening to what
in
I'm saying.
money,
We're not
I
talking
hear
about. We're
you.
talking about what we're able to control.
All right, so what we gonna control, Kev? How we gonna do this?
If Michael Jordan, LeBron James, all these the biggest names in the if they use their leverage, their personal leverage, then
They don't have no leverage.
Then how can Michael Jackson? How can Michael Jordan get a white coach fired if he has no leverage?
The minute they leave,
How can Michael Jordan decide he's going to be on the Olympic team if he has no pull?
Listen, he have it because he still is the oath. Once you leave, they take their shit back.
Listen, Michael Jordan is not Michael Jordan because he's in the Illuminati. Hold on, listen what I'm saying, Suge.
Okay.
Michael Jordan's talent alone makes him Michael Jordan. Now, he don't have to sell out to the Illuminati. Let's just assume he did. Let's just assume he did. But I'm saying if he decided, just like LeBron James, I got this talent right here. I'm not going to play that game. If you don't want to play the game my way, fuck y'all. Y'all keep that over here. I'm going to go over here and do something else. Then he still can be LeBron James without the NBA. The NBA
money.
LeBron James.
Who money? They would take their money back. They'll cut that shit off in a heartbeat.
You think they're the only ones that give LeBron James $100 million? The Saudis will probably give him 3 times as much as he make. If he said, "I'll come to Saudi Arabia and play for y'all," you think they won't pay him more than the NBA?
Maybe they would do him the same way they do.
I'm asking you. You don't think they would pay him more than the NBA would pay him if he was
got tapes? They got tapes and shit on all of these people.
We can't get like that now. We can't say every single person that's famous they got tapes and blackmail on. We can't do that. We can't do that.
Okay, Cap.
We can't say everybody now. Come on, because if that's the case, then what are we talking about? If every single person is compromised, there's some people who are not. That's what I'm saying to you.
You have to look at their career and how far they are in their career. If they are up a certain status, a certain tax bracket, and doing certain things, they definitely have taken that oath.
Anything over $5 million
for years, and I'm telling you, he ain't trying to give up that lap of luxury where he at.
Well, I'm just asking the question. This is what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. If he said right now today, LeBron James said, "I'm gonna quit the NBA. They're not giving me enough money." Dubai has a European League team, and they said, "What are they paying you?" "Oh, they're paying you 175 million in the NBA. We'll pay you 500 million."
He will have.
Hold on. Now, either the NBA loses that revenue from all the LeBron fans, from the sales of his jerseys, from the season tickets they sell for his team, or they're going to have to give him $501 million because that's what I mean about leverage. They're not going to change the system.
It sounds good. They don't have the leverage. You have to get permission to even do that. They are owned.
But
every
single human being is owned by the Illuminati.
If you got that amount of money, you
is every single person that's an actor, that's an athlete, they own by the Illuminati.
Have a certain amount, $5 million or more, you're compromised.
But okay. This is what drives me crazy about this argument. What is the proof of that? Show me somewhere where anybody has proven that once you get to X amount of dollars or you get X amount of.
If you look at any of,
I'm just asking for proof. I'm talking about proof. I'm a proof person. I'm a proof person. We can say that all day long. We can say Jay-Z was in the Illuminati. How long have they been saying Jay-Z and Beyonce run the Illuminati?
I see what I see.
Where's the proof of that? We can say, look where they got. But what I'm saying to you is, we can't
let LeBron James try it. Then I bet you he go broke. I guarantee you that. Tell him to do it.
But somebody's got to try it first.
I guarantee you all his money.
Somebody's got to try it first.
They're not going to try it.
Somebody's got
The
to try it
actor
first.
that played the dad on Sister Sister already tried to, before Tyler Perry even got his studio, he had his own studio. They blackballed that man and he did not do well. So we already know that TP is compromised. Everybody love him. But
So
that other black man,
so basically we might
he
as
was
well
not
tell our
able to
kids,
keep.
if you go into sports, if you go into entertainment, you're gonna be part of the Illuminati.
Yeah. Unless you're
You
sitting
could
on the
be
bench
I'm not
making
telling my kids
you could
that.
be compromised.
Okay, that's up to you.
That's like saying, okay, that's like saying if you get a promotion on your job, that means it's either
We ain't
one or two
talking
ways.
about no. We're not talking
No.
about no
I'm
regular
just saying,
job.
but this, if
But
they
them are two
control all the
different
money
things.
and we can't change nothing, that means if you get a promotion at your job or if you get a raise, that means you sucking the boss off or you done sold your soul. It's like everything, it can't be absolute 100 across the board on any way. What I'm saying to you is, though what you're saying is true in an overall sense. Of course, you have a system that's structured that they're going to let certain people ascend that ladder, depending on what they're willing to do and what they're willing to sacrifice to climb that ladder. But I'm also saying to you that if all of the black players who were money makers, it's just like one day they cussed out one of the Hispanic dudes that work in the plant at the job. All of them packed up and left. They didn't cuss all of them, but every Hispanic that worked in there, which was all of them but about 4, they had to close down the whole plant because the other 40-something Mexicans left when one of them got insulted. Now, they could have hired some more people and opened back up, but it would have cost them more money. So you know what they had to do? They had to have an emergency meeting with the whole crew the next morning to smooth it out so that everybody came back to work on that night shift. Now, they had enough money. They're the system. They could have said, okay, you know what? Y'all all 40 walked out. Y'all not buying in. We're going to fire all of y'all. But what they realized was by the time that we hired 40 new people, train 6 other people to be supervisors to train the other 40 people, we're going to lose so much money and so much production that it's not worth it. So we'll give in to them whatever little concessions
I hear what you're saying, but that don't work for the elite.
Game.
That don't work for the elite. I hear what you're saying, but that don't work for the elite. The elite ain't gonna, they can't do it. They cannot. They cannot.
Okay, I look at it like this. Okay, so so now Jay-Z and Beyonce are billionaires, right? Both of them are billionaires independently. So now we can't trust them because they with them.
Exactly.
So anybody that gets to any position, we're not going to be able to trust them. So now, without white people even being present, they have made us believe, whether it's true or not, that
I know people that have danced for. I grew up with young men that danced for Beyonce, and one of the guys that I dated also used to dance as well. And he sat there right next to me and told me, laughing at a King of the Hill a cartoon on them doing the oath. Exactly. He broke down everything that they did in that cartoon and laughed about it.
Yeah, and this is the thing too with the oath. Why ain't nobody told what the oath is?
Now, they can't.
Everybody know about the oath.
You can't even get a regular.
How can you tell it's an oath if you can't tell?
Listen.
If they'll get in trouble for telling who the people are, how are they getting in trouble for telling that it is an Illuminati?
They took an oath not to tell. You can't.
But they told us that it is an oath.
You can't even get a small old college boy who's a Freemason. That's the low level. They can't even tell you how they got initiated.
Right. So my thing is, this is what
what
they've been able to do. Listen.
Even if you listen to all these people that's denouncing, they still can't tell you everything.
They don't even need an overseer now sitting watching the field niggas because they know ain't none of them gonna run off because they done got to a point where they don't even have to be around to watch us. They got us to the point where we saying the only way we can trust a nigga and believe a nigga is if he's broke. But if he get to a certain position, we can't trust him. We got an invisible slave master without them.
And that's exactly what it is.
And that's crazy.
That's
We're supposed to be
exactly
all
what
it is.
it is.
We're supposed to be
It
kings
is
and
very
gods, but look where we at.
it's sad,
That's
but
why I
that's
said, don't tell me
exactly
about
what
no
it is.
king shit, no God shit. If you thought you was God, nigga, you wouldn't go to church.
That is sad, and
How you praying to something if you think you God?
Even they are Freemasons. I'm gonna get off this subject.
Exactly.
I'm gonna get totally off this subject.
Yeah,
right?
it goes deep, but it's we gotta understand
That's
on a
why
basic level what we need to do.
I usually make it my business, and I'm going to stick to it. I'm going to stick to the commentary. I know that because I don't speak upon a lot of stuff. I know a lot of stuff, and I make it my business not to have these conversations. I make it my business not to have religious conversations. These conversations, certain conversations, I stay away from like the plague, right? Because a lot of things. The Keisha can't reveal, I can't reveal. I think we just can't say neither.
You might need a music break, Suge.
You damn right.
I love our music breaks. Take it away, DJ.
I'm gonna play.
And then we get back on the other side, refresh.
I'm gonna play your little crunk one.
Yeah. And then when we come back, we just let the video play and we'll get on the other side. Hey. Check it out. Hey. I don't care how big I ever get. King Kevin never sell his soul, and that you can bet.
When it comes to moderation, I'm the one they all committed. I'm the moderator, taking control of the scene, keeping it hype, living the dream. King Kev, that's my name. Now wear the crown, ain't no one better to hold it down.
Hey, and I ain't taking no oath. Hey. Hey.
I'm the moderator, taking control of the scene, keep it hype, living the dream. King K, that's my name, and I wear the crown. Ain't no one better, I hold it down.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah, we needed that music break. All right, I'm on mute, Suge, till we get on the other side. I'm here though. Y'all still with us, gang?
Integrity, positivity flowing through my veins. Can't you see? I don't match your energy. Don't measure up to me. I rise above, shining bright for all to see.
I like this,
I may bend, but I won't fall. I won't break. Through the storms, I'll stand strong, no mistake. I keep my head held high. I won't let it shake. I'll fight the battles, never let my spirit break. I walk my path with determination in my stride. I walk my path with the flow and flow the tide. Keep my focus, never let my dreams subside. With every challenge faced, I grow stronger inside. I stand on love, principles, integrity, positivity flowing through my veins. Can't you see? I don't match your energy, don't measure up to me. I rise above, shining bright for all to see. I may bend, but I won't fall, I won't break. Through the storms, I'll stand strong, no mistake. I keep my head held high, I won't let it shake. I'll fight the battles, never let my spirit break. I walk my path with determination in my stride. I walk my path with the flow and flow the tide. Keep my focus, never let my dreams subside. With every challenge faced, I grow stronger inside.
parts of the game, call me Jackie Gaines. I bring the fire, burn it up. No time to explain, my style is rough, unpolished, like a diamond in the rough. I'll make you move your body, can't get enough. I've got the rhythm, I've got the flow. I'll make your hips sway and your body go. Jackie Gaines, the one you can't ignore. I'm here to take over, watch me soar, watch me soar. I'm the one in charge, taking over the scene with my catchy tunes and my rhymes so clean. I'll make you dance, make you sing along. You'll be hooked from the moment I drop my song.
Now, we're going to get back to this little old piece of apology. This little wannabe apology. You better save Christian. You better save him. This ain't going to save him, but at least you're trying, right? And then we're going to hear what the people had to say, right? But if y'all know this, we heard Puffy say a lot of stuff. We ain't never heard him say the word "I'm sorry" ever, right? It's the first. So you everybody. That's probably why we got that tornado and shit.
They didn't mention her name though.
That's why we got the damn tornadoes and shit, right? He done fucked up all the weather.
Hell done froze over.
I know, right? Hell done froze all the way over. Thank you. Thank Puffy. Diddy did it.
I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy and go into rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
Man, this is sad.
I don't
Bro
think he can
sounds so
say her
sincere.
name.
Sounds like he's really hurt. He's really wanting to apologize for, so you know what I mean? He sounds, man. So if you just listen to his voice, it sounds real believable. I'm sorry. So so we coming to this, I want to apologize too, since we all coming out.
What?
I want to apologize because
Mark Curry did some
years
shit
ago,
too. Because
man,
Mark Curry did some shit too.
when I was in high school, not in high school, but I was like 20-something years ago, man. I did some stuff that wasn't right. And I actually stole $100 from one of my friends, and I just want to apologize for that right now.
Boy, bye.
Since we all going
See what I'm saying? Man, get your ass out of here. See, they all know they dirty.
I was just messed up.
Mark Curry was right in along with him.
One time for your mind, two time for your soul.
MC Shan. God damn.
Ain't nobody
perfect. Look like somebody great
I can't be a pot and call the kettle black.
Oh,
Back in the days,
Lordy.
right? Before all this we gonna call the cops and somebody getting arrested. The police used to come to your house and tell you, yo, take a walk. I used to have a wife. That motherfucker would bust me in the head with Coke bottles and fucking put hands on me. So I would put hands back on her ass, mother.
See, there come all niggas still snitching. Come on,
black. But I had to let her know that mother, you doing this shit. How the can I look at you in the morning and tell you I love you and I blacked your eye? What kind of love is that? We changed our whole shit. So I'm not pointing a finger.
Here we
like
go.
I ain't never mother. Not
Just yesterday, it was talk now. Here we go.
That mother was a fighting lion ass mother. She wasn't no mother little squirrel like you was beating the up, okay? This mother busting me and bleed, nigga, I be leaking. She was stretching my mother 12 inch
We didn't ask to hear none of this.
Now I just want
See, everybody
Oh,
trying to
Lordy.
tell on themselves before they get
That
see.
I'll just have an 18-inch long chain now. So I'm willing to admit that shit. That's part of the
Are y'all
game. Being
serious?
able to say, yo, I'm sorry. I admitted I fucked up. And
You
I
know
see
what?
today you motherfuckers say you fucked up. Yeah. Like I
The
said,
bridge
when
is
I
over.
punched
The
on a
bridge is
motherfucker,
over.
man, that shit was motherfucking, yo, what the you talking
Put your
about? She
teeth
got
back in your
bruises. She
mouth,
was a
man.
light-skinned motherfucker.
Shit.
Nigga
You
got
just had to
dentures.
clock her ass and shit.
Put
Wait,
them damn
dentures.
dentures in.
But
That nigga ain't got no
knew what was
dentures
going.
in.
Yo,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
And I go,
Over.
oh, now you're gonna
Bridge
get
is over.
Put
slow.
them
Bridge
damn
is over.
dentures in.
It's just like that.
Nigga
It's
look
a
like Uncle Willie, drunk Uncle Willie.
pot
That's
can't
why the
hold
damn bridge
kettle
is
black,
over.
bro. All I'm
Fuck
saying
you,
is,
man.
His bridge is over.
Look at how
you
free
freed
your shit.
yourself.
Boy, bye.
You freed yourself. Ain't nobody can judge you. Ain't nobody perfect.
Oh,
And there's
Lordy.
mad niggas out
He
here
freed
looking
himself.
at you talking shit right
Ah,
now.
here we go.
You know they done slapped
He's
you.
all the woman beater, excuse maker.
What part of
See,
we are not, what part are we are in a patriarchal system? I just told y'all this shit.
hey,
I just said we're in
listen,
a patriarchal system,
I-
and they're so used to beating up all from the men who got dirt, who got lit in their pocket, to the men who got big. They all the fucking same. This is sickening. But let's go.
they coming out making excuses too because so many of them have done it. That's why when you hear them say, "Oh, I wasn't perfect, I ain't know," yeah, because you can't say too much about Puffy beat nobody ass, because it might come
and
out that you done
everybody
beat
else.
some ass.
And 50 talking shit, you
Exactly.
beat
50 beat some ass too. 50 beat
ass
that.
too.
Okay, women. So don't.
This is a patriarchal. This is why women are not protect women. I keep telling y'all, leave these men alone. Y'all make my stance even stronger. Leave them be.
Nah, keep talking to rich niggas, so because y'all think y'all finna
Rich
live the life of luxury, y'all gonna get beat worse by
the ones who ain't got their dentures on.
A rich nigga.
Even the non-denture ones.
Right. Then they ain't got no dentures. He ain't had he ain't had a hit record since Sugar Hill Gang was out. But he gonna beat you just as much as a millionaire. So pick your poison.
Right.
So this oh my God. Okay. Whew, let's go.
Before I grew up to my mother getting beat up by her boyfriend, nose bleeding.
Here come the
and I'm too
excuses.
young.
I saw it and I turned into one.
But if I was of age, I'd have been.
I told you, all you hear is about all you hear through the line. My mama got beat up. Grandma, how women leave these men alone? Leave them alone. Save your life. Save your life. Leave these men alone.
Fundi told y'all earlier. She said, they always talking about where are all the traditional women? They in the grave right next to the traditional men that often.
Get you.
Yeah.
Go get you women. Psst, 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 psst. Women. Go and get you a rose, okay?
Keep piling your kids up in that little raggedy car if you want to, driving 2 to 3 hours.
Women, listen.
Nice little penny on it.
Go get you a rose. Go get you a rose, women. Leave the men alone. Get you a rose. They'll never turn. They won't beat you up. Right? Go get you.
I ain't finna ask, but I can just imagine when you said rose. I don't even want to know, but I don't know. Anyway, look again. It goes to show you it doesn't matter age. It doesn't matter your financial lot in life. You have to recognize when people are sick, sadistic, violent motherfuckers. You have to recognize that. I don't care how much money they got. I don't care how cute they are. I don't care whatever. You can't fix something that God created. If it's gonna get fixed, God gonna fix it. You can't fix nothing God made. Get that out y'all mind. Y'all keep wanting to fix some motherfucking man or some relationship. You can't fix what God made. If God can't fix it, it's gonna stay broke. And if it do get fixed, he gonna fix it, not you. Get out the way. Leave these dudes in jail. Quit sending them money. Quit supporting them. Quit letting these dudes beat them. And then take him when you know he done beat on another woman. Quit taking him in when you know he ain't got nowhere to stay because he done burned bridges with his mama and everybody else.
Men. Women, you're making too much money. buy your own Birkin bag, okay?
Y'all make it
Y'all
too
call,
easy for these
y'all calling yourself
bum ass
bosses
niggas.
and stuff. Buy your own shit, okay? And get you a
For it to be so many
Get a
boss chicks out
room.
here, where
Get
are
a room.
all the fuck boys that's homeless? Where are they staying? If all these chicks say they bossed up and they not having it and they this, that, and then where's all these dudes staying then? They staying with a woman.
No, they on
the
and they gonna after the woman house. How many? Lakeisha,
to another woman house.
No. Can you tell us how that damn Skid Row look?
You thank you, Sugar, because I was going to say it. They in motorhomes.
That's 30 years down the road, though. They done dog women out for the last 30 years.
They have taken over Los Angeles.
They don't have to hit Skid Row till they 60.
Townhouses.
Look how many men, look how many bum ass dudes is out here being supported right now as we speak. We all know at least 2 women. Think about it. All of us know at least 2 women that's taking care of some bum ass dude right now as we speak. And am I lying? Tell me I'm lying. Because I know more than 2.
I know more than 2, right?
Thank you.
You're not lying. That's true.
No, we said it at the same time because I know more than 2. We said
I know more than 2.
Exact time.
And I be around decent people, but I know way more than 2. And that's what I be seeing. I be like, am I the only one seeing this? How do all of these dudes that's obviously no fucking good, how do they always have a place to stay? How do they always have a woman? How do they always have a vehicle? They seem to be dressed nicer than me, and I go to work every day. They have new Jordans on. They got outfits. They go to every rap concert and every R&B show that come to town. It's like I'm like, how is this possible? I'm out here buzzing my ass. I be wearing my work uniform more than I wear regular clothes because I'm at work so much, and by the time I get off, I don't go nowhere but the dollar store or Walmart. I'm with the wife, so they look at me like, oh, this dude ain't nothing. But the dudes that ain't doing nothing, it seems like they be way more comfortable. I don't never see them stressed out. Them niggas be just as carefree. They got weed every time I see them. They got a drink with them. They out at every club. They out at every event that come to town. And I'm like, how is this possible? That's what be driving regular dudes like me. It drives me crazy. MC Shannon got no teeth. He ain't got no teeth right now on this live. But because he got a little more change in his pocket than me, he'll be able to get a woman and jump on her. And that's the same woman that won't even go to the show with me because she'll call me a broke nigga.
Listen, let's finish hearing these sorry ass stories, right?
Look at Shan. Sure, you always stop and look at her. That's he used to be the biggest rapper of all times at one time, y'all.
Well, he started with Once Upon a Story. Again,
LL been his style.
Let me tell you how it happened way back when, right? So you love to hear the story again and again. How it all got started way back when. So that's what happened.
Play this video, Suge. I'm done. God damn.
You the one gave us the Once Upon a Time.
No teeth in his mouth right now, okay? Your man's have no teeth, straight
You see the one when he had him in and then he had the audacity to take him out. I don't know if y'all saw that one.
Hey,
Stop your shit now.
And watch what they do. And I'm finna shut up, but watch. Just like he just did, you watch how many of these ninjas come out and start apologizing for stuff that they didn't did to. I heard Fat Joe do it. I heard Slim Thug do it.
I got a headache.
Yeah, go ahead, Suge. I'm on mute. Go ahead.
Oh God, I can't. I'm scared to see who's next. Well, let's go.
Slapped the mother woman before. I grew up to my mother getting beat up by her boyfriend, nose bleeding, and I'm too young. I can't do shit about it. But if I was of age, I'd have been in jail for killing these men. So that's it. Listen, I knew what I grew up to. I didn't want to be that to the women that I've. But sometimes shit happens. You get with a crazy one, and that mother keep pushing your buttons and putting hands on you. And you, as a man, sometimes you can only take so many bitches and shit. I'm gonna be only so many bitches, mother. At the moon.
You say you been on so many inches?
I'm just and calling the police on your ass.
Yes, he did.
It's your man Sugar, one time for your mom, two times for your soul. Pop not
And,
calling the kettle black.
and 5 times for
Gypsy
your
in that shit
dentures.
like a mother.
And 5 times for
Feel
your
how
dentures.
free you feel
Oh
today?
my God.
You decided to
5 times for the ditches, sugar.
and admit the
Do
shit
it for
to
the
everybody
dentures.
else because we saw it.
Do it for the dentures.
Well, it's a cool part. Everybody got some bullshit with them. Wish you luck in all your endeavors. I don't judge you. It's not my place to judge you
Oh, you
and
want me
shit.
to?
But
I got you.
freed yourself.
See how they make it
Don't
seem like
just
he.
take classes.
See how they make it seem like
Charge.
he did something
Start your
good.
comeback today.
He didn't come out and confess.
FSWglobal.edu.
He got caught. But this the girl I was talking about, Suge, right here. She got a video too. The one you finna play.
I ain't playing. It's the same one.
God, the excuses. No, the part of the video, this girl with the glasses on. But the excuses, man, it's just like, come on, bro. Like,
hold on.
Cut it out.
Thank you, Dolphin.
So you were disgusted back then. You're disgusted now. So let me ask you a question then. Was that the last time that you did that to her?
That's what I
Was
said.
it the last time you did that to any woman? If you're so disgusted and you ain't, you got all this help and you feel whatever, and if that's the case, why did you say enough is enough and say that she was lying? Say that.
Oh no, he never called her a liar.
You know, all the things in her lawsuit are not
That's
true.
one thing he never
That
did was call her a
incident was in
liar.
her lawsuit.
well, he said all the allegations were false.
I was around. Remember? I remember her telling me about how you spent $50,000 to get rid of that video. Watching that video the other day was crazy because I thought no one was ever gonna see it because of you. And now you're sorry? Really? Cry me a river, bro. You're not sorry. You're sorry you got caught. And I'm glad you don't want forgiveness because ain't nobody giving it to you over here.
Guess the men did.
You're fine with your behavior. That's the bottom line. That is you. That person on that video is part of you. And that part of you needs to atone, needs to take whatever is coming to you because you have already sown these seeds. Take your punishment like a man talking about you sorry. Here.
So many of you talking about Diddy are full of shit because you're talking about what you would do to Diddy and how you don't appreciate him beating women. But there's men right there in your community who you know do it all the time and you're letting them make it. You're not talking about them and you ain't touched them. In fact, I know firsthand. 2 different men have hit me twice. And twice.
Now that's the purpose of this video.
And people close to them tried to convince me that I should give them another chance. These are people who I thought cared about me. I don't deal with them anymore, and I don't deal with those men anymore. The difference between me and those women is I fight back. You don't get to hit me more than once.
Facts.
So they didn't win when it came to me. But I had people who I thought loved me, who I thought were my friends, tell me, oh, well, he only hit you once, right? Is that what you're talking about? And give him another chance. I'm sorry, you don't get another chance with Cherry Johnson because Cherry motherfucking Johnson loves herself more than she loves anybody else besides from her child and her mother. So why you condemn these famous men? Think about the men in your community.
But they all got to get it, girl.
Situations that you need to correct or the women that you need to apologize to. Because that's really what affects your life more than Diddy.
But that part is true. That's the purpose of this video.
Just because you know them.
No, she like the one from
the same relationship with you.
What's that show when she turns into a hooker?
Who are romantically involved with them.
Family Matters.
Stop
Family Matters.
The truth is, you never know what another man.
She sure do. I can't think of that girl's name. She sure do look just like her.
Because you hit me, I'm gonna beat your ass. And most of you are not gonna think I'm capable of that. Ask the 2 who hit me how it turned out for them.
And I don't even know how we can take you serious. 50. You tore that lady house up and beat her up, and she won the settlement.
Hey, and this is the thing too. Any dude that say, "Oh, I can't judge him,"
can't forgive.
If they say, right, we got to forgive, they're women beaters too. If you say you can't judge a man who did that kind of shit to a woman, you's a woman beater too. That's the only type of person that'll tell you they can't judge you.
Yeah,
Fuck
but
out of here.
that's
I'm judging you all day long.
I also wonder if Cassie was a dark-skinned woman. Oh, it ain't got to do being dark-skinned, white-skinned. But the thing is, that's the purpose of this video. Women are getting their ass beat. Do you know? Man, listen. It's so much DD that's going on. That's the only part I agree with. We stuck on Diddy, but we're women. We all, not us, but when I mean we all, I mean as in a, they tearing us up. Here to please remember who I am and where I was. Okay, Harlem to Hollywood coming soon. I was on the rock bottom, huh? Who's the Roger? Why did Diddy look like he in Bali with Russell?
He is. They both fled the States. But listen, this is the whole thing. Again,
no, he's in Brazil with the kids.
Okay, think about it like this. When these men saying, I can't judge Puffy, who am I? I'm not God. I mean, okay, then why are you judging R. Kelly? Why are you judging the dude that lived down the street that you say is a pedo? Why are you judging these? See, people got their picks and chooses. When shit is obviously wrong, it's just wrong. You don't get to say, oh, because I'm not perfect, I can't judge this person. I'm not perfect either. I ain't never beat no woman or did nothing sexual with no child, so I'm judging the people who do that. I'm not going to sit here and say, I can't judge nobody because I'm not perfect. Boy, if you don't get your woman beating pedo...
And it's so that's why that's why again we're in a patriarchal system, and the men are the ones who run the system. So they're going, being that they a majority of them do it, they can relate to it. That's why they all can relate to this.
That's why women have to stop talking to these dudes that will sit there and say, I can't judge Puffy. That's crazy. You have to listen to what these dudes say and who they support.
We don't need to listen. We don't need to leave them alone. Don't even
that's
listen
what I mean.
to them.
Leave them alone. But they got more women than the people we're telling they need to leave alone. These are the people they idolize. They idolize them. If this would have been, okay, say this was your brother-in-law and your sister sent this video from her phone, you're not going to say, you know what, I ain't perfect. I can't judge my brother-in-law for beating the shit out of my sister like that because I ain't perfect. You're not going to say that. That's why I said, don't let these niggas have picks and chooses.
But the problem is people have sent their brothers, uncles, fathers, cousins, nephews, videos, pictures, even been in a hospital. You know what they say? Well, I'm gonna mind my business. That's not my household. I ain't got nothing to do. What will go on in that man's household? I'm so sick
y'all
of
need to leave that bitch ass nigga alone too, because he's a bitch nigga too.
It's you gotta remember, you are. It's not that many of you, but in the majority, that's the majority. Because in that case, all of us got uncles. Why did our mothers still get beat up? Why did our grandmothers still get beat up? Our uncles would be like, if it was people.
You right, Suge. Hey, you right, Suge. The reason your mamas and your grannies got beat on, because your uncles and your cousins, they some bitch niggas. That's it. You right, Suge. You so right. How's your mama getting beat up? How's your sister getting beat up? And you alive?
Because I got to mind my business. And what happens is two things happen. Either A, these men isolated these women from their family so much, and they turned against their family, and their family didn't realize it wasn't really them. That's the guy that they with. So now they ain't got nobody to call. One. Or two, look at that. I just showed the video. They figuring, I want to live. This ninja crazy. Same way that girl, I just showed the video. The girl met up with her half sister. She ain't seen in a while. Both of them gone. Sometimes these men is that crazy that the family members, they like that is ninja crazy.
Yeah, and that's wild, because you're right. And a lot of women are scared, but that's what I don't understand. Like, See, niggas that was woman beaters when I came up, they was ostracized. We clowned them. They couldn't come around. They couldn't talk no shit and act tough. Nigga, shut your bitch ass up. Nigga, you beat up that girl down. Shut your whole ass and get away from us. Matter of fact, now I don't want nobody to think we know. See, but now it's cool. Oh, you ain't slap that bitch? Man, I'll knock that bitch teeth out. See, what we consider normal, that what is normalized, that's what the problem is. The shit is so weird now. Shit that used to be weirdo behavior, now it's normal. And you'll have other niggas that come out who these niggas look up to and be like, well, yeah, hey man, I like to go ahead and apologize for some shit from 2010 that I did. Cause I ain't perfect either. And hey, this girl bust my head and shit. I had to put my head, but it is what it is. But hey, God bless you, Puff. I can't judge you, brother. When you hear them all the same niggas. Them
Yeah,
all
it's so many of them, right?
And that's what's scary.
That's what tips the scale.
It's a majority.
It's more, right.
So
it's
think about a dude like me. That's why I don't go outside, because I know that regardless of before I open my mouth or do anything, because of the way I look, I'm lumped in with all of them niggas. I don't like them niggas either. I want to do something to them, so I stay away from them. That's why I don't have a big peer group.
That's why I stay in the house too, because I will pop off and I'm too little and I know what will happen. So I just stay to myself, because at this point I've had enough, and my human side wants justice for everything. When I wake up in the morning and I look at my bonus mom's picture and I know that I can't go to her physically, knowing not only that my siblings had to go through that with their mother being unalive with them in the house, and experiencing another young lady that happening to, and knowing that, somebody would go in the house, violate her, do that to her, and then knowing their kids in the house.
Right. So that's why you got to remember, up to the 70s, up to the late 60s and 70s, men were allowed to beat our asses. Right. We're only in 2024.
Right.
And this is just America, but other places around the
legal.
world. And the bad part is they're coming here. So they're coming here.
And stop letting niggas isolate you. If you never been a loner, how can somebody come in and change your everything? That's the number one red flag.
No.
There's layers to that.
Thank you. Let me
to that. They just automatically isolate you. Ain't nobody in their right mind would be like, okay, nigga, isolate me. No. It's layers. They do it little by little, and then you look up, and then you like, wait a minute, where are my peoples at? That's what
they start you with we are a family. We are own family now. And they get you to build on stuff according to the family. And then you have to remember, if you're going to look at, if you come from a 2-parent household or whatever, you're going to think, yeah, my grandma, my grandpapa, it was all about the family, right? And then every time you want to go out, they want to start an argument. At this point, isolation doesn't mean they took you from the people. They can get your friends and them tired of you where they stop.
Right. And that's what I was getting ready to say too. That's another thing that keeps women in danger. That's one of the biggest things that keep women in danger. Women will be in an abusive relationship and not tell their loved ones. But by the time the loved ones figure it out or come to find out, let me tell you how dudes think. I'm not telling you like me personally, but this is how younger guys, older guys, the whole spectrum, this is how they think. If she's sitting over there letting that dude do all that, why am I going to get involved?
I just said that. So when you said the uncles, and I kept saying no, because they don't
get tired of it. They might have went over there and beat the dude up once or twice, and then they come back over there and he's sitting there. That's happened to me. That's happened to me personally.
With abuse, like I get how everybody feels. People got to also get how the victim feels, right? We always get to hear what everybody else got to feel about it, right? Some of them, Yeah, they did have uncles and them come over, whatever. And but when them narcissistic people got you, they got you, right? Until
Yeah.
something shifts, or maybe it's the last time. Like sometime it could be uh something a child may say. Let's say you got kids from that man, that may snap her out of it. It
Yeah.
it has to be something really small, not something big. It got to be really something small
Yeah.
that that snaps out of it,
That's
right?
true. That's true.
Nobody loves to be abused. And then what they do is, another thing they do is they cause a wedge. Like if that's your best friend, I think your best friend likes me, right? So now they put that in your head, right? Or I think your sister likes me,
Absolutely.
right?
Yep.
Or she ain't no good for you, right? She ain't no real sister. Or why she keep coming over here? What was she bringing you a man, right? Or she got a man for you over there? Like that psychological game is nothing to fuck with. And people
It
think
it
that it's
it
very
runs deep.
slow. And when I talk about these subjects, I always be careful what you say, because a lot of victims, you got to remember, not to say to feel sorry for them or whatever, but I don't want to for them to never not think that we don't understand, right? We do want I totally get it,
Yeah,
right?
that's why when I talked to Amora the other day, I let her know. I said normally I would have looked like instantly. My first thought is you got 5 kids and you want to abandon your kids. I don't care what the reason is. I'm looking at you crazy. But what I had to understand was going through an experience with a family member, with my cousin, because I remember she did the same thing to me. I remember it was the Saturday before that Super Bowl Sunday. She calls, her boyfriend's beating her up in the background. Me and my nephew jump in the car, fly over there. I jump out the car, knock on the door calmly so they wouldn't know what was up. Soon as he answered the door, I snatched him out. And I mean, I must have dirty worked him for about 15 good straight minutes. The police come. She didn't call the police. My cousin didn't call the police. The neighbors did. This how bad I'm whooping this boy. So I didn't want my little nephew to go to jail. So I told them when they got there, we had a fight. It's mutual combat. We two grown men. They took us both to jail. She came and bonded him out. They released me later on an OR, a recognizance bond, but I still had to post like $100 bond. Basically, it was nothing, but she came and bonded him out. Now I'm thinking to myself, I didn't know this till I go back over there after I get out. Super Bowl Sunday, I'm going over there to make sure she good. I done bonded myself out thinking he ain't got nobody to bond him out because his family don't even mess with him. I go over there, he got his feet kicked up, his wings and all kind of food. He got his homies over there. They sitting back finna watch the game. I look at her. She looked at me. She didn't know what to say. I said, let me see your phone right quick. This is all I said to her. And I feel bad afterwards, but I said, let me see your phone real quick. She handed me her phone. I deleted my number out her call log. And she looked and she said, did you just delete your number on my phone? I said, yeah, you need to replace that with 911. Put them on speed dial because you can't call me no more. You better
See,
call them. Because the
that's why
next time, either he's gonna be unalived, I might be unalived, or something
see,
to that effect.
this
I'm not
is
coming to your rescue no more.
this
And I
is why
Mhm.
you have to teach people, and I try to teach people how to be friends and family of a person who's getting abused,
Yes,
right? A lot
yes.
of people don't know
People
how
don't
to
know
do
how.
that,
You sure
right?
right,
And
Philly.
I ha- and you and the best thing you can do is distance, right? The best thing you can do is stay away, because the narcissists think that if they think that you're isolated, they think they won. I'm not isolated. I'm just gonna stay over here, just so whomever whenever they need to, if when they really ready to go, they know that you the last one that they gonna call, because you don't play and they for real, right? And you got to
Facts.
make sure that line is always open for them, even if they happen to go back or whatever. Always keep the phone line open, right? because it's a shame a lot of them go back and they go. Some people go back 7 times. Some people, as you see, don't make it out. Same way we just seen the video when the cops came and they went and got homeboy, and then he got out on bail. But just she didn't say he didn't do it. She said she don't fear her life. What happened? That man right back at her house. What happened? Oh, she calls the cousin and say, "Hey," I would call the sister. "Hey, I want to see you." He done took out both of them, right?
Yeah. They go back to die.
We cannot. We have to keep putting the information out there, right? How to do it. What's gaslighting? Because besides abuse is abuse. I don't care if it's by a single person. I don't care if you join a cult. Like a lot of things are really new to people's ears. They've never heard of, like, oh, that's gaslighting. You can say a lot of things and people may act like they know what you're talking about, but they really don't. They've never heard these terms before. They've never heard the meanings before. Remember, there are not a lot of people in our age bracket.
They're not where we are.
No, not that. People in our age bracket have it really good, because the people over us, they didn't have the meanings, and the people under us don't know the meaning. Right? It's our age bracket, because the older women, only thing they can say, "Oh, I think that man crazy." That's what grandma could say. Grandma didn't have no term. Right.
She know about gaslighting.
So,
that's a fact.
Right.
That's a
And then the people that's under us, it's new. They in new relationships. They don't know about the mask and the red flags and all. All they know is that man said, "Oh, baby, I love you." And remember, we're not teaching. We got to tell these mothers, these younger mothers, teach your kids about love. Or when you be around little kids, say, ask them, what is love? How many times do we ask a child, what is love? Can you explain to me what that is?
And you know, and Maderi, you know, first of all, welcome in. I hope everybody smash that like button when y'all came in. If you forgot, hit that X out, hit that like button, come back to the chat. But that's the quiet part that people don't want to say out loud, because people start, they'll say you're victim blaming, victim shaming.
And they are. And
you're
they are
re-traumatizing them. And so it's a fine line. And that's why I said, I'm the person, don't call me until you're ready to crash out. Because I've come to understand that no matter how much, because think about how many people knew, like the general public didn't know, but trust me, most of her friends, probably her mama, a lot of people knew she was going through that. And I'm sure everybody at some time had told her, girl, just get out, girl, you deserve better, you got to know your worth, yada, yada, yada. They're not going to leave until they're ready. Now, when you're ready and you know that you're ready and you're not ever going back, and you don't care whether he go to jail or whether he hurt or not, that's when you call me.
But listen,
don't call me till you're ready to crash out.
Listen, what about them women? I just told you some of them go back 7 times. Some of them keep going back, right? If you, number one, you don't know if that's all they know. Sometimes, if that's all you know, you stay in a, what you call that, arrested development, right? And sometimes you stay where that's all you know. That's where you're comfortable. Some people, but that's not really our job, is to say, what about them? We're not the one getting abused. They are. Our job is, once they're finally ready, let's go. We're not supposed to love them no less or care for them even less. Only thing we're supposed to do is pray that they make it out alive. That's our only job. We don't want to do to them what the people in the abusive relationship is doing to them. That's more abuse on top of abuse on top of abuse. That's not our job.
Right. And I would also say that those women that are getting in an abusive relationship after abusive relationship, a lot of times it is unhealed trauma. It is self-esteem issues. It's probably what they went through in their childhood. It could be either from
It's
their
all those
siblings
things.
or
Yep, it's
yes,
all those things. It's all
it's a
that.
collective of things. So it is like Shook said, it's not for us to judge or say, well, what about those people and da 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 da. Let us be the welcoming arms for them when they are ready to
When
get out of
that's
the
it.
situation.
That's it.
This
That
is the
is
only
it.
thing. These are only two things that I have a problem with that. Number one, I always hear women say, my kids are my everything, they my world, yada, yada, yada. If you feel like that, you would not subject your kids, even if for whatever reason in your mind, psychologically, emotionally, you're not ready to leave that relationship. You can't. It's just like, I don't smoke crack. I'm a little kid. Don't take me to a crack house and then tell me you're not responsible for having me in a crack house in the middle of all that danger and shootouts and dope fiends. Here's the thing. You can do whatever you want to with yourself. But just like a man, just like you said, once he get that woman pregnant, he don't have a choice no more. Just like when she gets pregnant, she don't have a choice no more. So whether you want to stay or whether you're unhealed, you have to understand you're damaging a whole nother human being that may never recover from the things that you are putting them through.
That is out of
while you're going through your trauma.
That is true, but that is out of our control.
I get it. I'm just saying
that is absolutely true, and that's the part that
that's where the pushback. And I want women to understand that when we say that,
but we can't. Us telling them that their psyche is already gone. Whatever we saying to them is nothing compared to what's happening to them behind closed doors. Right? That's what break people's hearts when the kids got to see that. The kids got to go through it. But again, that is out of our control. The only thing we can do is when you're really ready to go, you and them kids, our job is to help them. That's it.
I'm gonna tell you, it's
and if you don't, but remember, not everybody. If you don't want to, then don't. But at least let it be somebody where they could say, hey, I know a lot of them too, right? They had the plot to leave. Thank God they had that one person. Okay, I went to the store. I know, you know how many women I know when they being that the men only give them a certain amount of money to go to the store. You know how many women had to find somebody to say, okay, hold this dollar, right? They had to sneak money from going shopping, right? Because they had to get a getaway plan, right? Some of them, a lot of them want to get out. And
yeah,
then,
you're right. We not some of them, right? It's different in every scenario. We're talking about the people that get upset. They're talking about that group of women, again, those ones that expose their children to that. Because they don't care about what the woman's excuse for it is. It's like you traumatizing your child. The other side of that too is it's like, when if a person is in an abusive relationship, right? And you can tell them whatever you want to tell them. They're going to process that however they process that. But how do you see? This is what's wrong. Our community's so messed up. Let me just give you this real quick example. This girl, her sister was getting abused. And she was just like you, Shook. She was like, listen, I'm not finna get in that because she might leave tomorrow, but she gonna go right back over there the next day or
I
put
didn't
him
say
out.
that.
No. I'm just giving you this example. I'm saying she was like you in the sense that she's like, I'm not gonna get too caught up in telling her, girl, leave, do this. She said, I'm just gonna be here because I know it's not gonna last forever. It's gonna be over soon. But when it's over, I'm just gonna be here to pick up the pieces because that's my sister. But I'm not gonna say nothing in the meantime. I'm not gonna get in a relationship, right? But what she did, and I respect it, but she caught a lot of flack for it, was she knew her sister was getting beat up. And when her niece and nephew would come over there, they would be so traumatized. She called DFS on her sister and said, listen, my sister is not abusing her kids. Her boyfriend is not abusing the kids, but they are fighting. They have physical confrontations in front of their kids. The police have been called. It's been documented. She got her sister's kids removed, to make a long story short, until that girl proved that she was no longer with that guy, or that they had both finished anger management classes and yada yada yada. The family attacked the sister for calling CPS to get the kids out of danger. How could you get her kids?
That's why I said it breaks our heart, because the kids have to go through it. But you have to know how to play the game with these abusive relationships. Is a lot that we can't do, and certain things we can do. That's something that should not be televised, right?
She did that. It kind of blew me. I was like, whoa.
Right. A lot of things can't. And guess what? Some people ain't never gonna leave them. Some wait till they get old, and it's paybacks, bitch. Right? Some wait till they get old. Okay, you need this medicine,
yep.
Right? So again,
so you say, what, you need this medicine?
Well, say your heart hurt,
man, that you can't unscrew the top.
Shake it.
Hey, but you
here
know
you go.
You need to go to the bathroom.
Right.
What is the bathroom?
But you know what he did?
That's like a Diary of a Mad Black Woman. Oh, now you can't walk now, right? Right. So remember, they start harboring a lot of hate. A lot of them stay with them until the roles,
you know what that situation did?
Roles reverse.
Mm-hmm. It didn't even make that girl leave that dude. She stayed with him. Mm-hmm. But the longer she stayed with him, the longer her kids was away from her. So the sister didn't have to get into it with her and say, hey, you got to choose between your kids and this man. The state put her in that position. You can date whoever you want to. We're not going to tell you y'all can't live together and he got to go. Your kids can't be there because we have documented police reports. We have pictures of you from when you were injured. So we know that there's physical abuse. Until that situation is addressed, we will not allow your kids to come home. So that the girl got to a point where she was like, nah, I want my kids. You got to go, partner. So I
know one better. Like I said, it will not be televised, right? I know a couple of ones better. That's why I say you have to learn the tricks of the trade of dealing with people who are abused, right?
There's more than one way to get them out of there.
Right. It's other ways. But even if you can't, how many times we say, you can't save everybody? We can't say that enough.
Everybody can't go.
Everybody can't go. You can't save everybody, right?
That's we need to.
Because the world is too, like, billions of people, and there's no way, right? There's no possible way. Our job is to, if we got relatives or whatever, right? That's why I tell these fathers, if you are a dad, your job is to, even if you got a son or a daughter, right, is to put while they are young, as soon as they bring their little boyfriends around or whatever, is to put the fear of God in them, right? The fear of God while they're young, right? So then you know, I always got daddy, right? And your job is to observe, right? Again, the same way we tell them to look for the red flags, we see the red flags too, right? Sometimes we're going to have to accept the fact that, hey, our kids or whatever, that's what they're going to, how they always tell you, I got it. Oh, I can handle it. You know, they'll tell you everything in the book, and we know it's bullshit. But sometimes we gotta let that let that course go the way. But always leave it to whereas when you're really serious.
Yeah. Now we know
it's right. And if they know you well enough,
they know when you read. Yeah.
Right.
You know
same way. Remember when Pops Marquez said no, she didn't call her mama. Remember, she said, hold up. If she called her mama, I know she's serious because she know she's not the
know her mom. She ain't finna tell her mama unless she, See, but you know, it makes me sad, like, on for real. I joke a lot, y'all. The shit make me sad when I hear you say what you said earlier, and Angela just kind of touched on it. She said the only way to guarantee that you won't be in a physically abusive relationship is to stay single because there's more bad men than good men. Even though that make me sad and that make me like, damn, it's true. That's what make it hurt so much, because you always know, you've always known,
I'm for that.
like we've always
And
known,
I
like,
ain't been abused.
yeah, like we've always known that there were certain men out there like that. The difference now is that now they're not the small majority, they're the big majority. That's what the fuck is scary. That's what's like, and I see that just seeing those words, she's saying to herself as a woman, the only way that I can guarantee my safety and my security is if I just don't deal with men. God, it's like,
and
that,
I tried to tell you. Matter of
God,
fact, we did videos on that before when we even had other.
I know you
men.
said it, Sugar. It almost it made me tear up when you was like,
Kev, I was single.
It was a while back.
Dating. I stopped dating. I was in church. I was in school. I was raising my sons. I told them that I was not going to subject them to any type of, trauma, because I went through that. So 6.5 years, break the celibacy, go through some stuff, and within, I would say, a year to 2 years, I was back being celibate, because nope. You went no. I care too much about my life and my sanity and my son's sanity. I had them. I'm responsible for them.
Right.
And that means if I have to sacrifice my relationships or whatever, because it ain't no good for me, and I'm not gonna have my sons go behind bars or lose their lives because they're defending me. No,
and it's sad when you love black people, and as a man, y'all supposed to be the leaders, but you look around and most of the dudes around you, you're not even proud of. You don't even, they don't even rock with you. You know that they ain't no good for real.
I feel bad for my poor brother.
Sad, man.
But you know what? I feel sorry for
I feel bad for good men, but
I feel
sorry for my brother because he a good brother, right? So he got to keep getting hit with all this all the time.
And it's not that I even take it personally. It's just that I know it's true.
That's right.
I don't have, just like y'all don't have nobody, I don't got no back because these niggas pitiful. And that's I spent all my life trying to build my community up just to come to this point in 2024 and realize that, bro, out of everything that not only I done did, that a lot of black men have tried to do, they have taken over. It's more of them now than it is of us. God damn, we done lost. It's like man, God, wow. Like, but I can't see it, and I don't take it personal when y'all say men, because I know y'all not speaking to me. That's why, even though I'm not doing it, I say we got to get our shit together, because I'm part of black men, whether I'm doing it or not. We all look the same, so we're all gonna be lumped in the same category, and not just by black women, but just by society, period. Men are going to be lumped in the same category. Women are all going to be. And it's sad when you're proud of being a black man, but when you look around, you know you're not really proud of most of the dudes you see around you, man. That's heartbreaking, dog. Like, who do I got then if I can't even count on these niggas? Because I know they pitiful. I could sit here and try to say, oh, women this, but I know for a fact, regardless of what women say, regardless of how women feel, I know as a man that most of the dudes I see around me is pitiful. If it's 10 of them, I can only count on maybe 2.5 of them. The other 7 or 8 are going to be pitiful, nothing ass dudes. And that, for me, it's like, shit, like, damn, everything I did is for nothing. Now I'm scared. I got a grandbaby that's a baby. I know how these dudes are now. She's 5. They're going to be, by the time she's 15 or 25, they're gonna be that much worse, and I'm not gonna be here, or I'm not gonna be able to protect her. So it's like, and nobody else is gonna protect her, because they going totally the opposite way of that wave of protecting black women. So it's like, so now all I'm thinking is, all I'm gonna see as I get older, up to my age, to where I go home, is things get worse and worse.
Well, hold up. Maybe she's gonna listen to her auntie right here and live her life and say F these men too. Hold up, remember that trend is coming. But let's look at this. Women, I want to show you what they're doing now. This is a shame.
I'm finna smoke. Y'all got me in my fifis, man.
Women giving men their.
Kev, I had to go and get me some Zaza because I was like, this is too much.
Yeah, now I ain't got no ginger ale. I want to hear no my chazaza.
Well, I
Now
will
look.
send you some ginger ale money in a minute.
Now look. Now here we go. Look, me giving a guy my number when he asks so I won't get assaulted for saying no and blocking him soon as I walk away. And the guy going, one dumb guy going to say, "Oh well, is this real?" Shut the fuck up. What? And then these men laughing. Why? Because you're a creep your damn self.
And which is sad because that means that if you, let's say you go to the grocery store, you frequent the grocery store. So if a guy asks you for your number and you give it to him and then you block him, then you not want to go to that same grocery store because you think you're going to run into that dude, you know? So now you got to change your whole situation for some bum.
Oh shit, men are the reason women need protection. Oh lordy, men are supposed to protect. I don't hear about the phone numbers, but let's see what they got to say here. Let's just see.
Baby girl, get you a man who will defend you like Will defended Jada. Baby girl.
No. Hold on.
Can I just say something real quick, Suge?
Yeah, I'm looking for this.
My granny said, don't look for a man or ask a man to prove himself. A man will prove himself before you need to ask. I'm on mute.
Amen, Granny. Amen.
Amen, Granny. But he can leave me alone.
Amen, Suge. Amen.
Wow. She said you ain't gotta ask. He'll prove himself before you have to. Wow. Them bars, Granny. You don't. Never mind. I'll explain it to you later. That's a bar. Not like a drinking bar. I'll explain it to you
Wait, I
later.
missed that other gym. What did she say? The next one? What Granny said?
No,
Hi.
she said.
So I have
Oh,
a
go
PSA
ahead.
for the ladies who are sometimes home alone for whatever reason. I'm super embarrassed to share this because I cannot believe I made such a rookie mistake. But my hope is that someone will learn from what I did and not do it in the future. And I also want to preface this video by saying I do not think that all men are dangerous by any means, but I'm also a realist, and I live in a world where I know that some people are up to no good and have bad intentions. So with that said, quick story. Yesterday I was home alone. There was a knock at the door, and it was a guy who said he was on the end of his route, and he was driving one of those meat freezer trucks and was trying to sell me some like
Girl, that's on you, right? that one is on you.
I'm black, okay? You talking about meat freezer? Now we used to get meat back in the day from the meat trucks, but meat freezer in 2024, baby, no. Michael Myers, what?
If you roll up trying to sell me some meat in 2024, no Diddy. No. No.
Chainsaw Massacre, what? This ain't Friday the 13th, lady. What is you talking about?
I know these people on YouTube find it and they get all the threads, and I got to look for it. That's crazy.
They do be demanding that time, don't they, JC? She said her daughter just came home from work and she wanted some time. Hey, my daughter come over and do that sometimes. She'll be like, Daddy, can you can you block out some time for me? And I'll be like,
Kev, I'm 49 and I still do that. I go and spend time with my parents. I do not play.
Right. Well, as y'all hear, mine be over all the time. They be all in the mix with it. They watch this too. So like that's the trip about it. Like we can have bills over here and my actually like watch. That's crazy. That's crazy. But they now you're talking to people who are 77 and 80 years old. So to hear now what's going on, they're like, wow, if we think our minds are blown, just imagine how a 77 and an 80-year-old feel when they see things now the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they always have little funny. They don't even be trying to be funny, but they hilarious. They'll just say stuff and then just because it's so abnormal to them. They'd be like, wait a minute, what?
Now here we go. And now you know what they said? Instead of, you know what the person that said about this girl? Well, she should have gave her number. She would have been living.
Twin sisters attacked by a man who tried to flirt with them inside a Brooklyn deli.
Men do not know how to take no for an answer. If you straight up tell them no, they will not leave you alone. So I want all the girls, especially if you are a New Yorker, where it's really dangerous right now, to please make a fake account for unwanted approaches. This is mine. As you can see, know about where I'm from, where I go to school. Fake name, that is me, but it's really zoomed out. It also solves the issue of they'd be like, my phone is dead. Let me get your phone and follow myself. Follow them off the fake page. The page is private, so you could just block them or just leave them on the page after. It doesn't really matter because the page should not connect to your real Instagram at all. Also, my heart goes out to these girls and their family. One of them passed away, and they're my age. I cannot imagine losing my twin in a situation like this. Like, it's so sad all around.
Twin sisters attacked by a man who tried to flirt.
That's scary, man. Especially when you got babies, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
You gotta make up a fake account because you can't even tell them, oh no, thank you, I appreciate it. No, thank you though, or I got a boyfriend, and because your life may be in danger. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I almost got attacked because I told this dude I didn't want him calling me baby. And he was like, what kind of bull crap is that? And I was just like, you don't know me like that for you to be calling me baby.
You know what? I seen something similar. A dude, hey, sweetheart, so and so. He said, nah. She was like, I don't know, you don't mean no offense, but like this my guy, and that's, hey, sweetheart, I ain't mean no, I ain't. And the dude, like, bro, she didn't come to you crazy. She just asked you. Now it's a whole. He want to fight the dude too. I don't understand why we like that. Like, I don't just go places randomly and just see, any other race of people just so ready to pop off with each other all the time. It could be in Walmart. You in a line. If somebody say something, if you cashier taking too long, if somebody, it just they see somebody from high school they had a beef with, and it's we're so I don't see Asians doing that. I don't excuse any other race. I don't see them so ready to pop off at all times, and we think that it's cool to do that. We've got a black YouTube for all the fights at Walmart and in the hood fights. White folks don't have a hood fight station.
Yeah, I seen my
Asians
abuser
don't have
on the way back to abuse me on the damn Instagram in the fight
That's
on
white.
at the airport, and I was like lighting them comments up, and I'm like, look at this foolishness. I don't even watch that kind of stuff, but the Holy Spirit was like, no, you need to watch this one.
And this
I was like, what?
This another thing too. Everybody got mad at the men when that situation happened where the dude punched the lady and her 14-year-old son whacked him as he should have. Now they're saying, oh, she shouldn't have never been in there that time of night. She shouldn't have put her 14-year-old son in that position. She shouldn't have been arguing with a man. But nobody, even the women on his side of the family, they was making this thing about how he was the knockout king in their area and he was known for knocking people out. It's like, where is the people saying this is animalistic behavior?
Yes.
For a grown man to get so mad in a restaurant that he would ball up his fist and swing with all of his might and punch a lady in the face. We're not going past that. I don't care what she said. I don't care what time of night it was. That's why I said, when you have to argue the obvious with certain people, that means they can't go. We have to stop talking to them. We have to stop talking to people that's saying, oh, they can't judge Diddy and all of them. We got to put all of them over there. That's the problem that we have, is cutting people off because we love them.
Rock-a-bye, baby.
They're our family member or they're our favorite entertainer. That's why we have to be able to cut these people off, whether they're the garbage man or whether it's R. Kelly. If they're a pedo, they're a pedo. That's it. It's no other. We're not going to make a difference. We're not going to say, oh, well, I can separate the man in his music. You're not going to separate the trash collector from what he did and say, oh, he's a good dude other than that he did. But probably you're not going to make excuses for the garbage man. So don't make excuses for R. Kelly. Don't make excuses for your brother and your uncles. That's what the problem is. People don't want to say that because of when we're saying that, if we just literally by what was said this evening, if most men are dangerous, those men are related to women. All of those men were birthed by a woman, but undoubtedly have sisters, girlfriends, wives, cousins. And the same thing as I hear when people say men got to hold other men accountable. I believe in that. I say that all the time, and I do that. I don't have no friends that beat their women or don't take care of their kids and just the basic things. But we know that other men are friends with men, and they say that's none of my business. These men that are out here, they're attached to other women. Where are those other women's voices? Where is his mama? Where is his sister? Where is his cousins? Because these dudes are always given a safe place to stay. And there's so many people that know what this person is doing to women. That's the part I don't get.
I went on a rampage calling folks. But you know what? People's family would turn a blind eye too, because I went on a rampage calling my abuser's family. I started looking and investigating because you're not going to put harm to me and ain't nobody going to know about it.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody likes abuse until it's their son. Then they want to call you and say, well, Lakeisha, you don't call the police on my son because these police will come here and they take my son's life. That's going to be on your hands. Y'all need to work that. Or your own family members, older one might tell you, girl, you need to work that out. As long as that man paying them bills and blah, blah, blah. Because that we've been conditioned so much. That's the thing. Everybody's got to be accountable. These men that are dysfunctional, that are toxic, that are narcissistic, that are violent, the women attached to them have to cut them off, period. The men that's they homies, they brothers, they got to cut them off, because if they don't have a lifeline, guess what? They either got to straighten out or head to Skid Row, because we don't care. We're not having no violent motherfuckers running around in our, in our community. We're not going to have child abusers running around in our community, and everybody's asking everybody else to take care to them. Why you ain't said nothing to him? Why you letting them? We all got to make sure that we all.
I went off on this baby mama. I told her, I said, you knew he was a predator. Why did you bring him into this community? Don't ever bring when you know somebody is a predator, you don't bring them along with you.
If a dude's family won't use their address as his home plan when they coming home from prison, why would you make your kids live with a dude who's been living in a 6x9 box for the last 5 years and subject them to all his mood swings and temper tantrums and his attitude and violence towards you? And this dude ain't been around his own kids in 5 years. You'll bring a dude fresh out of prison. These are the type of things that we have to address. We can't get in it. We can't get to the, like Suge said, sometimes we have to stand back because they got to cycle through it at their own time. Because no matter how much we browbeat them and girl, you stupid, and why you let them, we know the reality is some people are going to go back 7 times. Some people are going to go back 50. Some people might only go back once, and that's great. But we know the majority of women are going to go back or let him back more times than not. So what we need to do is say, listen, I'm here for you when all the chips fall, but all the in between, I'm not here for the foolishness. I'm not coming to pick you up or coming to take him away from his house, your house, because you done packed his clothes, because your sister and your cousin and already did that, and he done been back twice. I'm not involving myself in that. When he moved out,
did that to me when I was married to my ex-husband. I told our first fight, I called him and I told him what happened. He said, I'm gonna ask you one question. And that one question is going to determine everything else after this. He said, are you done? If you're done, I will come right now. But if you're not, and you need some time, call me back. And unfortunately, at that moment, I wasn't done. So I know it broke his heart, but we were both honest. And that's the way he's always raised me, because in the past, he had problems with putting his hands on women. Now he stopped doing that. But all in all, I think he knew if I wasn't ready to stop the abuse or whatever that was going on, because that was the first time it had happened, but still, there was still other instances. He wanted to make sure when I was ready, then he was there. And when I was ready, he was there. But until then, it wasn't that he didn't protect me. I could always come home to him, but I had my own place. We were married and going through our own situation, getting ready to be separated so we can get divorced. But that is what he asked me, and I had to be honest, and just say, let me call you back, because I had to think about it. Emotions are high at that moment, and things are happening.
What I got to say to combat a lot of this, what is this guy's name? I don't even know his name. Really like this dude, right? I like the fact that he's going after these men. I can't wait till Kevin gets started, right? But he reminds me of Kevin so much. He reminds me of you, the voice you're going to see in a second, right?
Dudes be mad at me. They be mad at me.
Because if we got more men combating these manospheres and even like sometimes the we're gonna have to just let Kevin have the whole show, right? When just going after these ninjas, right? Somebody gotta do it.
And this is what men don't understand. Other men, you can go at a man and they'll still respect you. Because I'm gonna tell you why. I've done it. Dude be like, they'll come to me and be like,
oh, not these manosphere.
Yeah,
it's not them.
But again, everybody can't go. Men, we can't even count
but not
them.
people who got a program.
Yeah, they be on help. I'm talking about the ones I know, and it'll tie right in, right? Because I'm not even addressing them. Little dude just said to me and he's not a little dude. He's probably 31. He said, "OG," he said, "Man, why you be gunning me? Every time I see you, you be on my head, OG." I said, "Because you could do better, and I know you could do better. You just lazy, and it ain't a nigga that's around you that love you enough to push you. I love you, bro. If I thought I couldn't help you, I wouldn't even say nothing to you. But I know you one of the ones that could do right, bro. And you would be a good man to a woman. If I didn't feel that, bro, I wouldn't even waste my time. It's niggas I don't even talk to, bro. And so it's just like I see a dude that got natural talent, but you want to go back and forth to prison. But I see that you can paint a beautiful picture with a paintbrush. You can draw with a pencil. I'm going to be upset with you. Like, why are you wasting your God gift? Because everybody don't have that gift and that talent, and you going back and forth.
Yeah, Kev, that burns me up too when you see people with gifts and they don't use them and they squander them like that.
Now, he didn't get mad at me. His feelings was hurt because he knew he disappointed me. I can't, because again, it's up to him to change. I could have been like, nigga, you ain't shit. You need to get yourself together. But I knew he wasn't gonna hear me when I said that. I said, bro, you smarter than most of the dudes that I know. That's my age. You have more talent than most cats your age. But what do you want to do? You want to do some dumb shit. And you can't even tell me why. Why do you want to hustle when you smart enough to work and make more money than hustling? Because you can't hustle like you did in the 80s. Let's keep it a buck. It's cameras everywhere.
Exactly.
Snitching is at an all-time high. Let's not act like you believe that you can get rich doing that. But you're smart enough to get a good enough job where you don't even have to work hard. Because you're a tech genius, you can sit at home and make money. Do you know you can work from home? You don't even have to be subjected to have a supervisor standing over you the way I came up. Bro, I'm only telling you this because not that nobody else ever told you this. I'm telling you, you 30 years old. If you don't get your shit together, your kids are going to be adults and what you say ain't going to even fucking matter no more. And you're going to get to a point where you're going to be too old to have a decent woman that give a damn about you because you fucking all of that off right now.
Yep.
You doing dumb shit and you can't even tell me why. You can't tell me why you hustling. You can't tell me why you running around with an AR in your backseat. What ops you got, bro? No, I'm just saying it's crazy out here, OG. I get that. Get you a little something for protection. Why are you over whooping? You don't need an AK-47, bro. Get you a pistol that you can conceal and you still protect it. But see, you understand? And then he was like, I get it, OG. But again, these are the things that as men, I can't sit and tell another 50-some-year-old man that he need to do that to the 30-year-old cats so the 30-year-old cats will do it with the teenagers. We passed that point. Everybody can't go. The ones that I feel like, honestly, I can have an impact on, that's who I put my time into. I'm not talking to nobody in the manosphere. I'm a sucker to them. I'm a lame to them. I'm giving the game away for free. The game is to be sold, not told, OG. I don't play by those rules. I'm not in the streets. I'm not a player. I'm not a pimp. So I don't abide by none of those codes. I'm a human being first. And I know what the problem is as a human being in my community. And that's how I'm gonna address it. I don't care if you think I'm cool, bro.
Hey, babies.
What's up, Jay? You back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. Go ahead. I've been talking. I'm finna be on mute.
No, I'm loving it. I'm loving it because
I just want to show y'all. I don't know this Kevin little brother. He just didn't tell us about right because he reminds me of Kevin so much, right? This is little brother.
Kev, tell your parents they got some explaining to do.
She said some explaining to do. You got some explaining to do.
She called me. She was like, "Bro, I seen this guy. He remind me of you so much, and I don't even know his name. He even sound like you."
Because he be going in.
I want to hear this.
Well, okay. Let's see which one I want to show. Oh, the fairy tale. He did so many.
The public offender. I like that. The public offender.
He started out on TikTok.
Oh no.
I'm trying to find a short one of him. A short one, right? Can we just find this one? I'm just going to put this one here for now. Can y'all see?
Yep.
Yes.
Go ahead. My bed has two wrongs.
You had a deeper voice. Got to be Kevin little brother.
Please explain it to me.
We don't like women.
Clearly.
That's obvious.
Literally, like that's not a surprise.
It's really that simple. We just don't want to see them win. We don't, especially off what they feel entitled to. But it's basically that simple. I mean, we just don't like y'all. We want to have
We do
sex
not
with
care.
y'all, but we don't like y'all.
And I promise we don't care, and that's exactly why nobody's having sex.
Wait. Time out. I don't want to attack this man because he's actually telling the truth. And I don't know if he's serious or not, but I think he's actually telling the truth. so I'm gonna let him do it. I'm gonna let him tell the truth. As long as you don't be disrespectful, you're right. Okay, cool. So y'all don't like, he's speaking for most men, I'm guessing. He said because we don't, right? Or the men that agree. Y'all don't like me. This is what I be saying. I be saying this, but they be saying I'm lying. They be saying I'm pandering when I say men don't really like women like that. He just got up here and said, yeah, we really don't like them. Okay, go ahead.
We don't want to be your friend. So, I mean, when you feel entitled to certain things, like our time, our attention, our
money,
resources, it's like, what are you willing to do for it? And it's not a lot from their part. And that's why we don't like y'all.
Hey, now y'all mad when a nigga come up here and tell us the truth. Y'all saying, not me, I don't do it. Bro, what? Yeah, he talking about y'all. All of y'all, he talking to you. He talking to you. You that was saying W social, W. He talking about y'all. Y'all all with this man right here. I like it. I like it. I'm in favor. I love the truth. It's awesome.
He said he don't like women because we
I hate women. They make me sick.
Hey, keep going.
Oh, okay.
Keep going.
I got a girlfriend 3 years, and every once in a while, she makes me want to throw up. Her attitude, her entitlement.
Just trolling.
No, this is serious. We don't like y'all.
What makes you think this man is trolling? Because you said
y'all have. Can y'all
both? There's men and women, and we both contribute. So I'm asking you because I think you and I can name a bunch of shit that men do. That's fucked up.
Oh yeah.
So I'm curious to know, what do you want women to take accountability for? Like, just try to keep it short, concise.
Suge, you got to think about these conscious men that feel like they know everything. Like, you have to understand that they are very much in tune. They're not dumb people. They actually know what's going on. But because they never had mothers and they never had these things, they put these... It's crazy. It's crazy how they do these reverse psychology things on us to try to act like we supposed to be in tune with them, and we don't know what's going on, and they're using us, and like, and they're using us. But then again, the people that's really in tune is looking at them like clowns at the same time. Because do you know that we taught y'all all this? You don't think that the people that are really understanding what's going on don't see you? You think that we don't have eyes to see what's going on? You might be able to fool us sometimes, because I was fooled, yes, at one point in time. But come on. And all of us maybe at one point in time. But come on. This is ridiculous.
Like, give me like 2 or 3 things. What do you want them to take accountability for?
Honest, that's a good question, to be honest, because I'm not gonna lie, most of them do. That's a hard one. I can't really say, because they do take accountability for most of their stuff, which is looking after and raising the child in the early stages. Not gonna lie, so I do not fault women for that, because that's a damn good job that they do.
Because you said that we both, there's men and women and we both contribute, So
It's like I feel like I'm insane even addressing these, like, you know what I mean? Addressing it over and over again, but we do have to address it. We do have to address it.
And you guys want to trick women into staying with toxic men. I get it. I know you try to throw in the motherless part, like, oh, motherless and fatherless homes. But how many homes are motherless? Like, very, very few homes are motherless, right? It always goes back to trying to control women's behavior. Inadvertently or advertently, this is what this whole game is. You guys don't really care about kids. You guys don't really care about how people are dealing with traumas. You don't care about that. You want to do two things. You want to shame women into staying in relationships with toxic men, and then you want to absolve men of their terrible behavior. That's it. That's the game. And I come from a fatherless home, so you really can't tell me much about the effects of coming from a fatherless home. I know what it is. Trust me. Also, I came from poverty. I came from living on Section 8. I'm also Black. Like, I had all the odds, all the cards, all the whole deck stacked against me. Trust me, I know. And you guys want to trick women into staying with toxic men. I get it. I get it. I know you try to throw in the motherless part, like, oh, motherless and fatherless home. I swear to God, I had no fucking idea that this would be like a point of contention. Like the shit that y'all be finding to like try to like drag women and like really like vilify and demonize women is the wildest shit I've ever seen. It should be studied. Like, it's really crazy. I'm like tracking it. Like, I'm really literally like tracking it.
What do you guys think about what this? Who's this guy, guys?
You got chips.
Can we for a second, because hello? Is it I don't know. I feel like he's actually hitting on some points. I mean, I don't know who this guy is. I did like lose the stream for a minute. But I'm just trying to
little brother.
Oh, okay, because I'm like, hold on, because
it's a joke.
I'm feeling what dude's saying.
In real time.
I mean,
The shit that y'all be saying, the issues that y'all be trying to find with women, I be like, what the fuck? This? This what y'all got? This what y'all hanging y'all hat on now? Oh, they just now raising women to be wives no more. Sir, y'all will have a woman that be holding you down for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. Y'all will have 2, 3 kids with her and still don't be married to her. And this is not even coming from a person who pushes marriage. I'm not even pushing marriage. I'm really not. I just don't understand the logic. I'm just pointing it out because y'all bring the shit up. Y'all be the ones talking about marriage and wives and husbands and traditional and blah, 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 blah.
Yes.
And the whole time while you keyboard warrior on your phone in these comments, your girl be sitting, you got a girl laying next to you that been holding you down for 5 years and y'all got 2 kids living in a 2-bedroom apartment. Talking about these women don't want to be wives. She would marry you if you asked her. I'm sure. You scared to ask her? You think she gonna say no? Go ask her. Shit, is that what it is? That's what I'm starting to think. Y'all scared to ask your girls to marry you. Like, you really think she gonna say no? Nigga, y'all got 2 kids together. She good. She not stupid. Y'all got 2, 3 kids together, bro. She's sitting right next to you. Go hit her up. Tap her on the shoulder. You ain't got to be no big wedding. Just say, I just want to protect the family. You know what I'm saying? I want us to go down there and get that white man paperwork. So we could, you know what I'm saying? I just want to make sure that something happened to me, something happened to you. The kids, they got to go in foster care. You know what I'm saying? They don't got to go through probate. I got whoopie whoop whoop whoop. The family ain't gonna be able to, you know, whatever. Just ask her.
Yo, exactly.
I know I ain't got much money. I just want to make sure whatever little money, whatever little bit of assets I got, I want to make sure it go to the kids and 1804. I don't know, bro.
You know we gotta talk about it.
I don't know what's going on.
You know we gotta talk about.
Y'all can hear 1804?
Can y'all hear me?
There's always something.
I can hear him. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
Okay, can I say
I
something?
can't talk about her body and acknowledge that she had that her body looked good. The fuck,
Okay.
y'all better grow. You better grow up.
Okay, can you hear me? Where'd he go? What'd you say?
I don't think that has anything to do with
No,
what
I
we're
was just
talking
I was commenting about what you were saying about
Oh.
how people were judging about her body and this performance. But yeah,
You
you
just
can
said
go ahead
I
and
was
I would
poking out. Yeah, as if that was like not like that it was like her butt was poking out. Like I just made a joke about it, but wasn't like I was demeaning her or nothing like that. Respectful. But if Usher put her on stage and did a performance, I would not.
So it's just because it's Usher to you. That's all it is. It's because it's Usher.
This other man, wife ain't even talking about.
I didn't even. Oh my God, that's amazing. Thank you guys for telling me. I had no idea Usher was engaged or married or whatever, anything with a girl, had a woman. He was a part of the fucking show. They rehearsed this and everything, and y'all was over here acting salty about it. Like, man, I don't know.
Every time I come up here, you want to what's it called? Move the goalpost 10 times until you can make your point stand strong.
I move the goalpost.
Yes, absolutely, every time.
Nigga, it don't know what move the goalpost mean. I'll show you what move the goalpost mean, Mario. When you make look, wait. When you came up here, when you was in the comments all hot and heavy, right? And you said that I went live during the Super Bowl as to try to act like I'm desperate for content, right? So then I brought you up here and Hope vouched for me, and everybody in the comments said, oh, he wasn't live during the Super Bowl. And instead of you going, oh, I was wrong, you moved the goalpost and said, oh, well, I got off before and I really didn't know, and blah, 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 blah. But, nigga, that's moving the goalpost. That's what moving the goalpost looks like.
I said I was wrong, public, but you want to do it.
But you still yapping. Hold on, look. You still yapping.
So you still desperate for content because you're still desperate for content. My comment was not wrong. You are still desperate for content.
It literally was wrong.
You're still desperate for content.
It literally was wrong.
And it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. To be desperate for content.
You desperate for attention. And I'm sorry I gave it to you.
It's okay.
My bad. I'm sorry I gave you the attention. I was hoping that you could come up here and be a regular human being for 5 seconds. But instead I bring you up here and you start. It's a tough thing. It's hard for some people to accept that, but it is what it is. And they know it's entertainment, but that gets lost conveniently when one man isn't. But I will let you know that the logic that I have as it pertains to this specific issue, I learned it from women. You see what I'm saying? I was taught this by multiple women who are the ones who broke down how that doesn't make any sense. Like, why is a man the leader when the same things I just explained to you, a woman told me that, right? And a bunch of women have said the same thing. Most women know this already. Most women don't agree with the man is the automatic leader in the household because that's illogical. You see what I'm saying? So you, to me, are proof that men aren't as logical as men like to think we are. You're not being very logical. This whole discussion is rooted around the fact that you
logic, and that's off of the experience that I've seen.
Great. Even like in white society, right? Don't get me wrong. A black person, a woman, whatever, they'll get passed on a promotion for a man all the time. But it ain't like that man didn't do nothing. It's like he still had to have like the qualification, like he still had to have the degrees, he still had to put in the time. He still, like most of the time, you know what I'm saying? So even in real life, there is definitely baked into leadership. There is a level of there's a level of you need to earn it, right? But why is it that in the Bible, in your mind, you have interpreted the scriptures to mean that because I have a penis, I'm automatically the leader? Do you think that that's logical?
I didn't say because I had a penis. I said because this is the way that God designed it.
And God said, because you have a penis, you are.
That's not what he said.
That is. That is. What do you think being a man? What makes you any different? Look, I'm trying to, AP, what I'm asking you is what makes you qualified to be a leader outside of the fact that you identify as a man?
What qualifies me personally?
Yeah. Or any, I mean, men in general. Why would
I understand what you're saying. So in other words, you're saying that you should have certain qualities and characteristics that make you a leader, whether you're a male or a female, regardless of what the Bible tells you.
Yes.
I understand that. I understand that, and I agree. I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah, because that's what you do in real life. Here's what I'm saying: if you owned a business and you work and you owned a company, and there was a woman, you had the choice between. I would hope there was a choice to promote a person between a woman and a man, and a woman has better leadership qualities. She puts in the work. She's the first one in, the last one to lead. Whatever things go into being a good leader, right? She has all of those qualities. Then there's a man who he's good, but he's not as good. He doesn't have the same amount. His numbers aren't the same. He doesn't have the same. He's not as consistent as she. Like she just beats him in every single metric, right? Who are you going to promote?
I'm going to promote her.
Okay. So why would that logic then fly out of the window when as it pertains to your relationship? Why wouldn't you just apply that same logic?
So I think that in certain scenarios that could work. However, in my experience and with me, I grew up in a house full of women. And I've also, and outside of my life, I've dealt with men and organizations and things like that my whole life.
Answer his question. Answer his question, please. Direct question, direct answer. You're going around the bush.
Oh, one of y'all was
around the bush.
thinking.
Answer his direct question.
Hey,
please,
DJ
we're all
George.
on pins and needles waiting for the answer
This my
to
other
his
brother.
specific question. Not your
This is my other brother. I told you I got some brothers on here. Yeah, I know. I got my Kev. That's my brother. Good man. Speak up for the women. We got DJ Torch. You did a good show today. I just found this guy. I just found this guy right here. I just found him like 2 days ago. And it happened to be from TikTok. And then they told him to bring his TikTok. And that's Kev fake little brother. I don't know why. Kev, did you say hello to your fake little brother?
Y'all playing with me. Y'all playing in my face, talking about Kev little brother. That's so funny. I'm mad at y'all for that.
That's his fake. His fake. That's because they can't win an argument with him, and that's why I like it. I like it.
Yeah, and that's why where did Kev go?
Well, like I was saying before I was interrupted, in my experience, I tend to see men be more logical. And I feel like in order to be a leader, it takes you to operate off of logic. And that's off of the experience that I've seen.
Great. I'm happy you mentioned men are more logical. Now, in this exchange that we just had, right? We just proved that you don't really use logic in your relationship.
That's not true.
No, you did. No, you did.
That's not true.
I know it's harsh. I don't want to put it that way, but in all honesty, that's literally what we just found out. You're not being logical, because if you were being logical, you wouldn't say that a man is the head of the household automatically because he's the man, because the Bible said so. That's not using logic. You see what I'm saying? That's the opposite of using logic. So you're not using logic when it comes to the Bible. You just let the Bible dictate to you what you're supposed to do. That's not how you use logic. That's illogical, right? So now we already established that. You agreed even. That's what I'm saying. It ain't like I'm making this up. You agreed. So you're not being logical. Now, I'm a man, granted, I'm a man and you're a man. So in this particular case, it's two men and one man is being logical and one man isn't. But I will let you know that the logic that I have as it pertains to this specific issue, I learned it from women. You see what I'm saying? I was taught this by multiple women. They were the ones who broke down this logic, how that doesn't make any sense. Like, why is a man the leader when the same things I just explained to you, a woman told me that, right? And a bunch of women have said the same thing. Most women know this already. Most women don't agree with the man is the automatic leader in the household because that's illogical. You see what I'm saying? So you, to me, are proof that men aren't as logical as men like to think we are. You're not being very logical. This whole discussion is rooted around the fact that you are inconsistent in your logic. And that's the thing about logic, is it should apply across the board. You shouldn't pick and choose when to be logical and when to defer to a book that was written 2,000 years ago. You see what I'm saying?
The only thing he proved is that men's logic is asshole backwards.
That and it's circular logic based on your belief. It's circular logic based on how it benefits you. It's circular logic based on what you want us to believe, not what is actual and factual. You just proved that your logic is ass backwards, or as my mother used to say, bass backwards.
Kinda. And then you and then the other, when your analogy, when you use the military, that was a bad analogy. That wasn't logical for your explanation. Like, it's not logical. Like, nothing you're saying is logical right now. So if you're supposed to be the leader, I know you disagree because brother, trust me. I know the reaction is going to be, I disagree, when you already agreed. So now it's funny that you're going back and saying, I disagree. But you already agreed.
No, this okay. This is what I said. This is what I said. I said, as a Christian, I believe in what the Bible says.
Okay.
However, like you said, in the modern, since we're living in real life, although I do believe that the Bible and real life do mesh together. However, if someone is a better leader in the relationship, I would also agree that it would make sense for, if the woman is a better leader and she makes better decisions, things of that nature, it makes sense for.
See, he missed he moved the goalposts. He was basically saying, if you're going to be a leader, right, you have to prove yourself. Like, what's your qualifications, right? Now, if you say, hey, I hold down this, I do this, and this, then, like Kev said, to make you go, right? She had to check him out before she decided to say, hey, that's gonna be my husband. She laid down her rules. Then she had to make sure, like, women have to make sure, well, I ain't dealing with y'all, but let's just say if I was, because I'm still human, you never know. But you're gonna have to show me a resume. It may not be a physical resume, but you better feed me a resume why you gonna be the leader. But you just can't automatically be the leader. Especially if you're a mama's boy, we got to make sure 100% man first. But let's go.
Her to quote unquote make certain decisions, but going back to the Bible, I still don't think that she should totally take over leading the relationship, and I'm just walking behind her. So I agree with both.
No, you can't agree with both. You're just trying to make it. That's more illogic. Like, the thing you're saying is logic.
And that's your opinion. That's your opinion.
No, it's not. It's literally. It's just not logical. It's conflicting.
And
I want to ask you a question. So I want to ask you a question. So, are you married?
I am.
Okay. In your relationship, in the household, who takes care of the majority of the duties in the household? You or your wife?
I do.
You do? Okay. So you cook more than her. You clean more than her. You set all the doctor's appointments for you and the kids. You sign everybody up for sports. You make sure everybody has clothes. You make sure the soap is like, you do all of that stuff more than she does.
I take care of the majority of everything that goes on in my house.
No, answer the question.
I know. I'm saying those tasks specifically: cooking, cleaning, showering. You spend more time with your kids than your wife does. You do all of that stuff.
I take care of the majority of everything that goes on in my house. Yes.
He didn't answer the question.
Okay.
That is not what that man actually
and how is that arrangement set up? Do you work?
I do work. I work part-time.
You work part-time. Oh, okay. And she works full-time?
And she works part-time as well.
Oh.
So we both of us. So I'm a real estate investor. So I'm in the process of continuing to build up our portfolio so we can both work. I mean, not work full-time. So, but we still are both working, part-time or whatnot. So
that's fair. I just was wondering about the time, not the actual job, but like, so you work part-time, she works part-time, but at home you do the majority of the stuff in the house. And what is she doing?
I can't. Okay, so the majority of what she does is mothering. That's her focus.
That's what I just asked you. I just said who take.
Okay, so you have to understand one task is not the majority. I just said her focus is.
It's not one.
Well, what is mothering?
Mothering is not one task. Mothering is like 90,000 tasks.
Thank you.
That's my point. Mothering,
Okay.
which is a broad ass concept, which is I described it as child rearing. You called it mothering, but child rearing is 10,000 fucking tasks that
It
adds up
absolutely is.
to mothering or child rearing. So I asked you, who does the majority of the child rearing, and you said me. I do the
No,
majority
no.
of the
You asked me who does the majority of the things in the house, and I said me.
So what the hell is
And
mothering?
the reason that I do, I can't tell you the last time that my wife cleaned the entire house and stuff like that. I make sure that everything is taken care of as far as the bills and the. I went to school for culinary arts when I was a teenager. I cook, so I do the majority of the cooking. So a lot of the things that I do, she doesn't have to do, so she can focus on tending to the children. So you asked me who does the majority of the things around the house, and I said me. And the reason I do that is so she can focus on doing whatever she needs to do for herself and also
for the kids.
For the kids.
So it sounds like, and I think
it sounds
if
like a
you-
partnership.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think if you're doing that, that sounds like a fucking great exchange right there, bro. I think you got shit figured out.
Yeah,
To
that
me.
sounds like what you came up and spoke against, which is partnership. But if what you're saying is true, y'all are literally in a partnership. It's a team. It doesn't sound like there's any hierarchy. It doesn't sound like there's one person that takes on more load. It sounds pretty equal to me.
Yeah, that sounds fucking great, AP. That's the thing. Like,
AP
I be wondering why
gonna
y'all
be in trouble. I heard
what
of
you want
AP.
is
He gonna be
you
in
want
trouble with the
title of being
manosphere
the
now.
leader, when in all actuality, you and your wife are partners, which is great. Which is going to.
I disagree with
No,
that.
pause.
I disagree with that.
Shug.
Okay.
Pause. Let's
Well,
pause.
I'm gonna let them finish. I'm gonna let
I
them finish.
disagree.
I'm gonna let them finish.
I'm not saying I'm not saying it as a macho thing. I'm just saying I lead my household. I'm not saying it to puff my chest up or anything like that. But I lead my household. Just say if she was to say, you know what, hey, I'm tired.
Can't
I
fake
want to
little
go away
brother.
and I don't want to. I will pick up and take care of the kids and do whatever she. If she wanted to just lay down in the bed and just do whatever watch movies for whatever, she has that luxury to do that. And I'll still be able to step in and do whatever I do to make sure that everything continues to go.
But that sounds
That just
good
makes
to
you a
me.
decent
So what are
partner,
you
AP.
talking
That
about?
doesn't make you a leader. Like
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure, at least I would hope your wife would do the same for you. Like if you're tired and you just need a break, I'm pretty sure she would step in and make sure the house continues to go smoothly, just like you would do for her. That's called a
These men be
decent
camping.
partner. Y'all are just
Yo,
being a good
y'all
husband and a
talk
good
on
wife.
it. Let's
Why
talk
does
on it.
anybody
Let's
doing
talk
that
about
have to
it.
make him the
Let's
leader?
talk about
Like
it.
Hold
you're
on,
just treating
JC.
your
Hold on.
wife like a human being.
We can't hear.
No.
We can't hear.
Like I'm gonna call it leadership,
Kev,
cool, if that makes you feel better. Great.
you
But you're just being a good husband.
Okay, so tell me,
Whatever.
so tell me this then. What
My thing
if
is,
you
I
disagree
know
with that?
both
Then
sides.
what will
Though.
make
JC, you got to mute up, baby. Hold on.
What would a man have to do to qualify himself as a quote unquote leader? Because by you guys' standards, who is a leader then? Who is a leader?
I'll give you a perfect example. The women in the relationship who is doing the majority of the house labor, the labor in the house, they're the leaders, the vast majority of the time. I sometimes I get men up here who tell the truth about the labor dynamics in their household. And they'll say their wife does the most of the labor, and they'll be honest. And sometimes I get men who say that it's 50-50, and sometimes I get men who say that they do the majority of the labor. I'm not saying I don't believe one part or whatever, but considering how vastly considering how common it is for men to not be contributing as much as their partners are in the household, I find it so funny that so many men will get up here and say that they do more or the same as their partner when every indicator shows that the vast majority of men, I mean, it's not like 51 to 49. I'm talking like 80% of men do not carry the water in the relationship, right? So I'm always a little taken back when a man tells me like, yeah, I do everything in my household. And then I ask you, I'm like, oh, you work too? Yeah, I work. And I'm like, cap. But then, so I
Look at
wasn't
Kevin,
going to
little
believe you,
brother.
AP. until you said, oh, but my wife does everything for the kids. And I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Like, that's actually, that, to me, that's 50-50. That's what we call 50-50, right? That's what I think of when I think of 50-50. It's a split of division within labor in the household, and that's what it seems like you're doing right now in your household, right? So you're not the leader. She's not the leader. You guys are partners because you need her and she needs you. If you stop cooking and cleaning, now she would have to take a lot of her focus off of the kids to cook and clean and more. If she stopped watching the kids and shit, you would have to you wouldn't be able to cook and clean and do all of that and divert all of your attention to the kid. See what I'm saying? So you guys are in a partnership. It's symbiotic at this point. And that's how it should be. That's great. I don't think anything's wrong with that. The only thing I find disturbing in this is that you are so beholden to this book telling you that you're the leader in the relationship. And in your relationship,
All right,
you have
come
just
on,
proven
pause.
that you are
Come
not
on, you
the
got
leader.
pause so we
And
can
that's
talk.
with,
Hold
that's
on,
with
hold
all
on.
due
We
respect.
No,
I
I'm
think
not
it's
doing
great that you're
commentary
not
on
the
this,
leader in the
JC.
relationship.
Maybe in a
I think
little
it's
bit.
great that your wife isn't the leader in the relationship either. That's fucking dope. You're better than me and my wife. I think you got a leg up on me and my wife, personally. If you and your wife are 50-50, split the division of labor in the household, you are, sir, you are better than me. And I mean that with all due respect. You need to teach me some shit. I really need to listen to you. Like, you're doing great. But that's not that, like that. But I would never turn around and say that I'm the leader in my household because I'm a fucking man. That's crazy.
So let me ask you. Let me ask you a question. Are you a Christian?
Hell no.
Okay, so it
I'm
makes
sorry, no. I'm sorry.
No.
That came out wrong.
It makes sense. Nah, it makes sense. It makes sense what you're saying, but you have to understand it. Let me tell you this though. You have to think about it like this. My dad is a pastor. I literally grew up in church my whole life, and one thing that you find common in Christians, that's what we're taught to do. Let the book lead our life. That's what the Bible stands for. Basic instructions before leaving earth. That's what.
Can I say something real quick?
Real quick. I got you, Shan. AP, I'm gonna tell you something. I used to be Christian, and I studied the Bible intensively. I read it front to back several times. The thing that I found most consistent within Christianity, as far as Christians are concerned, is their hypocrisy. That's the thing that I found the most consistent. Christians and pretty much all religious people, to be honest with you, are very much hypocritical, especially the people who adhere to Abrahamic religion. So Christianity, Judaism, Catholicism, and Islam, extremely hypocritical. All of them, extremely hypocritical. That's the thing that I found to be the common theme in Christianity. That's a reason why I left the faith, right? But yeah.
I'm a PK too. My father was my pastor, and you hit the nail on the freaking head. That is why I'm no longer a Christian and do not subscribe to any religion, because it's so bass backwards. You can't even find your own butthole with your hands if you read the Bible. And I did the same thing at 13 years old. I started reading because I would go to church. And I would realize that my father would jump from scripture to scripture to scripture to scripture all over the damn Bible, but never connect any dots.
Very logical.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying, and again, like I said, I respect everyone's opinion. I appreciate you guys. No one was rude for the most part. No one was cutting each other off, and I just think it was a good conversation.
But you're triggered. Listen, listen.
Killing.
Hold on. Wait.
No, because no. Because let me explain it.
It's premeditated. So if God tells a group of people to go out and go kill a whole group of people, it's premeditated. So you're contradicting yourself right now. That's what I'm saying. So it is. I'm sorry, I can't do it. First the that was crazy. The first part was nuts. That was crazy. The killing is different from murdering, and murder is premeditated. But then God did tell them. And for anybody that doesn't understand, if you mean on the misogyny shit, but then now you're trying to attack me because I told you that I deconstructed my Christianity and my religion specifically, just know that there would have been no way for me to deconstruct my misogyny while being a Christian. Just know that. I really want you to know that. For me to deconstruct my my homophobia and get rid of that shit and fight that shit, there's no way I could be doing that and be a Christian.
Doing a performance. I don't understand why people don't understand that it's a performance when their outrage is performative. Y'all know what the hell a performance is. So I'm gonna need for y'all to quit while you're behind. And then the last thing is the fake Christianity, like the fake Islam, like the fake religion that all the males are doing right now to try to back women into a corner. Like the fact that the resurgence of the word harlot is even a thing. And y'all like all in your biblical bag, but you've never read the book. Quit while you're behind, because better people than you who have actually read the book, because either they have deconstructed, even people who are not
deconstruct their misogyny while being Christian, right? Because they're women, of course, right? But the Bible still pushes women to have internalized misogyny a lot. The same, like that's why you'll have women get up here defend, like, you know, no, I'm looking for my husband to be my leader and da 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 da. They say that shit too. Listen, go talk to a Christian wife. Go talk to a woman that really believes in Christianity, that's really believing and trying to follow it. And then the same way I question AP, question them, because I've done it on my live before. They the same illogic pops up. Well, why is he the chosen leader? Because he has a penis? Well, the Bible said, no, fuck the Bible. Why do you believe that? Well, I don't know if I really do, but the Bible, there you go. That's why it's dangerous. That's why I don't believe. The Bible justifies slavery. The Bible how do you think the slavers used the Bible to rationalize slavery? You don't think that y'all miss
part of the
the
Bible,
earth?
not
I
the
really
whole
believe
Bible.
we need to save it because it's the only earth we got. It's the only one we got. I don't think God gonna destroy it and it's gonna be rebuilt in a million millennia and none of that shit. I think this is the only one we got. I think this is the only life we got. I think we should live it to the best of our ability. Like, that's what I believe. Like, once I started to do that, my life got better. It was worse before. It was better after. I got stronger. People liked me more. I was less judgmental. I was like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't attack people. I didn't find myself constantly falling in line with the most toxic people in our society. I finally got on board with human decency.
You okay? What's your little brother? What's your fake little brother's name?
We're gonna call him Keon. Nah, but
wait, hold on. Is anybody, y'all? I kind of got lost for a minute because
I told you I
that
wasn't
last
commentary. I was just skipping through it. No, I wasn't. This wasn't
I feel
about
you,
commentary. This was just so I skipped through a lot of it because, as you see, it's just 3 hours and 19 minutes. I just wanted to show his shortest video.
Yeah.
So I was trying to let Cat meet his fake little brother. Keon. I want him to meet Keon because the one that I seen, but it was on remember he was on TikTok first, and they kept coming. He was tearing their ass up, and I said that remind me. I said if his voice was a little bit deeper, he remind me of Kevin. I said Kevin got to see this shit. I said but remember that's the TikTok. Remember
I actually saw a little clip of him before. I never know his name, but
he just gave him one.
He's hated. He is hated by the manosphere. He's hated. They hate him.
Mm-hmm.
I need y'all to take it. I understand what you're talking about. I need you to take it back a little bit. Did you hear what he was just saying?
Yes, we did, but I'm not.
And so y'all condone that?
I mean, you could, huh?
So
no, I'm not condoning anything, right?
No, it's not about that, baby. It's the fact that we're showing you. Well, Suge is showing you how different people view this same subject. You have to be aware that it's a Keon, that it's a King Keon, it's a King Kev, it's a Kevin Samuels, it's a Suge, it's a Lakeisha, it's a Maderi. Everybody sees this thing, and you have to be able. Go ahead, Suge.
the man, I know where she's coming from. He never spoke upon God.
Yes.
Right. He said the misogyny in the Bible, how they are using it for a patriarchal system, right? And he said how he left religion. He never said, I don't believe in God. God is now that's where we have a problem. But the problem is a lot of men are using the book to keep women in captivity.
Yeah, so I'm sorry that I heard that, and I'm so shook is always there. I never had to really say much, and I'm thankful.
Yeah, and what he was doing, I think what he was saying as a man, did you hear what he said though? It wasn't that he was dissing religion. He was saying when I deconstructed my Christianity, I found that it was making me more judgmental, more homophobic, less open to, and so for him, yeah, it's not about God. Religion can be, religion, because we all know that there's religions that are not good for us, like the religion of a cult. They're a religion technically, but it depends on how you use it. And I just think that the more important part, that even if you really don't agree what he said biblically, what he said philosophically about this subject, he was on point. So we got to be able sometimes to say, I don't agree with everything that dude said, but this part, he was on point. You may not agree with the whole Bible part, but that's why you don't argue religion or politics. It's subjective. And you'll never convince another person who stands firmly on their belief on whatever side. I don't care how long nobody talked. They couldn't convince Suge out of her Christianity or out of her beliefs or how she feels about religion. I don't care who it was. And vice versa. It's just certain things you're not going to move people on. But what you have to be able to do is say, hey, you know what? Sometimes Trejos be going off of the reservation. But guess what? When he was talking about relationships and when he was talking about marriage dynamics, he was hitting shit right on the head. Because nobody's all of anything. Nobody's always right and nobody's going to be always wrong. That's where your own personal discernment comes in. I don't believe that you have to be in church to be able to have discernment, nor do I believe that everybody in church is good. I don't believe everybody in jail is bad.
Let's go.
I believe we have to understand what that situation is that we're dealing with. If we know we're dealing in an environment right now where the male-female dynamic is toxic, guess what? That's what's going to be on the tip of everybody's tongue. That's going to be the conversations. But this is what we have to realize. Just like when I speak, I'm not speaking to the manosphere. They not trying to hear shit I'm saying. And frankly, I'm not trying to convince them. We agree on some things, but I think my point of views are a lot more nuanced. So just like when dudes be speaking about women, I try to tell them, yes, we know how a lot of women are nowadays. But when you put them all in that category, we're not talking about those chicks that say he got to have $100,000. He got to pay all my bills and keep me happy. He got to be 6 feet tall. We're not those women are not average everyday women.
We're not talking about them. Let's go.
So now when you get those group of people, the manosphere and those women that, those type, when you get those out of the conversation, now we can have an actual real conversation. But when you include the manosphere and when you're talking about men in general, we're not talking to them. They can't go. The men who are listening to you, those are the ones that's like me that's still saying, listen, I'm not with them guys over there. They think the way they think, and I'm not trying to knock them or change their mind. I just personally don't feel like that. And I'm man enough to stand on my own personal beliefs without having a group behind me. But now I'm looking for that life raft from y'all side to say, we know y'all all not like that. So we're not going to even address the shit about, listen, the average man, regular dude that gets up and go to work every day, he's worrying about taking care of his family, having his rent paid and having food. He's not sitting around thinking of how to oppress women. You know who does that? Dudes who have money, because they don't work like dudes that get up and go and bust it at a 9 to 5 every day. So they got time to sit around and think about yeah, you know what? I'm paying for her car and her insurance, and she go on shopping sprees. Bitch, you gonna do whatever I tell you to do. Because if you don't, the next one will. That's how that whole thing. We're not talking to them. And we got to remember when we have these conversations about male-female relationships and dynamics, we got to take those two groups of people out of the conversation on both sides. That's why dudes are so angry. That's why dudes say, we don't like y'all. Now, is he right in what he said? Absolutely. Because I'm a man and I see the conversations every day and say, and I hear dudes say, these aren't bad dudes either, but they've been so burnt by the whole process. They'll say, hey, man, if a lot of these chicks, if like 85% of these chicks didn't have a cat attached to them, they wouldn't be worth a shit. I wouldn't need none of them around me. I don't even need them to cook for me because half of them don't know how to cook and clean no more. I can do that myself. We really don't like them. That's what dudes say, but you're not talking to them. You're not, because you can't change them. You're talking to the dudes in the middle, like me and like Mo. I'm sorry. Oh, you talking to Carter?
Yeah, but I am. No, that wasn't Carter. That was when you hear me yelling. That's the, besides me saying
Oh,
you.
Suge,
You would hear Carter back. I was talking to
Suge,
that.
Let me turn the stove off.
I want to. I'm gonna play a little bit of this. You
respectfully,
got,
Suge, after you, Suge, respectfully, after you
No, I was
speak,
going to start the video. I wasn't
say
speaking because
something?
I want to get over this. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say that we can't keep putting this on the women because a lot of us rely on y'all. A lot of us rely on y'all. And a lot of these things that we undergo is not just on us. And a lot of us do take accountability. You know? And that's the thing. Taking accountability is a motherfucking, you know what I mean? No matter how it goes. Like if you believe in sin,
First of all,
it's
accountability. We always say the word
no little.
accountability.
It's
Accountability
no one less
means
than the
change
other, right?
behavior. That's so we
Mhm.
would never know if people have changed behavior, right? Yeah, because
Yeah.
just like Diddy said, I'm sorry. That doesn't mean he took accountability until we see changed behavior. But let's go.
Exactly.
Remember, I'm not doing commentary. I just want to hear him out because I only seen him a couple of times. So I'm going to be skipping
I'm
throughout
sorry.
the video.
Sorry to be talking.
Norms,
just giving me
behaviors,
life
and
right now.
roles associated with being a woman, man, girl, or boy, as well as relationships with each other. As a social construct, gender varies from society to society and can change over time because that is what gender is. It is a social construct. It is made up. It is not in nature.
And sociability and sociality is not.
Hold on, wait. What? What?
Sociability and sociality are not concepts of nature.
Come, brother, if you ain't Stretch Armstrong trying to reach back to make this point, I don't know what you are at this point, brother. Or you're insulting me. First, wait, Chakra. Let's be real, brother. I'll let you off light. Okay, you came up insulting me. I still ain't cooked you the way I could have. I'm letting you live. So don't try to play me on some like you ain't gotta insult me. I'm absolutely letting you off very light right now. I'm being very respectful, right? So don't do that. I know you always like to act like you got your fake feelings hurt and shit. Don't do that, okay? Be a big boy. Be a big boy. You can take it. If you can dish it, you can take it, right? Okay. So what I'm saying is that doesn't make sense. So you're talking about humans being social? Is that what you're trying to say?
You said social constructs. You said gender was created. You're talking about the social constructs of gender, not the biological construct of gender. Okay, and I said, are you trying to tell me that the social constructs of males and females aren't created by nature? That's what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, you said the social constructs of male and female.
The social constructs of males and females are a concept of nature. Nature is the first place where you see the construct of sociability between gender or between the sexes, males and female sexes.
You're I know you're moving. I know. Yeah, you're moving in and out of what we're talking about, right? You're vacillating between the points. So you're talking about male and female once again, which is sex, not gender. Sex exists in nature, absolutely. Gender does not.
In the definition of gender, male and female sex is.
Time out. You already. I read your definition, and in it says it's not natural. It says it's not related to biology. It's not biological. So it's not it is a social construct in your definition. So don't say in the definition. Yes, I remember.
Just because something, and I asked you, just because something isn't biological is not nature. That's what you're saying.
Yes, in the way that we're
You the
having
one
this
gave
discussion,
the definition.
if it's not biological, why do you think they put that in there, sir? Why do you think they made it a point to wait? Why do you think they made it a point to tell? Please stop. Why do you think they made it a point to tell you it is not biological if it exists in nature? Why do you think they went out of their way to put that in the definition to say it's not natural? It's not like you're born this way. It's not like you're born and then women are just better at cleaning up shit and men are better at chopping firewood. Like that's not that's like they put it in the definition for a reason. It would seem to me. It would seem like they put it in there to make sure that we know it's made up.
Exactly.
Right? It's made up. Gender is a social construct. Sex, however, which it can be a social construct to a certain extent, but for the most part, sex is biological. Sex is a physical thing. Sex, you got ovaries, you got testicles, you got a vagina, you got a penis, you may have both, you may have none, you know what I'm saying? Like whatever, that's your sex. That's how your sex is determined, right? Your gender is how you display it. How do you go about displaying what we think? No, but you think that proves your point. But if you listen and stop yapping, I'll help you. I'll walk you through it like a child. Okay. So how you express it, meaning what in society, when people in society, when they see you, when they see you, will they be able to readily identify what you are, what sex you are, let's say, right? And so since that's, oh my God, what, who?
You said what sex you are, meaning what nature you are.
No. What I'm saying, what sex you are. I'm saying what sex you are, but whatever.
Right. So sex is biological. Nature.
Yeah, I just said that. Yeah, but it's not how you're just using the. I know you're just using the.
You think he should have said what gender you are and not sex? But
I'm just telling you the way you.
The guy is the one who gave. He's only explaining the definition that he came up there and gave him. Right?
Yeah.
Remember he said, you gave it to me. So he read the definition. Again, I'm skipping through a lot of stuff.
Male and female is sex.
So gender, I came up for the wrong reason, and I thought you were trying to say something else.
Yeah, I don't know what you thought I was trying to say.
Which is true, because every time we filled out an application, they never said gender. They just started saying gender now. Before it's to be sex, you put male, female. Now, in today's world, they put gender.
Yes.
So, he is right on that behalf. What sex are you? And it got male, and that was it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah. So, like, how are they doing that these days? Is it gender or sex? You know what I mean?
Right. So when he bought he's stupid and going to bring the definition, but he didn't read it. He didn't read it and tell homeboy to read it. So homeboy read it. But let's go.
Yeah, we're male and females. We get it. Men, you have a certain reproductive. It's all about reproduction at that point, right? Like male and female. I'm saying like for the most, not all of it, but most of it is like related to our reproduction because that's really important. So it's about what can you like what is your role in reproduction? That's pretty much how your sex is defined for the most part, right? So if you got some mixture, they call you something else. If you got one, they'll call you this. If you got this, they'll call you that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's pretty much. Yeah, that's what it's rooted in, and that's Nate. You don't have a choice, right? You don't wake up and then be like, you know what? I really, really wish I can grow a pair of testicles, and then like that don't happen, right? Okay. So, and even if it did happen, it would still be nature. It wouldn't be you that did it. It would, because it has happened before, from what I've read. It has happened before, right? That people have grown like both parts or whatever. And that's nature. That ain't got nothing to do with that. That's some survival shit. You know what I'm saying? So people can survive. But gender, which are ideas, pretty much, right? They're ideas. How the sexes are how do you show that you are a male? How do you show that you're a female, right? That is something completely different, and that shit is useless.
Okay, yeah, we agree on that. That's what I said. I thought you were trying to say sex is useless.
No, sex isn't useless. We need it. Okay. Yep.
I told y'all. You see how he's trying to.
We need sex.
You see how he's trying to do gender and sex.
You need to know a person's sex
at the same time.
For medical procedures,
there's
all types of things that sex affects. That's what I'm saying. Sex is nature. Sex is natural. That's, like I said, don't matter what country I go to, I'm a male, no matter what. And there's no, another thing about sex is there's no range of sex, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, like, if you're a male, you're a male. If you're a female, you're a female, meaning like, but with gender, it's like, oh, you're a feminine presenting man, right? Or you're a masculine man. You're a more masculine man. It's like a sliding scale, even in gender. It's not like an end all be all. It's like, yeah, you're kind of like, yeah, you're a man, but you're not like a man's man. Like, it's like that type of shit, right? But in gender, in sex, it ain't like that. You're a male. You're a fucking male. You're a male, you're a male. Like, that's how it works. Like, you go to the doctor, they're going to treat you like a male. They're going to do everything like a male. You go to prison, they're going to throw you in there with the males until you say, oh, no, I don't, da-da-da-da-da. You got to change some shit up or whatever the case may be. But it's saying, you're a male, you're a male, you're a male. Like, you're going to be treated like a male when you're, you know, because of nature, right? You're going to be treated like a man because of society. Society tells you what, you know, oh, you're a man, is how a man acts, is how women act, and women don't do this and all that bullshit. So yeah, the shit is different.
All right, wait. Y'all need to pause this for a second. We need to talk about this. Hold
No,
up.
we don't.
Oh my gosh. All right, let it go.
Really
All right, let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
I still would like for you to answer the question, because, yeah, I still like for you to answer the question. Yeah.
So if I am a male and
wait, are you answering the question, or are you going back to your original point?
I'm finishing up what I
Yeah, I would prefer us not to finish that up. I'll be honest with you. I don't really care to
it's a
hear it.
waste of my time, then drop me. I can't come here and submit to your shit.
Okay. That's fine. I don't, like, if y'all want to go, I've offered, look, for any, look, this is what I'm going to leave that up. Look, I'm going to slide over. You can screenshot that, y'all. You can screenshot it. And then you can go live on your own live and talk about it however you want to. Okay? What up?
So, sex and gender is not the same? That's just my question.
No, you already heard me explain it. So you already know I'm going to say no. It's not the same. If you think it's the same, you can tell me why you think it's the same.
I mean, I don't know who that dude was, but the black guy from earlier, he pretty much kind of just explained it. Like,
He did it. Look, and it's getting, it's becoming, wait. It's becoming, yeah, I told him to Google it. He read it. He read part of it. Then he read the rest of it, and it literally negated exactly what he said. And that so you are going to get up here in front of all these people and be just as dumb as him? And act like you didn't understand? That's crazy work.
He said be just as dumb as him.
I don't get it.
And that's how I would talk if I didn't want to get Suge channel taken.
I sorry, that's little fake Kev.
That's Keon. That's my little brother. That's Keon. Yeah, that's my little brother.
Keon be pew pew and it be shots fired. Pew pew.
Hold up. Remember, I'm just checking him out because he just only got a couple of videos on YouTube. Remember, he's a TikToker, right? Now, she says, women have the freedom to choose to be with a man or women. We can't say, okay, that's not what I saw. Maybe I'm seeing things.
Angela, I'd like to know, type in the chat. Why do you think most women would
No. It's Madari. This is what she said. Not true. According to the new laws, males can identify. That's not what the argument is, Madari. That's not where the argument is. That's gender, right? You could pick any gender you want.
That's what
your sex is male, or your sex is naturally I'm a male, or naturally I'm a female.
Did I not call it, Sean? I said it was gonna be about gender and sex.
That's what the title is, girl.
Is it?
It was
Yeah, but that's one of his short videos because his videos is like 7-8 hours. I'm just picking short ones to go through it. What you got to say, bro?
No, I was gonna say, like, I think
I just knew it.
We always talk about like people's motives behind things, and it's like if we already are in a position where we're trying to figure out, or this new generation is trying to figure out how to navigate, right, this whole relationship thing, they'll throw the whatever her name, Kendra G and Taja K, they'll throw all these certain people that'll infuriate men. They'll put all of them on, and then they'll take the manosphere and they'll put 100 of those podcasts on, the Fresh and Fits and the this and the that and so it stirs the conversation. But what really never happens is that the people in real life who are listening to try to like get an understanding, they're not getting a true perspective. It's almost like if they had a reality show with 6 millionaires on it. I'm not going to be able to, I don't care what they're doing on their reality show. I'm not going to be able to relate to that because they don't live like me.
Kev, you know, and we all know, no matter what we do, no matter how much money we make, no matter whatever, they're going to have us in their back pocket.
Yeah, but this was
But listen,
before I forget,
we know we have a higher power. I don't know what you believe in, and I'm not going to say that.
No, that have nothing to do. But listen, they're taking that out of the relationships. They don't even want you to talk about a spiritual aspect in your relationship.
Oh, of course.
See, so again, that's what I'm saying. They're trying to adopt a new normal. And I wanted to ask Angela Reddick again before I forget. I want you to type in the chat and explain to me as succinctly as possible, why do you think that most women could thrive without a man, but most men could not thrive without a woman? And then we'll talk about that. But we have to understand, they don't want you talking about God or whatever you believe in. You know why? Because they want to get somebody from the manosphere and somebody over here from the feminine side to piss all of us off so much that we're arguing about that.
But Kev, what we're not going to do is we're not going to go from, like, we know that they say we're all, most of us in this chat and that are over here, or if you're not, we will inform you. But we know that they have taken the Black woman or the woman to do these things, uplift us, to do these things to certain men so they don't take leadership and control and power. We know
Of course,
that.
and what's more destructive?
Right.
More destructive?
Right.
Think about this. Think about this. What is more destructive than taking a whole group of men that dislike women, that want to dominate and control women, and give them power and give them recognition and notoriety and platforms and money? That's how insidious the game is. Now they don't even have to plant those subliminal seeds in our head, and it takes 20 years for us to grow up to be a male chauvinist. Now you can get an instant fix. If you want to hear how bad women are, check this out. Once you click on any video in the manosphere, you're gonna stay in that bubble forever until you type something else new in that search bar, because that's all they're gonna feed you.
But not even that. They gonna make sure. Like, I was literally, you don't even understand. I'm like purposely trying to change my algorithm, and they are purposely putting certain stuff in my algorithm no matter what I do.
It's sad.
No matter what I do. No matter what I do.
Yeah, but it's not just you.
What the
it's sad because when it comes down to the majority of Black men with this agenda that they have, that's what's ruling.
Yeah.
It's a shame, but that's like the top thing now, right? Manosphere, red pill, manosphere, red pill, mammy, right? That's when us people in the. That's why I like him, because he's with the middle people, right? He's trying to break through all of that, right? So us middle people have to now sit up here and be like, no, right? So we have to combat that, because it's a hell of a lot of them.
But the
and
thing
they
is,
make it's a lot of them.
Like, we not all trying to. We're not gonna go over that though.
They're not talking. See, that's the thing. What I was saying earlier. We're not talking to them, and they're not talking to us. I'm not trying to reach anybody in the manosphere at all. I'm trying to reach those dudes like me, like Martin Jackson, like my little brother Keon, like a lot of guys, Fox, that might be in here, that's in the middle. We understand, but we don't got nowhere to go either, because the feminists don't want us because we're men. And the manosphere don't want us because we're lanes and we simps and we catering to y'all.
No, but there are like this young man and like you. We make our own lane. We don't need their lane.
Exactly. That's why I said this that manosphere doesn't apply.
Let me tell you though too.
Go ahead,
that let me tell you that we are actually a different generation that is created a wonderful generation. These kids, y'all think like they all crazy, whatever, but trust me, if we can get right, and we're definitely trying to get right, which is great. But our older generation is trying to keep us, like they trying to trap us in this like thing, like in
a
this
lot
like
of them are
old
weird. They're not
like for no. Let me
they're weaning out. They're weaning out though. They're weaning out.
Yeah, they are.
And I'm going to let this go. That's why if it's a stream, like far as a stream, like women talking about men, I don't deal with either extreme.
No, I'm not talking about.
I'm speaking general. I'm not talking to you, JC. I'm just speaking in general, because you got to think for. If somebody says something, you think we're not talking about it. We will go, well, no, if we talk to you, we'll say your name, right?
Yeah,
right. So we're not talking about you. I'm just speaking in general. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Look a little cat brother.
What are you talking about?
Listen, that's the
I don't know what
bullshit.
you're saying. Like you gotta. I don't even know what you're saying right now. I'm not even playing. So are you? Wait. So you're saying you just said that there are men who play quote unquote feminine roles? What?
It's because you said they play roles in society like it's all.
No, he didn't say that. The other guy did, but let's go.
No. I don't think that they're, sir.
Turn
Masculinity
it up at all,
is
shoes.
made up.
No,
Femininity
that's the
made
guys
up.
talking low.
How in the fuck do I know what's masculine or feminine when it's made up? You see what I'm saying? It's literally just made up. Somebody just wrote it, brother. I'll give you 2 minutes to write. What do you? What? Look. I'll give you two. Look. I'll give you 2 minutes, King Lo. I'll give you 2 minutes to write down 5 characteristics of masculinity and femininity. I'll take 2 minutes and write down 5 characteristics of masculinity and femininity. And on the count of 3, I want you to show or read. No, you read me your 5, and I'll read you my 5. And I bet you there'll be fucking 5 different things on there. I bet anything. No, you don't have to make an excuse why. I'm just, sir, I don't care why. I'm just telling you that it would be different because it's made up. You see what I'm saying? If it were the same, if it was rooted in anything biological, right? If these things are rooted in biology, then why wouldn't it be the same? Why is it so different? Why does it look so different in California than it does in New York, than it does in Texas, than it does in Idaho? And that's in the same fucking country. Why does it look so different in America than it does in France? Why does it look? A male? No. A male. I was born a male. Yeah, I was born a male. I'm a male. Yep. Absolutely. Well, I was born a male. How I present like a man, right? I present like a man. So I have masculine, quote unquote. I gotta help y'all out. Quote unquote, I have
really
masculine tendencies.
talk about
I'm
this.
a masculine presenting man. Right? Okay. That's how it works. Some men are more masculine than I am. Some men are less masculine than I am. Because it's a fucking sliding scale, because it's not a real thing. It's made up. There's some gay dudes who you would not know that. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the vast majority of gay people we don't know are gay. I'm like 100% sure we don't know. Like we don't know. They ain't even down low. I'm talking about that only. I'm not talking about ones that be lying to themselves. I'm saying ones that's really you just don't know. They masculine. That's just who they are. Like, you think every gay dude is out here like being very feminine? Like, that's what you see what I'm saying? Like, no, he's still a man.
Because I got friends who are gay, and in their relationship, they told me sometimes they just switch it up. They don't always play that masculine role.
I feel like he's defending gay men. And
No,
so are you making my point?
No,
wait.
no,
So are you
he's
making my
not.
point for me?
No, he's not.
No,
he's not. What's going on here is he's trying to define masculine roles and feminine roles amongst men and women.
No, I get
right?
that, but
So what he's trying to say is, then what is the meaning of masculine, right? Because you got a bunch of tattoos or whatever, and you acting like you're masculine, and then some guys just a regular chiller one, as they will. Okay, put like this. I'm gonna do it how they say it. They're because if you're not an alpha, then you got to be a simp. He's saying like, nah, I'm still a man. I don't like. There is no scale on what makes you a man.
When you listen. When you at a certain point in your life, right? You don't even have conversations with other men about manhood. You know what you are. Nobody has to tell me or confirm to me that I'm a man. The things that I do in my life determine my manhood.
The extraness in his voice, though, y'all, did y'all not hear that?
What he is, they're trying to trip
Did
him
y'all not
up.
hear that?
But
As
he's
a man,
no.
even as a man, did y'all not hear that
I
he's
hear
like
everything. But what happened? You're
Like,
not
I understand
understanding.
it,
They're trying to trip
but
him up, but he's tripping them up.
okay.
Right? He's trying to
Yeah,
trip them
no,
up.
that's
And if that,
exactly what they're doing. Because anything outside of the mindset as a man in this society, and especially not just on the internet, in society, anything outside of that alpha male construct that they have created, then they want to question you. You can't question me because it's niggas that you call alpha males that went to prison. I never went to prison. That's not a manly characteristic to me. It's men that y'all call alphas that beat women. I don't beat women. I don't consider that manly. So you can't even have a conversation with me about manhood. You have to decide what that is for yourself, and I have to decide what it is for myself. If we agree, then we can come together on certain things as a community, as a group. If we don't, I'm gonna let you stay over there. I'm not trying to change your mind, and I'm gonna be over here, and I'm not gonna waste no conversation with you because you're not gonna change my mind. And that's what we have to understand. The going back and forth, this is not rocket science, man. When somebody has to tell you by definition what a man is, oh, a man do this and a man does that, and a man, listen, it looks different with every single person depending on the relationship that you're in. Now, some people, with men think different, just like every woman thinks different. Some women will tell you, oh, I'm a ride or die. That's what makes me a real woman. Some women say, I don't take no shit from a man. That makes me a real woman. Why are we going to even debate that point? Just talk to the people that you can reach. It's some people that you'll never be able to reach. It's a never ending circular, conversation because people have an agenda. See, I don't have an agenda. So I don't care if you support Diddy, right? That's on you. I just know you're not going to be in my circle. I'm not going to try to tell you why you shouldn't defend Diddy, what's wrong with everything that he did. And I'm not going to waste my time doing that. All I know is that you're not going to be in my circle because you think the way you think and I think the way that I think. Those two things don't coincide with each other. So therefore, everybody can't go. You can't go with me and I don't want to go with you. That's what it is. We waste so much time trying to talk to people that we'll never reach, that we'll never, ever reach. Those aren't the people who you're going to deal with in a relationship anyway. The people that you're going to deal with and be in relationships with are people that work every day for the most part, that work a 9 to 5, regardless of what social media tries to show you. You're not going to be jumping up, going to Miami every other weekend, taking pictures out on the balcony and all of that fly shit that people try to show you, or sitting around with a whole bunch of money. That's not real life. And if you're trying to base how you're trying to interact with the opposite sex based on what you see on social media or what people try to present to you, that we're gonna be running around in a circle. That's not real life. Think about it. How many people have you been with in your whole lifetime that are celebrities or that make more than $100,000? So why are we talking this? Oh, high value this and and they got to make X amount of money and all. There is only 10% of all men, that's black, white, Asian, every demographic, there's only 10% of men in the whole entire world that make 6 figures or more a year. So let's start there. Every woman that I hear on these shows that say a man has to make at least $100,000 or more a year to be with them, I'm not even listening to you. You're an idiot. You don't even know. You don't even know what reality is.
I
Now,
agree.
let's talk about that 10% of men that
Let's
do
talk
make that
about it.
$100,000.
And people can say whatever about me because they know my history and whatever. But
Okay.
I am with a good man that does make good money. But he definitely reminds me that I work. Like, I work. I put my in. I put my half in. So we have a good time. We laugh. We have good times and things like that. I've left that behind me. You know, I still we go through therapy together. He does a lot of stuff with me. You have to understand that it is, and this is what I want to tell the women, like it is a such thing as moving on and finding someone that we're not all perfect.
All right,
We're
but
not all perfect.
let's get back to the
But
content.
you need to find someone.
Who need to find someone?
I'm saying it's everyone, it's people, everyone's listening. I'm not talking
No,
about the
you
people
can't.
on the panel.
Well, who?
I'm not talking about the people on the panel.
Right, but
they know who.
no, we don't know who. Okay, let's
No,
go.
but you see what you just said, JC?
God dang it, y'all made me mess up my tab again.
It's just
my bad, Suge. I'm on mute. I'm on mute till we get done.
I'm not.
That is my point. If you can switch it up, it ain't King Loaf. Stop. Stop for 1 second. If you can switch it up, what does that tell you about it? No. Why don't y'all ever answer my questions? Why don't you ever answer my questions directly? Because you have the right to switch up anything. I didn't say you didn't. I just said if you switch it up, what does that tell you? This guy. Scientifically, that's what you is. Do you hear what you're saying, bro? You already King Loaf. Hold on. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. Wait, so you mean to tell me there are no transgender people that pass as whatever gender they feel like? That's what they put on. It's all about how you present yourself. Brother, please answer one of my questions directly. Once again, so you mean to tell me that there are no transgender people out here that don't pass for whatever gender they're trying to pass as? Is that what you're telling me? You're telling me that because you just said, wait, and the reason why I'm asking you this, because you just said, you born a boy, we all know you're a boy. Like, okay. So is that forever? Like, what are you saying? That's what their sex, gender is, whatever you want to call it, right? But what they present themselves as is something different. You have that right to change. What? How you present yourself, bro. But what? You can't seriously change the fact that you born a male and you die a female. No. You don't die a female. You're born a male and you die a male. But you're born a man and you can die a woman, or you can die no gender. You can have no gender when you die. You can be like, I don't give a fuck about gender, not identify as any gender. Be gender fluid. Like, what are you talking about? Because it's made up. Are you not, brother? I'm sorry. You know what? I gotta stop getting so upset with you. You just are seeking but King Loaf, no, some real shit, brother. You're just really seeking some education. And I'm misinterpreting what's going on here. We're not we're not look.
What's up, A?
You proved that it was made up. Anyways, you proved how it was made up. You just said you sir. What's your sex? What is your sex? And not your sexual orientation. What is your sex? My sex is male. How do males act? What is your gender when you were born? My gender? My mom chose it. My mom chose it. The gender that you were born. No. You were Nope. Because you do know that there are cultures, right? And here's what I'm saying: America, the USA has done a disservice to our to our youth, right? Because they don't teach us shit in class. Really, I won't say shit. I hate saying that because I don't want to. Look, strike that from the record, y'all. I do not want to make these pseudo intellectual niggas any more pseudo intellectual. I don't want to give them any more of an excuse to not fucking educate themselves, right? But the school system does not educate us enough, right? On other cultures specifically. But you do realize that in other societies, my brother, in other cultures, they literally will take a baby, maybe born a male, and raise them up to be a woman. Did you know that? So my mom chose my gender when I was born. Doesn't mean that I can't change it later. I'm just telling you, my mom chose my gender. So I wasn't born that way. My mom chose it for me. Oh my God. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Time out. You going around in circles because you ain't got nothing else to say. Where that's in on the island of Samoa. I think they're called Fafafinhas, if I'm not mistaken. Y'all don't kill me. I got a lot of my I fucks with my Samoan peoples. They're my folks. I grew up with them, so y'all don't come after me. But I think it's what do you mean? What do they die as?
If they're born a male, right? A male, whatever you want to call it, raised up to be.
No, he's basically saying the bullshit they doing to these kids now, right? Now, you have the parents, like he's born a male and his mother raised him as a male. Whereas some men are born like, okay, put like this. What's that basketball? What Dwayne Wade, right? That's the serious scenario that he's saying, right? He's born, his sex is a male, but they raised him as a female. So that's where he get that right. That's where he get that. That's the with a bull crap coming. Well, he grew up. No, you made that child the damn what in these days and times. Right? You the one let them put on dresses. You the one let them put on. So yes, he's born. His sex is a male.
And if we can't even get heterosexual relationships right, how are we gonna talk to kids about a same-sex relationship? we can't even get heterosexual relationships right.
They don't even. It's crazy. They don't even care about
exactly
the other because they want you to fully change, right? They want you to fully change. They don't even care about gay relationships no more. They want you to be trans. We passed good relationships now, right? At least it was two men. Now it's women and men. They trying to confuse us, right? So what he's saying is a Dwayne Wade son type of thing, allegedly, right? It's only for entertainment purposes. Matter of fact, this whole entire video is allegedly for entertainment purposes.
Allegedly for entertainment purposes only.
Right. So
don't let
that's why he said my mama did it. Right?
Yeah, I get it now, Stu. Yeah.
Right. What's going on today is we're thinking, oh, like, no, this wasn't out before. When you had a male child, you raised them as a male child. Now, these days, it's like these parents are experimenting on their kids.
You don't even understand. My son was on it from day one. Like I said, don't let you have a son that's attractive. I'm gonna tell you, you better keep your eyes on him just as much as the mom would think a man would do something to her child. Women are out here doing the same thing, and men are doing these things to our sons as well. You have to protect your sons and your son,
No,
your
we know
kids,
that. Regardless,
your son, regardless, at any cost.
Right, and then this world is so mixed up because instead of it started out them trying to say what's a male role and what's a female role, right? So then they couldn't catch him on that. So now they're bringing up, they're trying to make it seem like, well, a man could switch up and he could be, no, he can't be male or female, right? He's still a male. That because there is like, what is the meaning to a male? He's still a male. Yeah, because he do female stuff, he's still a male. Right?
When it comes to roles, like you got to understand, like we always talk about the 50-50 concept. Let me just break it down like this. If it comes to anything that needs to be taken care of in this house financially or with the family, period, financially, that's probably 80-20, me doing the 80 and the 20 coming from my wife. Now, when it comes to household work, not that I don't wash dishes or not that I don't vacuum or clean up, but when it comes to household work, cooking and taking care of things, it's probably 80-20 her way. But that balances out to 50-50 because I cook and clean enough so that it doesn't overwhelm her and she don't get tired of doing it. And the same thing, if she don't have to pay anything, but she will because it balances out for the family. So it turns out being 50-50, even though we don't do everything equally. It's just finding a balance with a person that has the same life goals as you have. If
You
being,
got a partner, right?
yeah, if being rich is your goal, if being rich is your goal, you're probably going to end up with another person whose goal is to be rich. And what you're going to end up with is two people that may be financially wealthy, but lack the interpersonal skills to really have a loving, caring, deep relationship. You get what I'm saying? Something is going to be sacrificed no matter what role you choose. I'm not rich and I don't care about rich, but I feel like my life is the way that I want it to be. I can't pick up and go to the south of France and go on a cruise for a month. That's not my desire. But if I want to pick up and go to California and visit my wife's family or go to New York and visit my family, we can do that. But I don't work so much that I neglect my family, nor do I sit at home so much that I can't provide for my family and have us financially comfortable. It's just a balance. If your goal is to be rich, you might get there, but realize in the course of that, you might not have children. You might miss out on a family dynamic that you may have otherwise had because it's what you're willing to trade off. We don't have to make this thing complicated. We're doing that. We're overcomplicating things by like dude was trying to kind of allude to. We let society or whomever have this set of instructions that dictates what our life is supposed to look like and what success is supposed to look like. Now, if you subscribe to that, cool. But you see people who are wealthy, who are in powerful positions. And in the reality, their life is no better than yours. Look at all the money Diddy has. Is his life really better than yours right now? I don't care what you're going through. Is what he going through better or worse? So it's what you consider success in life. You get what I'm saying? I feel like my life is a success because I have a beautiful family. I can spend as much time as I want to with them. I can also provide for them in a way that we're comfortable, that, you know, and so that's the balance that I was able to strike. That's happiness to me. That's success to me, because I know poor people that are miserable and I know rich people that are miserable, right? My thing is, I got to find that middle ground. And we all have to find that middle ground. If you look for somebody that makes $100,000 a year, you got to understand what comes with that. He's not going to lay up and cuddle with you all the time. He's not going to care about how your day went. He's going to care about, why are you disturbing me when I've been out making this money to make sure that you live in this big house and go shopping whenever you want to? Why are you even complaining? Why are you in my ear right now? You can't have everything. You have to decide what your happiness is and make that work. And
It's
definitely like that.
and it's not if a man, the more money he make, it ain't no 9 to 5, baby. it ain't no 9 to 5.
God.
So
that's round the clock money.
Okay, that's on call money. Hey, oh no, you gotta come in and finish this, or you gotta come in and finish that. That ain't no a punch in, punch out. So you ain't seeing homeboy that much, okay? So
yeah,
right,
yeah,
so
and that's why I said people, you know, people they kill me with that. Or, you know, if you mess with a drug dealer, that's up to you. I'm not gonna tell no young, don't mess with no drug dealer. I've done that. Now, here's the thing. You know what comes with that. So don't start complaining when your house gets shot up or your house get kicked in or he in jail and now all of a sudden you got to go back on welfare because he's not paying your rent no more. And we all know what to expect. If you mess with a dude that's in the street and don't work, don't expect him to be a family man. You got with a street dude. That's what you wanted. That's what you chose. That's what you chose.
And the same would apply for men. We keep talking
Same
about women.
same
Hold on, we
thing.
keep talking about. Listen, if you
No,
knew
same
this ain't
thing.
want to
Same
cook,
thing.
you got somebody who when she said take me out, you brought her to the house. She ordered food. Don't look for a chef neither. Damn it.
Don't complain about your baby mama because before you impregnated her, if you did not take time to find out if she was crazy or not, don't complain about it later. We all
Oh,
grown.
why Suge said don't look for a chef though. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah,
That
it's
was one of the contingents in Megan Good's marriage with Devon Franklin. He thought that he was gonna have a home cooked meal and all that, and she was like, no,
right.
sir.
Right.
I got
You can have the best
business.
intentions in the world.
To take care of.
Yeah, it don't matter. You can have the best intentions in the world. If your life goals are not the same, it's not going to work. I don't care how much money you have. I don't care how cute you are. Like if a dude wanted to run the streets, if a dude like running the streets, he couldn't be with my wife because my wife doesn't run the streets and she's not going to be with somebody that run the streets. It's just as simple as that. I like being at home. I got little dogs. My life is so boring and nerdy. But guess what? I'm probably one of the happiest dudes you're going to ever run across because
exactly
I'm peaceful as a mug. I am peaceful as a mug.
Right? They be like, how can you look, I go through a lot of stuff. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like life is something, but I love life. Like it does take a certain and the people that struggle, and I struggle, and we all struggle with life. But I love life. And when you can love life and understand life and bring people in your life and know how to deal with people in your life. We were talking about that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know how to deal with people, but you need people. And just enjoy life, and still be able to laugh and smile through all of this. It's such a joy that you can enjoy the people around you, the people that pour into you, your family, your kids, and everybody around you. It's a blessing when you can go through these things and still do those things.
Okay. And listen, I want to skim through this. I told you this wasn't even certain things going to be commentary, some are not. And we got 4 people up here. We have to make certain things short and sweet to all of us, right? Because it's already 9 hours I'm on here, going on 10 hours.
I know, I'm sorry.
And I haven't finished not one video in 10 hours. I have not finished. And each video was one was 2 hours. I haven't finished not one. I'm not going to keep putting this stuff together and cannot get through a video. Right? Let's go. I don't know what the hell. Oh, I forgot. Y'all made me mess up my tab. Now I gotta go in here. And remember, I'm not even watching all of this because really I've never really watched him, but the real good stuff when he's live, that's 7-8 hours. I don't have the time for that. I'm just checking him out.
Overconsumption. Lastly, laziness. I'm mid or fucking hedonism. That was the fucking word. Hedonism. It was. I'm telling y'all, the fever fried my brain. My wife thinks I'm playing. It fucking cooked me. Hedonism. It was on the tip of my tongue. Yes, that's the word I'm thinking of. That's what I think manhood looks like. I think that's what it is to be a man right now. Not historically, but in 2024. Yeah, that's what I think it is to be a man. Oh, and violence. I'm sorry, you guys. Violence. Yeah, gotta add violence. Gotta add violence to that. Am I a male? Yes. Do I consider myself to be a man? No, I don't give a fuck. What the hell is going on here? What is happening, y'all? Is this me? Am I the only one? Chad, please help me out, sir. Am I tripping? What? I don't know. What the fuck am I missing? What am I not conveying to you, King Loaf?
Male, female. Right? Y'all changed the meaning of man. No, I am a female.
What do I consider? If there's a woman in the queue that that wants to talk about I'm gonna bring B up. If there's a woman in the queue that disagrees with this, I would.
They're still there, but you can't see them very well, but they're still there. That's pretty much what gender is.
And can I ask? I want to ask Sean, and then I'll go back to you, Mr. Nobody. Sean, do you agree with the concept of gender being useless, or do you think that it is a useful tool?
I get what, I don't want to be difficult because I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I do think gender could be useful.
How could it be useful?
Yeah, so like identifiers are fairly useful. Like there are elements of tools that like we utilize in just our social lives that don't really have any meaning. I think obviously the hierarchy that gender is, like when we put it into perspective of today, it makes it
it's not natural. The things that I think when I think of like what manhood looks like to me, like what, and when I say that, I'm saying the way that I judge manhood is like this. What do most men do? What do most men do that what I can observe and I could just put in words right now off the top of my head? The things that I said earlier, selfishness, hedonism, you know what I'm saying? Just fucking impulsivity, like all that time. Those are the things that I see. Being selfish, being fucking completely delusional about so many things. Those are the things that I see most men doing. You see what I'm saying? So, but I know that to be that type of person, because I am a man, and I was or am or however, I'm sure I'm some version of that person, you know, for sure. But it took a lifetime of conditioning. And it took a lifetime of conditioning. It took from age 2, 3, 4, 5. Like it took the boys don't wear pink, they wear blue. Boys don't cry, boys will be boys.
And as a man, men deep down know that combo pack that we're supposed to present ourselves as, and we know that shit does not work. We know that shit is empty.
It's fucking dumb. This shit is dumb. No, hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. You know where that shit works, Chad? You know where that shit works? I'm gonna tell you where manhood works. No, fuck that. I'm gonna tell you where manhood thrives. On the football field, on the battlefield, in a boxing ring. We live our fucking lives like we traded to be fucking gladiators. Like we train we live our fucking lives in prison. In prison. Matter of fact, in prison. I'm glad y'all said that. Scratch all that other shit, because I was even thinking, I was like, nah, because you gotta learn how to work together and shit in the military. You gotta learn how to work together in the football team. That's fucking prison. Prison. Men are raised to fucking be violent. We're conditioned to be violent. We're conditioned to be we're conditioned to lack compunction. We're conditioned to lack empathy. We're conditioned to lack critical, like you need just enough critical thinking to get a job done, to get a task done, but not enough to question why the fuck are we doing it or who told us to do it, right? They want you to have just enough critical thinking to be able to dig the ditch, right?
Absolutely. Men are emotional. Everything that they talk about as far as quote unquote what makes a man, it's all emotions. Even when they say it can go from as low as behaving all aggressive, and that's prison stuff. Even what you did to get to prison, that was an emotional response.
99% of the time. 99% of the time, prison is emotional responses. Yeah. Like it will be directly because of these things. So I don't. Yep. I appreciate y'all. Thanks, Sean.
I think what they tried to do is to confuse us. Like they tried to lap everything into one. Right? That's my understanding. Like, what's your sex? What's your gender? Like, because even in the applications now, I'm like, God damn, you can't pass go. You can't get to the next. And this is not even not, I'm not talking about job job application. Even to get on these sites, they won't let you get to the next one. Is you a woman? You like, well, what the fuck? Right? They're trying to lap everything into one. No, you're just male and you're just female. Heterosexual, that's something different, right? Then they want to know who. I don't know if y'all seen all these new applications and stuff you have to fill out now. I'm like, God damn. Every time you go to fill out something, or
That's
even
why I
when
stay in my own lane, because I'm not finna go mentally insane trying to fill
no,
out
but
no
even
job
if I
application.
go to a regular meeting and they ask you, when they give you the little sticker to put your name on the sticker, they ask you what pronoun you want to use. I said, sir, you know how old I am? Just like I was born in that time. Right?
Nah, like my mom always thought I was weird because I never like filling out applications. Because every time I fill out any kind of application, it just got
No, he's
more and more.
saying, Maderi, he's saying that when you're speaking upon the alpha males, right? They don't identify you as a man, right?
So
Unless what the women say, you don't care about what I'm feeling. So they're trained. Men don't cry, right? It's a lot of violence because it's the testosterone, right?
well,
So
that's if you.
he's saying that don't make me a man. That doesn't define me as being a man. So he had to strip through all of that, right? So now he's trying to say, now I have, like, he got a whole wife, right? So if he were to bring all of that to the relationship and not start thinking for himself, that will ruin his relationship, because that's not what makes you a man. You are what makes you a man. Not
Yeah.
what, and I think Kev already touched on that. Not what society tells you what makes you a man, right? They think they write it down like it's a code, and you must do this, and you must do that, and you must do this. And no, I ain't. Men don't have to do that. It's like women don't have to do. That's like when we was young.
And
We played as kids. Hold on. When we was
yeah.
young,
See,
we
you're
played
about
as
to break it
kids.
down.
So that meant
You always
that
do
I
it.
couldn't play a handball. That makes me masculine, right? That's just like the censors they put on women, right?
Yes.
Same rule apply. So the brochure they have for women. Oh, well, girls don't do this. They don't do that. They can't break a nail. Like, nah. Or if you do that, you're considered a tomboy. Why must
And
I
that's
be
why
a
I
tomboy?
always, yeah,
Why
it's true.
must
I
I?
always said I was a tomboy.
But we're not. I am a female. That's
I
what he's
am.
trying to say. Why do we have to
Yeah.
be? That's because they put us in this box and put a check there, like what we are supposed to do.
Hey, let me ask y'all a question on the panel. Anybody in the chat? How many times in relationships just throughout your life have you sat down and had this manhood, womanhood conversation with a person that you were in a relationship with?
Oh my gosh. I actually, since I mean, I'm sorry to speak up. I have to speak up because
You do know other people on this panel, JC, right? And we ain't here, Paul Lakeisha. talking.
Yeah.
I don't mind you
Oh,
talking,
okay,
but
no.
you
If
have to keep
anybody
in
wants to speak,
mind
go
it's
ahead.
other
If
people
anybody,
on the
yes,
panel.
if anyone wants to speak, go ahead. You know I'll stand down. You know that. I'm very
Yeah, but
respectful.
we have to have respect for one another
I
in
am
order.
respectful. I'm
No,
very
I didn't
respectful.
say you not. I say we. You. I didn't say you. You
I'm
are.
just
I don't even know if I'm about to say singular or plural no more. Who knows? Who knows? We had to look this up in the dictionary. If we could say that, right? Right, they'd already changed the noun. They changed the
look, and
meaning for now.
look.
Because
I
that's
am
just
so
like
used to everybody. Look at the chat. Everybody be like, oh my gosh, JC, stop. Let everybody speak.
right
Stop.
because right, but
And I
I
don't need
like
it. I'm
right.
sorry,
He's
guys.
saying he had to strip. That's like some women, right? They're regular women. Some of them don't. We don't want to skirts. They don't want to wear skirts. They want to wear pants. They want to be comfortable, right? And then when they want to get dressed up, they want to get dressed up. Or if you're not sitting at home cooking and cleaning and being submissive, then you're masculine. Or if a man says something, you're like, what? Oh, you're masculine, right? So the same rule apply. If you ain't out there being what you call a core, I'm just going to use it to make it easier. If you're not out there being an alpha, that makes you not a man. Now, or with this feminine shit. Now, we got to stop that. But they're trying to tell us this, right? So a lot of men, they are not gay, but they're being classified as simps, gays, this, that. And all they doing is living their life. Like all them things is that's what you have to do, right? You gotta get out there and you gotta hurt, you gotta beat the people, you gotta push them up, you gotta stomp them, right? You get maybe some men just don't like to fight. Right? That doesn't mean they don't know how to fight, but you don't have to fight. If unless like if you ain't bothering somebody. Now
Did
what?
you say stomp him, Suge?
Yeah. What?
Listen, I would. This is another thing I would tell y'all women too. I promise y'all I'm gonna be short. Dudes are not as violent as y'all think. They're violent toward women because they hoes. But most men, you don't see them walking up to other men and just ultra violent because they know they might lose their life. So that's why I just wanted y'all to say, like, I know that a lot of times fear is a factor when women stay in abusive relationships. That dude is not, he's violent to you because he knows who's, but if you don't see him going around beating up men every day like that, then I can't say don't let him beat you up, but just know that a dude that's a real dude, he's not going to beat you up because you don't get anything out of that. It's just like me beating up a 9-year-old. I don't get anything out of that. A dude that beats on a woman, he gets something out of it. He literally, whether some people get turned on sexually, some men beating women, some men, it gives them a sense of power. A person that is a normal human being, you don't want to beat on nobody else. That's crazy. Even when somebody make me mad, I don't think I want to beat on them and then stomp them out. I don't think like that. Now, if it come down to that situation to protect myself, you're going to get stomped out. But that's not a man's everyday thing. Because if a man was as violent as he is with a woman, an abusive man, if he was abusive like that in everyday life, he would be in jail or he would be unalive because.
But that's why a lot of men are in jail because they told them this is what you have to be. Like the last thing I want is exactly because they put this Greek term there named alpha. So everything has to be in an alpha type of way until another man. So that's why a lot of men they can't even talk, like especially if other men is around, like some things could be like talked about and we could just go on home. But just the point of other men around, now they got to show who is the alpha, who's the simp. Now, if it was just them two by themselves and you bump somebody, I'm sorry, brother, no problem. Keep it walking, right? Now, if the same thing happened and other people around and somebody bump them, same thing. Now, if you don't go out that guy, now you a simp, right? It's all of these things that we put on each other and we want to put these roles here people just I'm hetero and I'm a female. Why that just can't be it, right? Why I gotta be all a list of things that now I have to do to prove to you that I am feminine, right?
It's
That's
because
that's same it's same and the same thing for a
sure,
man. Why does it gotta be a list of things that a man gotta do to prove to you that he's a man?
sure,
Right?
because
Who is people to
it's the
prove something
world that
to?
we living in, baby. Like we have
No,
to be real.
I ain't doing
Like
all
we're
that.
literally on the internet right now. Like we have to understand and be real with ourselves and stop. Like this is the thing of denial and like insanity. Like you have to understand that we are literally giving ourselves up. They are listening to us. They're monitoring us. They understand. They have groomed us. We know better. The things that we're talking about is because we know who we are naturally. We know what we should naturally be doing, but we don't because they have set these things in place years and years and years and years ahead. And and we could break the mold, and we're trying. That's why we're having these conversations. But it is some of us are going insane with this. You understand? You see this, what's going on with these false prophets and
Hey,
everybody trying to
Franco.
go. You feel what I'm saying? And everybody just trying to figure it out because, like, at this point, we have to understand what's really going on.
No, I know what's going on and I get what's going
And
on.
we
I'm just
can't,
trying to
like,
say,
you
I'm
know.
just trying to say I get what
And I'm not
homeboy
gonna
is
like
saying.
be the
I
one
just
that
get
keep.
what homeboy is saying, right? There is no list for a manhood or womanhood. You're born a
Yeah.
man, you're raised as a man, right? Some people, you know, sometimes some men just have a temper, some men just don't have a temper. Some are just easy breezy. Some people is just cool. Like some men
Mhm.
just they just stay at a nice level, right? Some men is like rah, but just because you got that temper or you talk there, you're what that doesn't make you more of a man than this man. That's just his temperament, right? You can't take somebody's temperament and think that you're gonna call them a simp or that you could say, oh
Yeah.
no, or if he
Mhm.
talked to his woman, his
Let's
wife or
go.
whatever, or his girlfriend, nice, well, you that's how you talk to your woman. Like, how do you tell the next man how to tell this world has gotten
Mhm.
that crazy
Mhm.
where people
That's
monitoring how
that's
you talk to
look.
your woman,
That's
right?
what I'm trying to say. It's so much stuff that exactly about what this world has come to. That's what we really need to talk about and how we're managing what we know what's really going on.
Because see, when you put gender, right, you're giving yourself not you're giving yourself an option to put in to add in a lot of things. Like when you put the word gender, right? But
Mhm.
when you say the word, what sex are you?
Sex.
You're
Mhm.
either
There we
or.
go. Exactly.
But
There you
that's
go.
what you're born, right? That's by nature, that is not by no mistake. Or like this whole video is not even about that anyway, right? It isn't even
But
about that. I just wanted
it's crazy that I said that and he said that right after that. I didn't even I had like this, I don't know. I just knew he was about to, I just knew where he was going. I just knew about sex and gender.
no,
And
I just played his shortest
but
video.
Suge, I knew you was going to be able to, I ain't even had to say much. So go
Whatever
ahead.
you are is whatever you are. Don't let nobody dictate how you should act, what role they think you are. Live your freaking life, man. Live your life. Especially if you are a male. Listen, there's no textbook on telling you, and that's how a lot of people get their sons in jail and stuff like that. You better toughen up. You better do this. You better do that. You better not cry. Right now, they become so hardened and all of that. That's why a lot of men get sick too, young, because you taught them to keep it inside. So every time something happened, You keep it inside, that start messing with your organs. Because if it
yeah,
doesn't come
and
out,
then
it tears your body up, right? Because your kidneys and your all it got to get filtered out. That's
wait
poison.
though,
That's
Suge,
poison in
when
your
you just
body.
said that, when you just
JC,
said that,
JC,
oh
stop
Lord.
interrupting Sugar, please.
But
I'm
Suge,
ready.
no,
I'm getting ready to go.
Suge, I want you to touch on this. Do you think, like, you know how, like you said that we teach our, like, the men to, like, suppress their emotions and things like that. Do you think that's why they blame everything on us? Because they think like and then a lot of these conscious in the conscious community think like, like women, we're emotional, we bear all the emotions, and they put everything on us and we're supposed to bear everything. Like, oh my gosh, wait, do you get what I'm saying? Like, far as
I listen.
them not having to deal with anything and bearing everything.
It's really out of control. But the thing is, it's a script, right? It's a script.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the fact that they really blame us. Just like if you're in a cult, you got talking points, right? It's a script. So you will never be right, you will never be wrong, and they're not helping anybody, right? Just like that old grizzly looking hyena chick. She's not helping nobody. But what?
You said grizzly look.
Grizzly looking hyena chick.
built like a bag of dirty laundry.
Terrible lipstick. But she talks a lot, but her audience is 90% men. So who is she helping, right? And then when you got these men out here, Angry Man and Anton Daniels and all the rest of them, right? And it's the men, like you said, they talk about women so much, but they be capping, right? But it's a shame. They spend a lot of they support each other though. Them people, if my agenda is to talk
Mm-hmm.
about women
Yes,
and
they
I
do. Yes,
get
they
paid
do.
well to do it,
Yes,
baby.
they do.
They get paid what every time they say call women, it just not to mind you, because they get so much money, they are a lot like a smaller channel can't say half of the words that they say, but we ain't making them no money.
Right.
Like we're not making them no money. If they don't, if them super chats, remember they get 60% of your super chat, right? And then for every commercial, so they'll shut us down quick. We ain't making them no money. They don't care if we disappear. They care if they disappear, right? So anytime they call a woman an itch or whatever, baby, their ratings go up. Their ratings go up. But it's my main thing is that they created a hatred. So it's not really about them, but we have to discuss them because anytime is a survey that say we hate black women, anytime there's a survey that say y'all the less desired, it has trickled down, right? If people may not want to talk about it's for me to bring the information, right? If you may not want to talk about it, then this may not be for you. But this is what's happening, and it's trickling down because now you're telling you got other young men hearing this, and then they're gonna think that they're gonna meet a girl that's gonna do the cooking and cleaning, and a lot of them, their parents are young. Their parents did not teach them how to cook. So I don't know who they preparing them for, right? They out hanging out with you. Y'all out there doing things you ain't got no business. Ain't none of y'all home. So soon as you get with her, you're gonna expect for her to cook and clean to be the best woman that she should be, and then you're gonna tell her all these talking points that they said, not realizing when you seen that girl in the house with the mama cooking.
Right.
Oh, like no, like there's not there is not the passed down recipes no more, right? And no more sitting next to whomever learning how to cook. Everything is microwave, fast. When I mean microwave, I mean literally microwave. But everything is quick. Unless it's one of them days you feel like cooking, then it might be like a little different. But and that's what the younger generation. Them are the wives you're getting.
Yeah, and let me say this last thing, and I promise you, I'm finna get because we done been on here 10 hours, 27 minutes, and 50 seconds, and I'm tired of Nicole and Maya. I'm getting ready. I'm gonna take Big Franco advice. I'm finna drop these 2 fruit punch Jolly Ranchers off in this blue MD 2020, and I'm finna finish the Zaza, and I'm gonna go in here and hug up with my wife before I have to go to work in the morning. So whatever these people is talking about, they crazy. The manosphere is crazy. The feminist is crazy. We somewhere in the middle of that bubble.
We need to be in that. That's what we. But
don't drink the Kool-Aid,
we
JC.
need to be in the middle.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid, and you'll be
to be
okay.
We need
On
to
that
be
note, hey, I love y'all. Y'all can. We've been in here 10 hours. I'm tired, man. I'm tired of these crazy people. I'm tired of
Well,
these.
y'all the one won't let me finish the goddamn thing.
Wait, hold on. The Beetlejuice song, One Fit.
Nicole came straight from church and came in this chat instigating. She came straight from church instigating.
Lucretia, CC, I'm sorry.
Hey, gang, hey, y'all already know, man. Listen,
I was on it a little bit tonight.
Hey,
I love y'all.
Take everything that we said that you could use. Everything else, let it go. I'm finna play Suge theme song in my headphones while I smoke. And,
you know that's coming now, right? Y'all know we gonna end with this.
I know it might be simpish, but you know what? I'm so happy that I can go in here and hug up on a cute little chocolate woman and spoon. And it's the nerdiest, simpiest thing in the world. But guess what?
Why are you saying it's the nerdiest, simpiest thing?
Because the manosphere told me that.
Yeah, exactly.
While they over there mad by themselves, I'm over here simping, and it feels
goodness.
real good, y'all. I just want y'all to know.
Well,
Hey,
see, no. If you're doing that, Kev, though, if you say that and then you acknowledge the fact that people are over there single,
he's
and
joking.
lonely, I know, but no. If he's a real, I'm talking to you, Kev, on some real life stuff.
No, I'm serious about what I said I'm gonna do.
I know, and I'm serious too about what I'm saying to you. We can joke all day, but it's serious. There's a lot of people that's watching that are really lonely, that are good women that wish they would and or about to have a man like you or want to have a man like you. Don't joke about that. You are someone.
He wasn't joking about to go lay up
he
with
was
his
being
wife.
funny. He was.
I
being
just don't
funny.
take the naysayers
funny.
seriously. So
I know he be being funny.
because
I'm just talking to him.
you gotta realize though, the only thing that mattered to me is when that woman tell me she happy, because everything else goes good.
And
if some dude in the manosphere is like, yeah, man, you told her ass off, but I'm laying in here by myself because she done put me out on the couch, that don't do me no good. I gotta find my happiness. We all have to do that. We can all listen to people and have conversations and go back and forth, but the bottom line is, if that shit don't feel good to you, it don't matter what it's supposed to look like. It's got to be what it is. That's it. Anyway, I'm out, gang. Love y'all.
All right, bro.
All right.
All right. I'm going to end this. Here we go.
Let's go.
Have a blessed night, everyone.
All right, baby.
You too. Good night, everyone.
There's a love that's true. Sugar love is her name, spreading sweetness too. Her voice like velvet, smooth as a summer breeze. A podcast, the soundtrack to everybody's ears. Sugar Love, she's the queen of soul. Ooh, yeah. The podcast, the place where the stories unfold. Ooh, yeah. News and entertainment with a touch so sweet. She's the heartbeat of the community's beat. Ooh, she brings the news with flavor like a cup of hot tea. Uncovering stories, bringing light to what we see. Ooh, with her infectious laughter, she uplifts every soul. Sugar Love, she's the one who makes us feel whole. She's the one who makes us feel whole.
Thank you, Trey.
In the land of real, there's a love that's true. Sugar Love is her name, spreading sweetness too. Her voice like velvet, smooth as a summer breeze. A podcast, a soundtrack to everybody's ears. Sugar Love, she's the queen of soul. Ooh, yeah. A podcast, the place where the stories unfold. Ooh, yeah. News and entertainment with a touch so sweet. She's the heartbeat of the community's beat. Ooh, she brings the news with flavor like a cup of hot tea. Uncovering stories, bringing light to what we see. Ooh, with her infectious laughter, she uplifts every soul.